Make sure it all works. Okie dokie. Alright, there we go. W. Yep, that one. Okay, dokie. Yeah, that should work. That's good. That's done. That in order. I'm gonna go edit this TikTok real quickly. Add related video. Because now I'm streaming. I haven't used Grand Finals watch party safe. Okay. That should be done, I think. I make sure. Is there anything else I have to do? No, I don't think so. Bring this over here. Okay. Alright. Stream hasn't started, or broadcast itself hasn't started yet. So we will watch the Aussie Antics. Let me enable preview so I know what I'm looking at. We'll watch Aussie Antics talk about FNCS while we wait for the news for the stream to start.
Aren't in first place. Savage and Mongrel win a game and are absolutely popping off. We have major meta changes the day
of. I didn't actually even pay attention to the meta changes. Okay. Duplicate. React. Just Google. Sorry about that one. Move. There we go. React. And I just need to move all of this. That one. Over like a bunch. Why is it not moving? Oh, what? Sorry, I'm just trying to get... Cool. Need that. Cool, yeah. Just need all of these to move over. There we go. On that side. There we go. Got it. Easy work.
Of grands. Midway through grand finals, Kanata's team being absolutely griefed by Epic Games. I want to recap who's doing well and who I think is going to win it if my predictions have changed, because these leaderboards are very, very spicy. There's a lot to talk about. Let's jump into it. Just quickly, in case you guys the game and there was it was replaced by an it just did to Kanata. So we somehow had an update the day of grand finals.
As always, there's never
been
anything
with the game. I wasn't really too worried until right before NA started. Players started to realize that the Nightshade boss, the one at Demon Dojo, was no longer there. It was replaced by an NPC. Now, if you know anything about competitive, you know friendly NPCs aren't in competitive. So we found out the hard way that Kanata loaded into game one and there was no boss at Demon Dojo. That not only means no mythic mask and no mythic SMG, it also means there's no shades, which means you get no ammo and no minis. Demon Dojo's biggest strength was basically farming all the ammo and loot off these shades and getting the guaranteed mythic mask, and it was just removed. It was in the game for EU, and then the event happened midway through Brazil.
I was thinking that too.
Brazil and all of NA Central, but to make things even worse for Canada, it got added back into the game as soon as NA Central ended, and it was back in for NA West. So now, if you go to Demon Dojo in tournaments, the NPC is there. You can eliminate her and then still get all of the loot. It means there's no shades, so you don't get the assault rifle ammo and the minis, but it's better than nothing. But they decided to remove the mask basically only for Canada. And if I have to remind you, Canada's the player who also was going the yacht before it sailed off into the sunset. His POI just got removed mid-season, and before that he was going to the mythic crossbow, which also got removed from the game. So Canada is just like clearly hated by someone at Epic. Like, it genuinely feels targeted at this point. All right, now let's break down the leaderboards. Let's go through who's doing well and who's struggling. Now, NA and EU, we do not have Veno and Peterbot winning. You saw the title, you heard the intro. Somehow the two clear favorites coming into FNCS aren't
just
in
give
first
it a little
place.
bit.
But it isn't over yet. But I need to clarify, there is no multiplier for day 2. A lot of people are getting confused. Previously in FNCS, there was either a 2 times or a 1.5 times multiplier for day 2. There was also a wrong leaderboard format earlier this season that was showing the prelims were 6 points in day 2. That is also incorrect. We have the exact same scoring format for day 2 as day 1. So the comeback is going to be tough, but it is possible. So let's break down the NA leaderboard first. We have Aegis, Acorn, and Poyo in first on 512 points.
In 90 points, that's something like late work.
Points clear of Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold. Now, there's a whole bunch of, like, you know, different records we're trying to hit on NA this season. A lot of people talking about, is Peterbot going to be the first ever 4-peat FNCS champion on EU or NA Central? Do we have potentially Cold winning the first FNCS 3 chapters in a row? Turns out maybe some of that focus should have gone to Acorn's team, because that would be the same story for them. Poyo stands to be the first ever player to win 4 back-to-back FNCS titles on EU or NA, and also Acorn could win the first FNCS of each chapter. Chapter 4, Chapter 5, and Chapter 6 Season 1. They're looking insane. Now, the first question is going to be, Aussie, what's Peterbot doing wrong? What's going wrong for Peterbot? So Ritual tweeted out that it's on him. Ritual's taking the blame for his team not doing as well, which is insane. They have 420 points, and we have people tweeting out how
he's like, yeah, I know, he's washed.
I got everyone asking me, what's Peterbot doing wrong? What's going wrong with Peterbot? Like, it's 420 points, man. Peterbot's match history is a 7 elim 4th, a 9 elim 6th,
yeah,
a 5 elim 10th, a 12 elim 6th, 13 elim 4th, and a 7 elim 10th. Like, not bad placements by any means. Aegis, Acorn, and Poyo are just doing that much better. Acorn, Aegis, and Poyo have a 14 elim win, 13 elim 2nd, 1 elim 13th, that was their bad game, then a 10 elim 4th, 8 elim 3rd, and 12 elim 2nd. If you want to ask me what's Peterbot doing wrong, nothing. Acorn, Aegis, and Poyo are just doing even better. They're just absolutely dominating, which means we could see something happen day 2. We could see Pete bring it back, but right now, Acorn is just looking insane. Acorn has always been a grand finals player. He's always leveled up in grands. I think a lot of people attributed his insane grand finals to Cold in a similar way that I think a lot of people attributed Poyo's success to
Peterbot. Wait, these are duos versus
kind of
duos.
Rewriting the script here, making a very solid claim that maybe they should have been getting more of the spotlight, and they're doing very, very well. Again, we'll talk about EU fully in a second, but I want to compare EU's leaderboard just to kind of, you know, make my point even more clear.
But like,
EU's first place right now is on 376.
What I'm trying to say.
So Peterbot's
like
team still has like 50 points on top of first place on EU. They're not doing poorly by any means. They're just not doing as well as Acorn. Both teams are playing crazy.
I don't know. I guess it's difficult because not every single player.
You have 58
EU again has like
for Poyo's team,
30, 40 people who like it's their first FNCS,
which a lot of people, myself included, thought wasn't possible.
I just wish
I think Peterbot
like the whole Peterbot,
definitely. Pete has
Poyo,
won every
Cold, Acorn.
divisional
That would
cup
be a
finals this
crazy
season.
like
So you really do
storyline
have
for them
to
to
say
put out.
Peterbot could bring it back on day 2. I still do think they're the favorites, even though they're
like if they're like
100 points down. But I'm gonna be so
everyone thought it was Peterbot that was making Poyo so good. Is Poyo able to prove that he's better than Peterbot? Cold and Cold fighting his or trying to fight to get his FNCS champion against one of his most consistent duos.
When I say rough, up. They got a 9th and an 11th, but before that, they were a 3rd, 4th, 1st, and 2nd. Absolutely dominating. Still looking really, really good. Then we had Vidil's team in 4th, who was struggling a bit at the start of the day, but brought it back with 2 wins in a row in game 4-5. And then closed it out with a 2 Elam 7th in game 6. Then we had Aviv, Bugha, and Threats in 5th place overall, who got a 14 Elam win in their last game to bring it back, to have a really dominant performance, put themselves in the top 5. You'll notice big team missing. We have Clicks, Batman, Bugha, and Iomzo just outside of the top 5 in 6th place. This one by
5. It's not like it's still really doable.
Clicks had an
I said it. I think anyone in this like from 7th place up has the opportunity to win.
Got a 3rd place. They're still doing very, very well. Then we had Rapid, Kanata, and Bolts in 7th.
Really, it's a competition.
I did just talk about their POI got pretty heavily nerfed. The Mythic mask is a really big deal. Guaranteeing at least double or triple mask at your POI is massive. Kanata was very upset to see that removed. At least now it's back.
I know that.
Day 2 for potential comeback,
like,
but
I feel like if there's anyone who's gonna win, it's gonna be one of those two.
Then we have Noxy, Virgo, and Curly, Visuals, Braids, and Aminished, who have so. I said it today on my stream. They are so consistently inconsistent.
They have a chance to win it if they keep playing like they did those last those 2 games that they won back to back. They keep playing like that, they for sure get it.
So their 9th place is being held on very seriously by those 2 seconds. They just need to get away from their early game, and then they go on to absolutely dominate. And then we had Death, Sales, and Encrypted closing out the top 10. I want to give a little shout out or a little bit of piece of information to Death. Death tweeted out today he's been playing for the last few weeks on 60 hertz. He moved his setup and forgot to change it. He is now on 60 hertz. He realized today after day 1, so he's just played a day of grand finals top 10 on controller on 60 hertz. My man was doing it with
I can notice when I'm not playing 60 hertz. I have no idea how he did it.
Monitor setup, and hopefully can jump up even further into the leaderboard. Moving on over to EU, I kind of already touched on it a bit, but we have Vanya, Pixie, and Mares in 1st place on 376. Now, if you haven't followed EU too much this season, this is insane. Vanya's team went from potentially not making grand finals. They came 2nd place in the 2nd game of the last chance qualifier. They whiffed their shot to the very end. Everyone thought they sold their chance. They brought it back and won in game 3, securing their spot to grands, and now they're in 1st place. Not just that though,
do not care. Well, never mind. I just feel like I can't look at Twitch while on stream because Twitch has a very weird tendency on who they put in the front of the page. And there we go. Cool.
Day 2. They are going to be going to the Global Championships. And so I'm wondering if a team in NA can do the same.
EU proving once again that it all matters.
They're finally back at the they're finally back at a POI that's in this chapter.
I feel like the first 6 games did not disappoint at all. I feel like everything is still up in the air. We've got some obvious trios that are in the lead right now that have a good shot at taking home that championship. But 6 games separates us and that, and I can't wait to see how these go.
Dude, I can't take it. I'm already stressed, but it's fine. It's fine. I'll be stressed for us. No one else be stressed. That's my job. Okay, let's set the stage here. So after those first 6 games yesterday,
we're gonna look at the scoreboard again.
We got some leaderboards to look at, and this is kind of how we ended things. Agers, Acorn, Hoyo, they are sitting so far ahead of everyone else.
I get why people fight in this, but like,
coming
dude,
into today, I mean, I just wanted to,
why are you pushing if these are the placement
points? With you guys to kind of figure out what happened, because
I don't want to play. I don't want to play,
insane.
Yeah, I mean, it is incredible stuff, right? They just absolutely dominated yesterday, and some of the stats that kind of back that up are seriously incredible. If we go ahead and break down some of these eliminations, they were in 1st place. Damage dealt, they were in 1st place. That damage ratio, they were in 1st place as well. But the most important stat that kind of stung out to me is going to be that Storm Surge taken. They got hit 0 times across all 6 of those games yesterday. And that's so important, Kelly, right? I mean, like, if this team is consistently not getting hit by Storm Surge, that means they're constantly getting the damage. They're making it to every single one of those end games. I feel like that just means that their strategy is so good, and they're going to be able to replicate that today.
Oh yeah, and they definitely had a plan going into the early game here. A lot of that plan was revolved around the fishing there. I actually calculated how long Acorn fished, and for 5 minutes straight, he stayed at that POI, which ironically is called all you can catch.
Yeah, they love kind of playing on the edge of the zone, right on that white line, because they know players are kind of rotate in. But look how much time they actually invest staying in that same spot, actually, staying in the storm, taking that damage. And the reason why it's so important that Acorn is kind of just spending all that time fishing because it's like, well, one, you know, Polio, Agers, they're up there. They're taking shots at other teams. They're probably getting shot as well, which means that, oh, all of the extra shield fish that we have, we could just use that to replenish our shield that we've lost taking some of these storm surge trades and everything like that. But then also we can kind of just wait in the storm, wait for some of these rotating teams to kind of run by us, catch them off guard, and then, oh, look at this. We've got 1,000,000 floppers to go ahead and heal ourselves back up. Just worked so well for them yesterday.
They were just something else, man. They are something else. And I just got to hope that they bring that same energy, right? We could very well be looking at your new FNCS champions holding that blade of champions, but hey, still 6 games. Anything can happen. Let's talk about Muzz, Rise, and Yapko sitting in 3rd place. They were on that 391 points. And again, that's pretty far away from Pollo right now, but these guys were looking so good yesterday, almost always on height. Like, what led to their success?
Yeah, I mean, another impressive run from this team. They also did pretty well on the stats, right? You know, 5th in elimination, so not necessarily all the way up there in the 50s like some of our other teams, but still damage dealt, damage ratio, doing very, very well in that regard. But again, that Storm Surge taken only 3 hits. Collectively, they were only struck that 1 time, received 25 damage each, which adds up to those 3 hits. So doing very, very well in the Storm Surge department as well.
Yeah, and a lot of that is due to their early rotations. We saw them obviously landing over in Shattered Span, and although sometimes the zone did pull in their favor, that doesn't always happen, and so they made sure to preemptively move themselves to where they knew some trios were going to be.
Yeah, and they're kind of rotates down to the south here, all about knowing, oh, well, this team that lands all the way down here, guess what? They're going to have to run towards the center of the map at some point. If we kind of position ourselves between them and the center of the zone, they're going to have to run right by us. And if they're running right by us, guess what? We're going to be able to shoot them. We're going to be able to deal some of that damage. And as we're going to be able to see as we take a closer look at this game, they kind of just do this on repeat, right? Like, it's not just like, oh, in zone number 2 right now, we're going to do this. No, in zone number 3, we're going to do this as well. Look at where they position. They go in a little bit further than where that white line's at, and they're like, oh, look, these southern teams, they're going to get congested. They've got to go towards the center of the map at some point. We're just positioning ourselves far enough away from them to where we're not really like fighting them all that much, but we can see them and we can do so much damage.
And I do want to call out when the zone does pull in their favor towards Shattered Span, that when they're able to build these crazy towers over on the bridge right there, the aim that Muzz and Yapko have allows them to just be able to snipe these players. But even before then, they do still engage. They make sure that in case the zone doesn't pull entirely over their POI, that they're still engaging with these teams.
Yeah, and the big highlight for this game, right? Shattered Span, I think there was 2 games yesterday where they pulled zone. And that's like, oh, wow, great, this team pulled zone. But it's really not all that simple, right? Because if you're pulling zone, no teams are kind of able to rotate over to your POI, right? It's like, why are they going to do that? They're going to get congested along the edge of the map. So when you do actually pull zone, Muzz, Rise, Yapko, they know this. You got to leave your POI, and that's kind of what we're highlighting right there. Is that like, oh yeah, a couple games yesterday they pulled zone. They did not just wait around and kind of suffocate the Storm Surge. They rotated out. They even went in the storm to get a couple of tags. They were proactive in the Storm Surge. Love to see that from this trio.
I do want to say, though, that when they did end up going back to Shattered Span and they stayed on that tower, they were in that Surge Tower for 8 minutes long. They didn't move. And again, because of the aim that they have, they were still able to get all these incredible tags. They were able to get vision. So once the end game did happen, they had great rotations on top of that. And all these mats saved up by not having to move a bunch.
I love them. I can't wait to see more of them and maybe what they bring, right, for day number 2. Now, we do want to highlight more trios, but first, we need to say hello to our casters. It's Monster D-Face. It's Jacob PR. What's up, fellas?
Everything's good over here. We had a wonderful day number 1. We're jumping in for the finals here, day 2. I feel recharged. I feel refreshed. Jacob, what about yourself?
I mean, I'm feeling good. It's not me playing, so I really don't have as much to worry about. But yesterday really showed the blueprint, the amount of excitement we're going to see. The leaderboards, where they stand right now, I feel like nobody could have guessed that.
That's right. 92 points is a lot. However, it's not that much. Acorn and team still have to play perfectly. We're talking a game's throw away from all of a sudden this being a completely different story here. So with game 7 just around the corner, the community is buzzing. They're talking about, can they maintain progress? We'll see here. Jacob, any last words?
Nope, just hopefully these guys put
it's wide open for you to pause.
No nerves left behind, but that's going to do
the
it for
first
us
place
on the
position
desk
is
right
wide wide open for Peterbot to take, quite literally, like being realistic, right? Poyo, Acorn, Agers have 1 and 2 bad games. Peterbot can easily take first place.
Me laugh. No, Jacob.
Let's see. I just want to do.
We'll see.
Let me take a look. Let me take a quick
so
look.
let's keep this conversation going. We obviously have to talk about the elephant in the room, Peterbot, right? So after yesterday's games, there was kind of like different times.
We'll use this one. I actually pulled it up already. Anyways, what's up, little biggest gamer? Thanks for this up. Wasn't okay. Quite literally, Peterbot, Rituals, Cold have maybe 1 or 2 good games, and okay, I didn't hear that though. I guess okay. Anyways, Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold have 1 or 2 good games, and Poyo, Agers, and Aquan have maybe a bad game. Then Peterbot could easily take first place. Rise, Muzz, and Japko are really close too. They only need to make maybe really, if Peterbot and his trio or Poyo and his trio fall, Rise and Yapko and Rise, Yapko, and Muzz could easily take it. Vidal, Cooper, and Sphinx are gonna have to put a little bit more effort into it. They're gonna have to play really consistent, place really highly with some decent amount of kills. Booga, sorry, I thought that was Batman Booga for a minute. Booga, Threats, and Aviv. Again, same thing with Vidal and Cooper and Sphinx. They just have to play real consistent, place really high, but they have to get lucky and hope that either someone in top 3 somehow falls, slips up, messes up, something like that. Clicks, Acorn, and Batman Booga, or Clicks, Batman Booga, and Yamzo. I just made up a whole trio in my head. They're the point where it's like a little concerning, right? They really just have to hope everyone above them just doesn't do well. Of course, they have to focus on their game, but they really have to hope everyone above them doesn't do well. Rapid, Kanata, and Bolts, it's gonna be luck if they get there. I'm sorry, anyone who's below 7, I keep saying anyone who's below 7, you're fighting for that top 10. But like you're not getting first.
He TPs to the right of the trio while Ritual and Cold go to
3 minutes.
Left. This allows them to surround the trio and eventually get those eliminations. However, this fight kind of does last a long time. So not only are they wasting time, they're also wasting resources.
What I want to see in a lot of these trios,
for them, over in Flooded Frogs, they had themselves.
What I want to see in a lot of these trios
is
for them to make these fights go quicker or disengage sooner. I feel like a lot of these fights drag out a lot, and it ends up just scuffing them in the end because they have to just keep rotating towards zone, and a lot of these teams are rotating in zone. So of course they're gonna fight in zone. Not gonna be good looks. Also, I would love to see some people actually, I don't know, pick up refreshes on their Oni mask. I hate whenever I look and I just keep seeing people just like leave Oni mask behind. I feel like if you have 4 Oni masks, at least cycle it to see if there's a better Oni mask in there. But to each their own. Maybe I'm just crazy, but that's my best thought.
Oh man, I want to see. I'm telling you, man. I shout outs to you, Cold. I respect you stepping up, but like, listen, today's a new day. We're gonna make some stuff happen, okay? One final trio to talk about in your top 4 is actually Vidal, Sphinx, and Cooper. So these guys still over at the Misty Meadows. What do we expect from them today? Do we think they've maybe made like large sweeping changes, or maybe we're gonna see more of the same?
I definitely think that the day definitely started off a little rough for them, but they were able to kind of evolve their play style, and then that's why we got to see back-to-back victory royales out of this trio. But really, Vivid, what's surprising to me is how different they are to the early aggression that we see from like Peterbot's trio.
Oh yeah, it's like night and day, right? And we kind of see it in eliminations as well. Like 20 less eliminations for this trio as compared to Peterbot's trio. But I mean, that's just a different place, all right? Cooper, Vidal, and Sphinx, they take that early game so slow, Kelly.
Yeah, and a lot of that is due to how much they're able to farm up over in Mass Meadows. They actually kind of have this split POI, not just at Mass Meadows, but also at Spiral Shoots.
I mean, like, I feel like the obvious answer is Poyo, Acorn, and Agers, simply just because they are so far ahead. I would love to see Muzz win it, though. Like, I just think it's hilarious that Muzz was able to go from being an OCE pro, and was like, OC is a fake region, OC is a fake region, and then it would be hilarious whenever he comes over here and somehow manages to win FNCS NA and what we consider a real region. So that would be pretty funny.
Drop spots are all around.
Yeah, that's really the 2 people I'm in for. Of course, Peterbot just seeing 4P going on.
Smart on their part, just kind of maintain the spots on the map.
Just
they do
continuing the narrative that if Peterbot
Three towers is that ball.
Sorry, hold on. Peterbot wins FNCS is because he gets the best PY or the best medallion or whatever. That would be hilarious. Because, dude, if you see Peterbot in Endgame with that Invis medal, he looked like he was going to win it all. So, if they can just stop Peterbot from getting the Invis medal, I think there's a chance that someone else beats Peterbot. But those are my top 3 I'm looking out for.
Point lead from first and second place shrink, as in the words of Sundown, the shoopening. I want to see all of these trios really fight, especially when we come down to game 12. I want it to be close. I don't want to be able to predict who's
it could be
going
everyone's
to walk
game.
away going to the global championships.
Listen, I feel like we only got it one time yesterday. I mentioned it, you know, Peterbot and Cole, they were up there on the high ground as a duo. I want to see the whole trio up there. I want to see them get a win today, kind of
also less early height takes. Good top 3, yeah.
Give us a battle all the way into
game though, it'd be hilarious if Oliver OG places somewhere in like the top 10.
It's time.
Which I'm pretty sure he's 14. It's so doable. It'd be hilarious if Oliver OG plays 10th in FNCS.
Championships on the line, titles on the line, life-changing amounts of money are all on the line.
60 grand per player
is game number
for anyone who. For the trio who wins first place.
One thing to think about,
that's what they're playing for.
Multiplier today either. Your games will just count point for point, the same format carrying over from yesterday into today. So this is going to be a continuation of the action.
Yeah, it's really going to come down to consistency. You said it yourself, the no multiplier means it's all about how you're going to play each and every one of these games, because typically with that multiplier, you can have a bad game, maybe 2 if you're lucky, but now with those standings this close, Monster, that is out the window, and it is time.
Here we go.
Game number 7, the start of day 2 is right now.
In about 3 hours, we will have an FNCS champion.
Game 7 kicks off, and once again, we find ourselves looking at the top teams who will be the team.
I'm not 100% sure if some of these teams are conning each other anymore, or not, Leaderboard, or not.
I mean, I'm looking forward to all of the action here that's going to unfold. Yesterday,
is a chance. I know that there were some teams yesterday that conned other teams that weren't on like these drop maps. So really, to each round, nobody knows really, besides these pros, who's gonna land who each game. So we'll just have to find out.
Be the adjustments teams make now coming into it, because you have to mix it up. You have to change your strats.
Yeah, and a lot of those tricks that some of these teams held underneath their sleeve until the Major 1 finals got exposed yesterday. How they're really using the fishing, the surge towers to accumulate that surge. They don't have to worry about it later. And we jump on board
get some
early.
of those,
Our
but
first place team.
that's right. Yeah, also that's why Boyle and Oliver are winning so much. Like not winning, like doing so well. They have all of night shift. Night shift is like 50 chests. I'm pretty sure. Let me double check.
He's as close to the bird as possible. He's gonna loot up a little bit and then reach on over towards the south, try to get more surge shots, so that way it kind of eases up their pressure later on in the game.
Has in the center at least
you start to add up
107 chests.
Start looking towards
159, 100. Dude, they have so many chests and they're unconned.
We all know that.
Like
usually
no,
the start of the competition,
of course they're doing well.
A little more stacked than you would otherwise imagine.
This is always going to be a fight. Oliver OG, Ronnie and Skater versus No W Plays Chaos.
If this fight goes the distance, then I think it'll tell us everything we need to know about.
You ideally don't want this fight to go to distance. You want one team to win quickly, and it'd be your team.
By the end of the day, yesterday, DC, Noah, and Chaos were in.
I don't have a horse in this race when it comes to like
Oliver OG's team
who I want to see win this off spawn.
If this doesn't end fast, I think we're going to be in for a very high surge game.
Yeah, and you can kind of see already in the mini-map, more and more teams are going to the outskirts of Hopeful Hypes. So yesterday, some of them were kind of disengaging in some of those games, going back there to try to loot up. Now that is going to literally be impossible before you run into another team. And I think Oliver OG, Skate, or Dash, they might have some sense that they have a good advantage in this fight, and they're already hunting on over, teetering on over in that direction. It's Chaos aiming down below.
That's a really
he's the
good
one
crack.
That truly has to be careful because he's out of position by himself.
That's what you want to see.
Yeah, definitely. A couple tags here for Dash to kind of kick things off and give him the advantage. And notice these tags.
Noah's still trying to look for a beam, even though he's low
some
HP.
damage through these builds.
We're going back to
Obviously,
Mason's
given that
fight.
there's wood. Meanwhile, it does look like there is some action happening over in the terrace here.
Nice.
We have Veer, Scare, and Sinetto going against Chance, Mason, and Donnie right now. Here's a team that had to fight.
Okay, never mind. They're just rotating off of this.
Donnie to go ahead and bring his
they're
team
rotating
straight
off
to the
of this.
finals.
Smart play.
So far,
just preserving your life
showing here with the standoff,
could
so things are looking a little
be an
better for
issue
them
maybe
today.
in terms of loot.
Yeah, and it's
or
just a
them
little
having
slow,
surge.
a
I
little
don't know if they
sluggish
would
compared to
crack.
what we were seeing in
I
games
didn't
2
pay
through
much
5.
attention to
2
that.
through 6 yesterday, so Storm Surge is definitely going to hit hard if they're
Think
not
fight
prepared
going
for
on.
it. Skate or Dash, they have a 2v1, try to break into the box, but they get denied entry.
This is a different
That's
fight, or
Aaron
this is
Nerdbase, Joji on the other side, and this is exactly what you're talking about.
This is
The
a
longer you
different trio, I'm
take in
pretty
these
sure, no?
off-spawn fights, this is going to happen more times than not.
Oh,
Yeah,
this is
it
like
creates a
disgusting spawn fight.
cascading or
All Roji and
compounding
his trio
effect
can't
for
catch
the
a break.
rest of the lobby. But look at this, DC, Awesomer, and team caught that third-party trio that was just
Noah
lurking
W
on the
is down. They
outskirts
get
trying
the
to see
thirst,
if they
though.
can
Don't
jump
have
in
some
and
spare
find some
health.
action. It's Polis and Listen.
Oh, that's Polis.
who are
Okay, that's what I
left
see. Polis.
standing
That's
here
what I was
as
looking
Potter
at.
was the first to fall now.
I thought
Still, though,
Polis was
can't count this
Poil
team
all
out.
yesterday.
Still clean 2-on-2 action right now. Great tags from both sides and
Okay.
forced down to low ground right now.
Just kind of pressuring them out. Got to imagine they must know contested over there at Hopeful Heights. The loot's got to be low, especially with one of their players down. But Power getting eliminated as well kind of
that's
makes
the
this a little bit
quad
more of an
refresh,
even
too.
fight. So not going to get aggressive, I feel like, as they'd once hoped. I think for Polis and Listen, depending on where they
This
came
is
from, I feel like they
unlucky.
can kind
I
of
feel like
disengage
Chaos
on
would
outward
want
and try
to
to
not
get that
have to
reboot,
fight
because
this.
they know Chaos and DC still have to not only acquire their reboot, but figure out where they're even going to go after
Ooh,
that. But
he gets a
Listen
good crack.
stacking himself back, trying to go for a sneak
Super
attack
low.
onto Chaos. He let his teammate orb out, hoping they would take the bait. Hook, line,
And
and
it's
sinker.
just
They not only
unlucky,
took the
yeah.
bait, but they get eliminated for it.
Oh, he's getting
Now here's
beamed up
what's
from that
crazy.
team.
There are 2 more teams rotating into the Hopeful Heights. This is very, very different as compared to yesterday. We were wondering what strategies were going to be coming into play here, and it seems like teams have noticed, hey, this contested fight could be one that we can pick on, but it's almost like multiple trios.
Everyone's
have
watching.
had that same idea
Peterbot,
in
Cold,
mind.
Rituals,
We'll see how that affects
in a
the
fight,
center map,
near
given that they're
whipping.
playing more of the outskirts. Ritual, Peterbot, and Cold, though, have rotated Coastal here towards the west, given that the zone's pretty much on top of them at this point, so they're going to be content to take this fight. What we noticed yesterday was that in their 6 games, their early game surge battles, or really farming for eliminations here, is what set them apart.
Trying
on the
to
standings,
see if they
allowing
can.
them to remain
I think they're
competitive.
playing for they, at least from
actually
my idea, I think they should be
Crazy.
playing
Since forming
for
as a trio, they
Storm
won at least
Surge,
one
but they
game
easily could take this
in
whole. Yep,
every
that's his
6-game
crack on
final
Turbot.
until yesterday, but still in second
Gets up to
place, goes
150
show that I
though,
feel like
so
today for them is not just about winning the
on a full
FNCS. It's about vengeance. It's about
benefit.
getting revenge on how they were playing
Peterbot
yesterday.
needs to be careful
Peterbot
here.
holding that pressure. I feel like this team uncontested at Whippy Warp.
Second place is a lot, or third place is a lot closer to second place, and second place is first place. He dies early this fight without much impact, then he's going to be fighting a lot harder to get out of there, get out of the
No respect.
top
Cole
3 and
just
finally make
builds
it
right
first
over
place.
them, forces them out, and they go
Still pushing this
running.
fight.
This team recognizing that going up against the likes of Cold, Peterbot, and Ritual in a box-to-box fight with no advantage.
I don't think know if they're Prez. Do they know Prez is still there?
Risky, but seems like Press was left behind, and Peterbot,
Yes,
Ritual,
they
and
do know
Cold are
Prez
looking
is
to
still there. I'm
swarm in
pretty
here.
sure.
Yeah, Peterbot's
By
just
the
kind of
sounds
playing
of it.
to keep them down there, waste their time essentially. Cold, Ritual,
Oh, they had
can
this.
try
He
to
didn't have his
handle
wall.
this
Never mind.
2v1.
I thought he had his
While
wall.
they do have a good
But that would
numbers
be
advantage,
such a good
we gotta
edit.
be careful. Prez looking to push the 1v1 against Ritual. Luckily for him,
On that
Peterbot
wall, they
returns to
don't
the
know.
fight, making sure they have a strength in numbers continuously
They
throughout
have
this
good
whole
heals. They could
exchange.
easily sit here for a while. Storm Sickness is really the only biggest thing, but I don't think these games have gone to heal off. They've all been
Build starting to run low, it seems like, for the
pretty
trio on the run now.
solid.
Clixie, Press, and Drewbot have to put up some kind of defense here or get left behind. There's the knock that comes through, and you can see the scan associated with
That's the
it. All
finish.
the info being fed to Cold here that this team is long gone now. So they go Oni masking
Ooh, that's unlucky. You don't want
across,
to get hit in the sky
full
like that.
risking it.
Yeah, right now
Dude,
they
I
already
would
know
love
they're
to know the
separated. They got that first
comms
solo
on this
down. I
trio.
know they went two
Not
different
Peterbot, like
directions.
Drewbot and all of them.
2v1 at the top. Drewbot,
Oh,
this is
Cold.
the only 1v1 you're gonna
Cold
get.
somehow
It's
gets it. He needs to get the
Leaderboard
stars
above
insta.
Cold.
Thank you.
Almost gets
And he
taken
has
down.
barrels too. Or
Narrowly
not barrels,
surviving. That was the
bandies.
2v1.
And that's
Drewbot
just out of the
hit
scare.
launch
You
pad,
just
and man, he
can't.
thought he was gonna get away,
You
but
can't
an
do
aim
that
like
with
that from
Peterbot.
Peterbot
You
basically
can't launch
serving
pad
him
with
that
Peterbot
elimination on
because
a
he's
silver
just gonna
platter.
insta beam you.
Meant just to survive.
Nice,
and be
Kanata.
safe, and you
Going back
see
to
the
him.
health just go flying back up. That's got to feel really good.
Let's fight with
Rapid,
Diego
Kanata,
in
and
this
Bolts
trio.
have been trending upwards.
Oh, they got the
slowly,
Oni mask
steadily.
though. That's pretty good.
Seems like they're continuing to keep everyone on their toes here. This is Diego and Ralphie on the other side of the wall. Possessed on the run right now.
DX
Seems
aim.
like The pressure is just a little too much to handle here.
Godwood's trio collected a bit.
And this is something that I feel like a whole different change.
They can fight this forever how long they want. The only issue is that teams might be pushing them, but this is no, they're not going to get held in zone for this one, so I don't particularly care how long this fight takes.
Their eyes on and Kanata Rapid and Bolts. If they see you as a team that they look weak, they're immediately going to try to fight, especially since they have so much respect around their drop spot. There's not many teams that loot up, land, or even kind of let their presence known on this side of the map. This is almost a must-take fight for them, especially since it's so isolated.
Yep.
Well, Bolt's got his eyes here on the prize right
now. They edit
now,
this
so
wall. Oh, I was going to say, imagine they edited that wall.
Their exact position here. Things start to slow down.
They're trying to pre-edit.
Is that a pre-edit being made right now? They are ready for action.
Sneaks a solid shot in with AR. Definitely drops him out of them.
But they really pull out all the stops to try to win this fight. But you
40 builds, decent amount of health. Realistically, this is Kanata's fight to lose.
And that's something you got to make sure for
they only lose this by
a couple of shots, just scratches, just like that.
Making a mistake here.
On the other side, but they're getting forced down low.
So much heals. I mean, granted,
running low as well.
The Eagle Rouse also has some good heals. They have that pre-edit, I'm pretty sure. Yep, that's a pre-edit. Gets it. So much shield being used here. Still, Kanata is in the advantage here. Gets one knock on Diego.
I was just gonna say, I like what I'm watching from Bolts. The pre-edits, the walls,
wish we got to see that one.
Everything absolutely ready for action.
Getting DXA in. They just have to push him in. They're not gonna do it though. Not a bad idea. Oh, Rapid gets knocked down too. You don't like to see that one.
Successful for Possess's trio here, and now things are kind of set back for Kanata and Bolts here, where it was looking seemingly perfect.
They're gonna disengage from this. Do you think they got?
They grabbed the reboot card.
Okay, they grabbed the card. Do you think they got the card?
No need to take the risk. They got the damage they were looking for, and back to the Demon's Dojo they go.
Oh my God, this Peter Rob fight. Peter Rob was unconned, so I think they rotated inward on him.
Ritual going back to Flooded Frogs. We talked about the spare loot that they do leave behind.
95 builds, yeah. Just getting out of the fight's not even that bad of an idea. They have a decent amount of zone. Their zone takes a decent
throughout the course of the day yesterday. And for Nut, Liam, and Fredbot, they did almost a decent job for the most part, defending against the onslaught.
Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. Want to use pre-edits, and then I use it, and I just get frustrated because I can edit my pre-edit.
Forcing them to disengage, go for the reboot, and think about a plan B.
Yeah, Muzz
Peterbot and team not happy that Fredbot is hitting his drop, right? Remember, they leave a ton of excess heals and loot.
I don't see
potentially even only Void Mass there as well. So for them to just go ahead and double back, they are quite literally feeding off of the Flooded Frogs drop. So they're kind of double dipping there. Very interesting.
We'll see how that affects Peterbot's trio here.
Muzz, Japco, and Rise though took some of the most damage yesterday. You saw that.
Can imagine.
They also dished it back out. Top 3 performance for Muzz, Rise, and Japco. What a turn of events for them.
Thieves, Threats,
definitely had opportunity for more as well. Threats, Aviv, Booga. I'm hoping to see more of this team today because how phenomenally they played on the leaderboard. Their statistical kind of upbringing on the yesterday's day. This is a team I feel like they can no longer be able to fly under the radar. This is a team who must have had the VOD review, the way they go to the slow side, and the way they're just comprised as a team. Booga individually played with both Threats and Aviv throughout the duo competition. Threats has a long history with Booga as well, and then you kind of mix Threats and Aviv. They have familiarity. This is a team, I know they kind of let go of Reed in this competition to kind of bring Aviv to the roster, but I think so far that move has proven to be the right one for them. A lot of our team changes throughout we've seen the off-season are proven to be fruitful for them.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure duos was only from 2021 to
favorably.
2022 to 2024.
That initiated the call, so who better to know other than the
this is just
themselves of their groups, and honestly,
yeah.
Intuition is all it takes sometimes. Take a look at this though. Not looking great for Aoxy, Pikes, and Jojo here. They're gonna be forced out. Acorn, Aegis, and Pollo have eyes on this team,
unlucky TPs.
And I was gonna ask the question: how do you keep up with the pace of Peterbot's Cold and Ritual's elimination?
Again,
chains,
still like these
Aegis, Pollo, and Acorn might just be able to keep that gap a little bit closer if they can secure these elims.
They're just trying to get inwards.
See how
cracked.
consistent they're playing. Top 4 and 5.
Oh, you get the knock. Doesn't matter.
He gets another knock onto Jojo, just up and over.
No mask refresh.
And honestly, I had a feeling this was gonna happen when we had that overhead view. They're trying to void out, and then you see Pollo and Aegis moving in. outside of zone when they see voids like that, they're immediately going to go. They already know they have a knock on to one. They're still closing the distance.
I don't think they know where he is. They just don't make any noise. Oh, they did.
Fruition, but they finally heard it at the other end. That's going to be Pollo. That's going to be Acorn who hear that one. Call back for Agers. They have a 3v2. So this is a fight I feel like they're going to see to the end.
I was going to say, I think this works out because I'm pretty sure the Storm had dropped one of them. So now they get the elimination credit here. If anything, this kind of plays into their favor right now.
Just unlucky.
Either way, the points are added up. 3 eliminations now for Acorn, Agers, and Pollo, setting themselves up to continue to hold a strong lead here. Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, although
Peterbot getting
it's basically
the most broken medallion in the game.
All I'm gonna be thinking about here today is
1,000 damage above Storm Surge.
Point gap right now. They will have
there has to be a faster way to
placement points
get that medallion.
However, that hasn't been the case for them, at least if you're only looking at the
yeah, they have to loot up this brick. At least Peterbot does.
Yeah, the reason why they're even in contention right
not
now
too far
is
away.
just
Bulls, Rapid, and Kanata.
Get eliminations in situations that not very many people can.
Lots of brick in this area.
Medallion played a huge role in some of the
two Onimas. I would like to see. Oh my god, wait, they're actually really shambles. I'm not gonna lie. Not great on mats, only decent on shields. No shotgun, low to no shotgun ammo. Very little SMG
just
ammo.
outside of Demon's Dojo, and you can see them dropping
their
that
best mobility is that Typhoon Blade, which gets a little hairy in Endgame.
On the map versus what that medallion actually gives you, and that's why you typically see that medallion kind of left on the side because of the give and take that it perceives.
Yeah, I forgot what medallion they're talking about
here. A little bit of a standoff right now. Opportunity potentially arriving here for 20 Broken and Void.
20.
Ooh, and another team kind of sliding on the outskirts here, thinking about jumping into this battle. Meanwhile, Bila, Quanti, and Edgy are very much in a full-on engagement
Foxy
here.
is not too bad. They have a lot of water.
Foxy Floodgate.
And Water Spirit. Storm Surge activated, though.
Bucky, Savage, and Ocus. Okay, so it's a
these teams
spot.
are
fight for
pretty
sure.
good on health. So
just kind of one of those things that naturally happen. Bucky and his team land over towards Foxy. They set up all around it. Bila, Quanti, Edgy, they land at the edge.
Ooh, Victor V is searching for the... Wait, who's getting hit by... Yeah, Victor V is looking to get some type of storm surge damage. Unlucky. That's not what you like to see.
For them as Booga, of even threats survive over at Seaport City, and another team that hasn't had to rotate far in this game from their actual drop spot, which is Seaport City.
You'd think that they have a little bit more storm surge
You saw them holding this base here, but Skittles' team was down low, kind of playing the insides, and it was just a matter of time.
I think it's more of a matter of trying to get
the only option, and
storm surge
all of a sudden now you're going against a team that has performed very well in the weekend here. They maintain their 5th place position pretty steadily now. Sphinx, Cooper, Vidil, the only team to pick up back-to-back victory royales yesterday on the NAC region. Talk about a performance for this trio right here. And even that wasn't enough to keep them up inside the 1st place, given that they fell in that last game in 17. So pretty difficult end to the evening. However,
yeah, it's not what you like to see.
They have shown themselves to be one of the greats here on the region right now, and honestly one of the more decorated teams, given that Vidil made the travel here. Talk about commitment.
Okay, I was like, I thought he would look behind him and have like stare with the wall at this turn. I'm like, wow, this is insane peak.
I'm like 80% sure, and 80 is a high margin. I'm like 80% sure there might be a team fishing from the island.
You can
literally
do that?
fishing from the islands. That
I didn't see that. Well, so Bolts, Rapid, and Kanata are desperately looking for some type of storm surge, because where they are right now, sure they're above, but very soon they're not going to be above. Trying to get that. They get 21. Forgot if that's below or above what they had before. 45 above. That's for sure above.
They even took that
Oof, you don't want to get hit like that. Now they're below.
Storm and found a full set of eliminations. So for them to make that decision,
desperately trying to get some type of damage.
Very much
80 above.
One.
Still need some type of.
You still have Peterbot's team sitting up top, and then Bolt's Kanata and Rapid here, kind of base underneath.
A little bit under the rest of his heals.
I was gonna say I saw lightning from that angle. I'm like, there's no way Peterbot's getting hit right now, right by the surge.
Peterbot has over 1,200, like 1,200 damage, like
above the threshold here. Very comfortable position to be in.
And they have decent height. We see Clicks and Batman Booga still up.
Or already set
Can't particularly see if Yamzo's still there.
Look at this, they're not quite safe, so they are
65
going to have
teams
to make
left.
a decision of what spot that they're going to go for, and the marker seems to be, hey, let's just get out of the harm's way.
1,113
this
above.
is something very, very similar, not exact, but Vivid broke this down in day one. Because they're able to accumulate such high damage numbers, they don't even need to be the team highest up on the mountain. They're going to position somewhere safe where they know teams are going to have to rotate in. They continue to accumulate damage, and they're in a spot, like I said, because there's teams above them, there's not going to be very many chances for people to end up box to box against Peterbot Cold and Ritual, trying to take them down.
16th below.
Sphinx, Vidil, and Cooper.
Trying to get something out
16 below the damage threshold, even though they
They'll
usually figure out a way to make it work and find the damage that they need.
Still alive.
Situations like
Get
this
some of that
give them
damage.
some
That's
scary
30 on.
games with their backs
Trying to look in
potentially
zone,
up
see
against
if
the
they see
wall.
anything.
Yeah,
Oh, they have Degen right below them. This is perfect for them. Ooh, should have come. Ooh, get some heavy damage. 50. Oh, they're above now. Degen could easily get Degen right here. I'm not gonna lie. They're gonna get. They got Degen. Someone got Degen. Trying to see if they can get it.
Someone seems to have found Degen, who is
that's not their wall.
there on the side.
Yeah,
No credits for
they're barely
Cooper
above.
and Sphinx there. However, Swappy gets knocked in this entire wild exchange here of teams looking inside. They're back into the action
oh my god,
right now,
we finally got one. We finally
pressure's
got one.
on now. They know where they stand, right? On
I got you.
On the leaderboard
Just, call
for
me whenever.
damage here so far, so I'm sure they
no,
are
good, man.
recognizing there's still danger looming. It's a good time to rotate now, given that the zone's already revealed itself. It's pulling further and further east-north. It's not going to be too bad to play off of for them.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a blessing for a good majority of the teams here going off of that mountain. But now you got to start being proactive, start to really think where the zone could end up. If it pulls towards the south, we're going up mountains, so you got to be prepared with a lot of materials.
Looking really good in terms of match. I'm gonna try to get that. Go on, Noxie.
Disastrous zones. We saw it throughout the course of the day yesterday. And then, of course, if it goes north or east, that's kind of even.
Someone gets to pick on Virgo.
Not too treacherous, just cold. Peterbot from Ritual, even
though
they're falling down that damage threshold,
Sphinx.
they're still figuring out a way to maintain their position above everybody else.
Dude, they're in
Cooper, Sphinx, they're the
they're
ones
below. They're trying to get some
in and
type
out
of
that
damage.
threshold. First we see them below, then up, and then now below yet again. This is kind of forcing their hand around.
Oh wait, Yamsu? The Yamsu kick?
This is looking pretty
No, he
problematic
got
for
some.
them
Okay.
right now.
Oh,
They
Click
can't
out
find
whole
a team
Click
rotating to the
got a whole
south.
squad wipe.
Sphinx making the right call to
Ooh,
play
got
for a different
gifted on
angle
that
now.
one.
The deal though, sitting in the cone, gets granted some mats here.
Love
Someone
to
gets
see that
eliminated
one.
above them, but they don't need mats.
So many
They need,
splashes too.
they need damage. They know it. At least some extra heals is
I
going to
popped
be
this
very much
splash
welcome
because
here.
no, they're gonna go back to it.
For anything here, barely above. Barely.
it's just down,
And that probably
edges
comes
above.
due to the fact that a team was not there, so could have just been luckily played out for them at this moment. However, they're not safe just yet.
That train almost ripped through all those trios down below. Luckily they saw it, spaced themselves just far enough. 44 damage, they're doing just enough for Vidil, Cooper, and Sphinx. They not really have to worry about that active surge. They can kind of focus on this rotation.
Mid-game.
But while they're sitting pretty, having to get surge, you can see Peterbot Cold, Ritual, they found a target. That's Virgo, that's going to be the first one to drop. See Swappy up towards the top, he's going to go down as well. And that was somebody that we saw get knocked just a few minutes ago. He got revived and got taken down again.
Crazy, these elims. Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual starting to find right now. Continuing to trend their way up the standings right now. Meanwhile, Muzz, Jacko, and Rise holding on by a strong margin now on the damage standings. It's just a matter of making it to endgame at this point for them. Two elims sitting themselves nice and strong here, and
yeah, they're just scoped on mats and health, spare health too. Not much.
See Craze,
There's Liam.
Bucky,
He's
and
taking
Otis
some
there,
health though.
kind of
Please
positioned
chilling.
pretty strongly right now.
Flicks, Yamzo,
Might
Kevin,
be
Buga still up.
They are the team that's going for
G-Money
the
still
dub
up.
right now. Oh, yo, Acorn
Buga
Agers,
still
though.
up.
7
Aviva's
eliminations.
low.
What has been going on here?
Fredbot, Peterbot couldn't kill. Still up. Kanata still up. Rapid still up. 1,400 above on Poyo and his trio. This is insane.
Had his eyes peeled, able to take that one away. 1,400 damage, almost 1,500 above the threshold. No real reason to peek, just like everybody else.
It's getting looked at. Not what you want to see. Him, Rapid, and Kanata are split up. Trying to get some return damage on Peterbot. Poyo does end up getting it.
Revenge shots before he has to reclose that build, knowing that
it's not the best looks for this trio right now because Kanata is barely hanging on for life.
Do notice Bolts
they are below water though, so if they want to, they can edit that down and just get some type of
zone and the way things are playing out for them.
Floppers, sardines, anything.
Pretty much, yep. Very limited
Small
materials. This is a team that is desperate for a refresh right now. Up they go
Rabbit
with
just
the
gets
beamed.
So does Kanata. Just Bolts alone. Bolts and Rapid.
And it's all up to Bolts
here
pretty much.
Everyone's team. It's not looking good. I've only mastered his last bit of shield.
Difficult position to be in.
Sees Rapid.
Given the settings, Bolts is not even sure if it's worth getting to his teammate right now.
Ocus.
Meanwhile, we talked
Beam.
about Ocus.
Low HP.
Craze and Bucky up top here, and they continue to have a little bit of high ground. Bolts goes for it. What is happening
not what
here?
you like to see, honestly.
Very questionable.
Rapid,
to say the
low
least.
HP. He's just trying to play timeout. Gets D money. Damage on D money.
Unfortunately, he will get punished here. Meanwhile,
On high, one single build to his name.
Not even inside the top 10 yet.
Money.
Like
26 health.
Everything collapsing now.
That does not go where he wants it to. He gets taken out. Not nice. Cold and Peterbot are just on low.
But at least they're going to
They're
get more
on
right
low,
now.
full
Front of
HP,
zone,
nice man.
Muzz, Rise, and Yapko, they're doing good.
Aegis Boyer's Acorn. Same thing, chilling. Probably looking for some type of health, looking for some type of beam. Fuga's alone, on low. Aegis trying to get some type of alt damage. Gets in, gets Fuga. Wants to get that thirst, instantly gets that thirst. That's 75 Siphon. Cold. Trying to take height. Height gets chopped, takes fall damage. Ocus going for height as well. That's a solo. 8 build, 6 build, says no. Trying to fight for doing a 1v1 with Peterbot. Recognizes he should probably drop. Only one build to his name.
Everyone is here in his territory. No longer
83. 130 damage. Cold. Ocus drops for fall damage. Cold. Gets a whole trio out. Peterbot on height, as always. Aegis on low. Cold, Cooper and Spinks on low. Aegis is solo though, looking to try to get something. Tries to fight the trio. They might know that he's a solo. Drops down. There's a sword. He's trying to get the zone. On a wall. Gets some mats. One build. Can't make anything happen. Diamond Buga and clicks. This is for the chance to get to break the 4th place curse. Spinks, Cooper and Vidal, all the trio up, but really poor on mats. Not what you like to see. Health low. Vidal down, Spinks down, and they go down. Clicks and Yamzo on low. Peterbot, Virgo, Rituals, Cold, Clicks and Yamzo, and he gets the solos down to 2v3. Yamzo and Clicks on low. Peterbot's entire trio on height. Yamzo tries to make for play, gets beamed out of the sky. On low, Peterbot gets beamed. He has no builds. Cold gets one. Clicks on height. Low HP, getting the thirst. Peterbot, Clicks is taking heal. Taking heal loss, no spare health. They're just gonna wait him out in storm. Clicks tries to make a play. Gets one, gets two. Peterbot might not have gotten the win yesterday, but got the win today.
Now we're talking here. Put the big boys on the menu, on the map, and give them what they deserve.
Finally.
And that's a victory royale in a hard-fought one as well. And also, credits to Clicks. The way he was able to once again find himself in the end game, continuing the pace out of yesterday's performances. What a game one. The heavy hitters are out to play. And look at this high ground retake here from Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, really earning themselves, cementing themselves on the top spot here deservedly.
Yeah, and it's all about the timing of when you take high ground.
That was finally like an actual solid. It was actually probably, I'm not gonna lie, after some of the games we had yesterday, it's just, that win felt kind of meh, no?
That goes to show that it is not over just yet. Zeke, Kelly, Vivid, what do you think of this resurgence?
Zeke. Blaze.
It's happening! Alive!
Yes. I'm so sorry I'm not listening to Zeke talk, but let us talk about FNCS and the standings. Let's put it like that. So, I said that it was anyone's game. Anyone could win it. As long as you were in the top 7. This was the top 7 yesterday. I said if you were top 7 above, you had a chance to win it all. Well, well, not anymore. Peterbot moves ever so closely to Poyo. Only 40, I think that's about 40 points behind Poyo. That's so doable. While Muzz is almost 100 points below Peterbot. Clicks plants himself back into that 4th place spot. Can he move up or down? We will find out. But he's only 1 point behind Muzz. Vidil and Cooper and Spinks 3 points behind 4th place. Aviv, Buga, and Threat 6 points behind 5th place. And then after that, there's the next biggest jump. Rapid Kanata and Bolt in 7th. Noxy, Virgo, and Curly in 8th. Visuals, Braids, and Amish in 9th. Bucky, Okus, and Crazed in 10th. Bucky did move up since yesterday, but we're seeing teams like Oliver OG drop. Teams like Jack Blake, and Cease go up a little bit, and Victor V went down. This was something. This game really just made it so it's a 1st and 2nd place competition while someone's fighting for 3rd place, and we will see how far it goes. Again, as I said before, Poyo needs to have maybe one more bad game. Peterbot and his trio need to have one more good game for us to see a chance where Peterbot reclaims the title as FNCS champion for the 4th time in a consecutive row. But nonetheless, let's watch.
For me, that right there, winning game number 1 of day number 2 has to be such a huge confidence boost, not only for the trio, but for them individually.
Ooh, you know they feel so good. You talk about composure, and I'm about to lose my composure at these standings, which we'll look at when we come back from this break. I fooled you. I know I didn't. That's okay. Listen, we're gonna take a break. When we return, we'll take a look at what these new standings look like. So stay tuned. We'll be right back with the FNCS.
One minute. Actually, it's gonna be closer to like 5 minutes till the next actual game of FNCS starts. I don't know what to do. Like, I had a whole day to think about what to watch on stream, and I just didn't even do it. Really watched the Aussie Antics video about day 1, focusing mainly on NA because that's the one we care about. But yeah, this is, again, it's at a point where it's not even close, or not close, but 3rd place is a mile away. It's really just a competition for 1st place, and it's between 2 teams. The same team so has always had 1st place, so.
What is going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to the FNCS. Okay, so those standings I was talking about. Yeah, we're gonna take a look at those, and we're gonna see. Remember before, this gap was a lot wider.
Oh.
But after that last Victory Royale, suddenly Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot are only 40 points behind Pollo. That is not good, Kelly. I'm scared.
I mean, I think that's great. From 90 points to 40 points is an incredible jump, but also to see that Agers, Acorn, and Pollo also still able to get a handful of eliminations that game. I really think that that just speaks to how good they handle this early game aggression, Vivid.
Yeah, I mean, what an incredible game, honestly. You know, picking up 6th place, 9 eliminations right there. It was kind of like the classic Acorn, Pollo, and Agers game right here. They were just positioned so well throughout the entirety of the game, just finding, you know, consistent, really good spots. I believe it was actually this 8th zone or 7th zone. They found a cute little spot right under the bridge, right where they could stay isolated from the rest of the lobby and just take some free shots. So super well done by them, and they just kind of carry that into the end game. Honestly, I think they fell a little bit short. They would have actually liked to have performed better. I think at some point around, you know, the 10th place, they actually fell short, which is going to be right here, but still plus up a 6th place, which is honestly incredible.
Honestly, for that trio.
We need a masterclass on how Agers is able to stay alive as long as he can. I think that's either game 3 or 4 that he is a solo for the last few zones there. And although he may not have been able to grab that many more eliminations like what we saw him be able to do yesterday, still, even just going from 8th place to 6th place to 5th place can just hold you up on the leaderboard like what we're seeing right here. Although they share the amount of eliminations with Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot, which is also phenomenal. I mean, getting 14 eliminations in that game, actually tying themselves with Booga, Aviv, and Threats for the most amount of eliminations we've seen during this final so far. This is just, I mean, there's a reason why NA is so top heavy compared to the rest of the regions.
Yeah, no, this is crazy. It feels to me like we're not even trying to play for the blade at this point. It feels to me like Pollo and Peterbot are just saying like, hey, we're just playing for those 2 spots. Like we want to be the ones to go ahead and lock that up first. And everyone else, we just want y'all to know we are very much a threat going into the Global Championships. Now, Clicks, listen, we saw that, okay? 2nd place there, Clutch, by yourself in those moments to now move up 2 places. We're looking at only 1 point behind Muzz, Yapo, and Rise.
Yeah, he could place it, break the 3rd place curse and place what?
To see them pop
3rd
off like this
or
is
4th
so
place
amazing.
Curse and place 3rd
you can really
instead.
tell they took that day 1 really seriously, right? They really said, okay, what do we need to shore up? And then immediately to show up like this, a 2nd place in the 1st game of the day? Oh my gosh.
This is the Clicks Eom Zone Batman Booga that we know and love, that we've seen throughout the last few weeks of competition, being like pretty much shambles on the low ground, having no heals and no mats, but still going on the aggressive, making sure that they're still able to get those refreshes, get that loot, stay on the low ground there, and going from 6th place up to 4th place is, you know, still a better, that's an improvement.
Yeah, no, he's just stuck himself in that 4th place curse again.
Made it within like arm's reach to actually clutch that up right there at the end, though, as well. Unfortunately, you know, Cold on the other side, one of the best players in the world. But the leaderboard is honestly crazy, Zeke, because right now the points separating 3rd and 6th place, 10, just 10 points right now, right? It is so close between Muzz, Yapko, and Rise in 3rd place, and then Booga, Aviv, and Threats in 6th place. Literally just 10 points. And I also kind of got to shout out our teams on, you know, NA that are playing these finals right now. Kelly's talked about it. You know, it's so stacked. Coming into the day, the top 6 teams on the leaderboard all found themselves in the top 10 of that game, right? So everybody is fighting and playing so consistently.
Oh man, to think this is gonna be a nail biter the whole day. That's what we're here to see. With that being said, though, you know what time it is. It's game time. So Monster D-Phase, JPR, take it away for game number 2.
This is going to be amazing if it continues in this trend. Obviously, we have a big point gap between 1st, 2nd, and the rest of the competition, Monster. But this is really going to go down to who makes the first mistake of these 2 teams.
Which means that, like, what,
it's not Acorn's team's fault. They set the bar so high, but 3rd place is still a podium finish, and it is a very close competition. Muzz, Rise, and Yapko just, you know, ever so slightly holding on there. Not the greatest performance for them being inside the top 3. Now you have a point separating them, it seems like, from Clix's trio, who is very much flying up the standings right now. So I am excited to see even what they're going to do here now.
Peterbot just needs to like, what, top 5 with a couple kills? Really, they just have to get like a top 6 with like a trio wipe.
Throughout 7 games so far,
plays top 10.
We do have an elimination leader,
probably,
but it's not as clear cut as the last 3 major events on this region. Cold leads with 28, right behind him. Peterbot Agers 27, right behind him Poyo with 26. Just outside of that gap, Threats with 21 and Clicks with 20. It just goes to show how aggressive and how close these matches actually are.
I wonder who this team in blue is. That's like in the middle. That like was just like standing doing nothing for a little bit. Oh, I got an all-spawn fight between Victor V, Chimp. Never mind. Never mind. G-Money's gonna take a little bit of damage on the way down. Can't even do anything about that one.
And you know what? We're
happy to see him
continue to find himself inside
these top-tier trios. I'm tired of people saying auto shotgun isn't good. Auto shotgun's low-key kind of, you just have to be able to use it.
Amongst the best as well, have their work cut out for them here at the
Should just max HP.
Yesterday's highlights were all about some of these early contested battles. It seems like they've decided it's not very much worth them fighting and throwing their tournaments away. So a little bit of a different mix.
This loot isn't even that bad. It's probably a better shotgun.
Inch their way into
better shotgun, maybe like a water sprite or mobility. That's what you need. Mobility, katana, Onimask, Typhon Blade.
If you kind of contest Magic Mosses and you don't finish it within the first couple minutes, there are so many teams around this area that will begin to kind of move over in this direction and try to third party. So that's that risk reward scenario. You got to start breaking down early, and that's where you're seeing a lot of these fights around the map kind of break out just like this, separated, kind of disengaged from each other before they actually go in and try to make a play.
Well, let's see if V or Scare and Sano can make a play here.
Yep.
Have to see some
V gets some type of damage. He does get hit for a decent amount though.
Had chances and saw moments of greatness coming out of their qualifiers, but Donnie, Chance, and Mason have just been showing them up so far. See how it's going to end up crashing out here.
Sento, ooh, gets beamed. Donnie gets beamed by Scares.
Put on his heels here for a moment.
V are looking to push. Mason? Yeah.
Chasing down Veer.
Mason gets Veer.
Soneto and Scares, they're trying to turtle back. They at least
shotgun,
got the
not a better
card,
one.
So
this
they can
shotgun.
escape this exchange. They can at least attempt the reboot card, but without too many materials. And you got to imagine what Soneto has him on as well.
Donnie gets a decent amount of damage before Scares can make anything happen.
No shield, but
Is that Mason? Oh, Scares gets low. I mean, that's not. That's Donnie. Scares does get low though.
They're going to continue to push this 2v1.
And Scares is just trying to get out of there as much as possible.
What went wrong? Something clearly, as they've given up a little too much there. Look at them hunting for the elimination before even saving their teammate. They're like, no, we need to get this guy out of here. No information from Mason being fed there, but very nice. So all in all, they kind of win the drop here. Scare still's got a reboot card, so I mean, they'll be okay to kind of bounce back and play this one out over some time.
Peterbot, cold, his trio, unconned. Honestly, it gets to a point where like, why even show them?
Serve cold, Peterbot.
Why even show them?
Game last round, 14 eliminations, putting themselves up amongst the highest performing rounds of Fortnite we've seen over this weekend. And if we see any more than that, that gap surely is going to be closing here.
A classic Peterbot cold in ritual fashion as well. Waiting for that perfect moment to contest the high ground while they knew the players up there, Bucky Oaks and Craze, were kind of holding it for so long, out of materials. And you got to give them their props though, because they stayed with no materials up there to fight against the likes of Peterbot cold and ritual. Just kind of the early game that
I was gonna say, how is Peterbot in flooded? Oh wait, does that TP thing take you into it or to it? You just hide in it. So like how it is over down at flooded, not flooded.
That's where they're gonna go on the chase, or kind of typically just move on over to Whiffy if they see nothing.
Yeah, Chaos Game and Noah and DC have definitely recognized that their biggest problem seems to be power, Polis, and Listen.
Noah W looks to be
coming in, trying to time their third
for
party.
some damage.
Take opportunity from them, so this time they've
it's a couple good hits
for them, welcomed them in, and look, they fend them off relatively easily now that the plays have been, or the hand's been shown, I guess we should say.
Out of all of this, though, I want to see Olive Row, G, Skater, and Dash kind of take advantage of what's going on here because they're the ones still looting up at Hopeful Heights while they push. Noah plays back, and then that third party of Power and his trio moved in as well. So that's setting themselves up to where they can kind of have the early game that they want. Go back there for Surge if they choose, or just kind of simply rotate north. The zone is broken. 20 Void just south of Mass Meadows, trying to take on the likes of Olaf and his trio down below. And you can see Broken, he's taking all the tops, the cones, so that way if they do try to run away, they have that extra angle that can immediately use.
Still looking for these angles though. Nothing big just yet. Ooh, nice little wall take right there. Smalley fights back for it though. Void inching his way forward, but no, walks into a trap. The side shot onto Void from NV Olaf. Almost sends him back to the lobby. Look at this, he's just waiting.
This person, I think I've seen this person Olaf
take back
before.
The wall there. Just wants them to make that edit, make them feel comfortable about jumping in.
And this is one of those fights for Olaf, Max, and Smiley. This is their first FNCS Finals experience.
Okay, I was gonna say, like, this is the first time I've ever seen this name before.
They don't have as much experience like some of these other players in this lobby. But I feel like considering the knowledge that they have, not necessarily want to take the fight, considering the materials as well, all the things coming into play.
Yeah,
I like how they're not necessarily forcing the engagement.
A little bit far away from his trio.
Trying to play the long game instead of short little wins.
See what Yamza's up to here with clicks. Batman Booga giving up their storm tower right now to go and get their farm on. Seems like they've lost a lot of time here. Actually, when it comes down to farming, surprisingly, not cap material this late into the early game. You'd think they'd be done. It's clicks up top. Who's canvassing? What was that?
No, I was about to ask, like, what are they kind of positioning? Because the zone's already looking like it's going towards the north. You see the edge of it just at Warrior's Watch. So that's going to allow them to kind of position on any of these high mountain surge bases. Because every team's going to be rotating on whether now or later on
building
in the
air is
game.
kind of scuffed,
so I'd like to see he's being proactive, doing just that. Shadow Curve, Tyler. They're fighting over this shrine. Trying to push Byla, Edgy, and Quanti off. This is where you can kind of replenish those water sprites.
I was gonna say, has they already popped it, or like, are they just trying to pop it?
Still on the move right now. See, kind of a lot of teams playing relatively passively right here as game 8 starts to take its toll here, but the clock continues to race on now.
I wonder, like, if like mental fatigue is ever like a thing they have to deal with.
Be a huge chance for them to go ahead and open up here.
There's so much games
Shadow
in such a short amount of time.
Careful. Oh, here comes Byla and Quanti.
Byla, Quanti, and Edgy trying to get out of that fight. Okay. Worth it. Oh, they're just repositioning, trying to take height.
Make a decision to kind of orb away. Kind of allows Curve, Shadow, and Tyler to rotate towards the zone, and then Edgy and them can kind of pick and choose. Do they want to beeline it right behind them, go a little bit north, move towards the south, take a slower approach? So even though they're eating the zone for now, it's just kind of setting themselves up for options. Agers, Acorn, Poyo, setting themselves just outside of Night Shift's forest, and this is where the fishing comes into handy. This is kind of allowing a lot of comfortability for his teammates that might be in surge bases. Even if you take damage, he knows they have fish coming, shield fish, floppers, small fry, to kind of alleviate any damage
Acorn, that they're taking rotating out.
And that's what helps a team like this.
Oh, is this the team that like it shows who's
get as much damage as they
I was like confused.
For later on in the game when it comes to
there's someone in between them that they don't know about.
Boya as well.
Nice. Just not using that many builds to get up. That's just unlucky. You don't get hit like that. Hopefully they know there's a mini below them.
A lot of opportunity now to farm tags here. He's got to get up quickly. Seems to be a full opponent base on the other side there.
And I believe Acorn's down there, like in that house. I think there's like a little pond in there. That's where he's fishing. And he's super safe. He doesn't even have to build, so nobody even knows he's down there fishing.
Basically up to 100.
At that point in time.
Just getting pushed.
Aviv and threats.
Not the best looks.
City,
what you want to see, but
zone pool for the lobby.
They basically know this drops ball in and out of their hands or back of their hands.
Rotate early, just outside of the edge.
Trying to use two analogies in one.
These teams back from the south, and that's how they can get their surge and then continue to do what they do best.
Dude, honestly, I just wish that Fortnite did what Valorant did and just like cut mid-sentence to do a sponsor read. Because I'm tired of it keep on showing the little gaming chair sponsorship. Just mention it and move on.
You know, to them in the early game. So this time around, I do expect them to leave the drop relatively soon, but they have Sphinx sitting up top here watching them right now. So it's a bit of a standoff situation here. It seems like they're not comfortable with the lost ground, so they're just going to go ahead and void out to the side here. And
probably the best bet.
Go for more of the longer range exchanges, but yeah, last game could have went really bad for them had they not picked up those eliminations a bit early. Rise, Japco, and Muzz have the Shattered Span being pushed out now as well, so time to abandon the drop and also find some activity here soon.
Should be a relatively easy rotation for them. Whether they orb their way in, use a combination of the launch pads. Because of the respect not only they have over towards Shattered Span, kind of not that many teams landing around them. You got to think Kanata, Bolton Rapid to the north, that Demon's Dojo. There's not too many teams that are currently going to be positioned on the east side of the map unless they made that proactive play to try to rotate to this side of the zone early. So that's going to allow a little bit more comfortability come out of Muzz, Rise, and Yapko, where they don't really have to worry about too many teams. Right now, they're just going to be focusing on their rotation, get their good spot, likely towards Demon's Dojo, where there's a lot of elevation.
See Cold Peterbot and Ritual update here. First time we've seen them not in the storm looking for fights right now, so a much different approach here as the zone has landed right on top of their drop spot right now. Last game they had options to go out to the coastal areas for fights. This time they decide, all right, we're gonna stay kind of in the territory. And I like this dynamic play style, right? Keeping the opponents almost guessing where they are.
It's like a switch up. Throughout like the first 5 games yesterday, we were watching them kind of play a standard Peter
It's always like this part of
game, that 6th and final game of the day. They were very passive, choosing to build
There's not much to do, not much to say, not much to commentate.
Take as many important
I wish that
taking that similar approach here,
more pros would do something just for the broadcast. Like,
even though you do see 4 on
I
the
want to see like a pro
proximity,
team to play rock paper
for
scissors in this
sure,
situation.
is at least going to try to make a play for that Shogun's
Because like
arena.
they're in a good position for zone, right?
Triple Oni
I'm assuming it's Peterbot, so they're pretty high on Storm Surge.
It seems like that is
Max mats.
what they're trying to set themselves up to do right now.
I don't know. I'm just saying,
no details
play some rock, paper, scissors or something. I don't want to look at you looking through a cone that I can't look through.
The odds are going to be very slim for who they're going to have to choose.
DJen, absolutely. No, Havoc getting beamed out of the sky trying to go for this medal.
To the top here. Don't worry, though. Peterbot and crew should be on their way shortly.
Yep. Oh, wow. You get beamed from that wall? Did not even know that. DJen, low HP. And he's getting fought by
the interaction or the attention of the boss as well.
NPC.
That's going to be a bit of a setback here.
Yeah,
but
Havoc, DJen, both low HP.
As well with Skittles
Ritual's
there, so
cold, trying to fight this medal. Peterbot's across the way, trying to do some damage on Chin, Victor V, while also trying to get this medallion. They know it's their win condition. They've seen it before. If all 3 of them can be a trio on height,
kind of separated
it's
as of now on that other side of the island.
Looking
they don't
a bit
even necessarily have to primarily focus on Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. They have options, a little bit of flexibility. You can fight them while they're going and fighting the Shogun boss at the top, or you can look all around the map on the west and south side of the zone and try to get surge from teams down below.
But first, though, whoever secures this medallion.
Whoa, wait, what?
Ritual,
Peterbot, and Cold are on, oh, they're above. I thought they were below. I'm like, what? Is it because they're not like over 1,000 on Storm Surge? So I thought they were below.
The unlimited sprint is just devious. It's so powerful.
Nice, there we go.
There it is.
Peterbot got their win condition
immediately. No time wasted.
So Poyo needs to play extra careful here.
The spot that they want to be in, and
because this trio
550
is
damage
fully capable of taking first place right now. They've gotten their win condition. We've seen it's their win condition. But that in height,
nonetheless.
We could easily see another Peterbot win. One for yesterday, one for today.
This positioning of Curly, Noxie, and Virgo, who have the high ground here. Plenty of options to choose from.
Pretty decent on Storm Surge. Just looking to probably see if someone's going to get in from zone.
Feed starting to light up now as activity starts to take its course.
Oh, Rise went down. Don't like to see that.
Rise go down as well. Probably that
Virgo, Elan Durrani.
That's probably what's breaking down. Virgo gets one on dash. Curly, Noxie, and Virgo, they just have all the time in the world, and that's the fight. You can kind of see it there. In the distance, some positioned high up on that mountain, others positioned low. But while they're fighting, playing for piece control, they're just sneaking shots in. And even though it's not a high damage number, it's that little bit of damage that really counts at the end of the day.
See if they can get more damage though, just so that they have nothing to worry about. This is what's really interesting, right? Like, we saw how the elite teams play when they have a huge surge advantage, and then you have a team like Curly, right, who are, you know, arguably just getting into things, really building up their reps right now. They could be playing for center zone, right, as opposed to kind of positioning themselves on these outskirts at this point in time. It's going to raise your chances of teams diving on you, so we'll see how it ends up playing out.
So, a couple players just scrapping outside of zone. That was Cease, that's Jack, that's Blake.
Oh, nice. Cease, Jack, and Blake all got one. They've
just been kind of scrapping against some of these teams towards the outside. Muzz, Yapko, they get that revive back onto Rise. He went down momentarily to Oliver OG and Skater, who lost one of their teammates as well. So it's kind of that give and take, that sacrifice that you got to make. And while others are struggling on one side of the zone, you kind of see the strategy from Agers, Pollo, and Acorn continuously playing out game after game. They're not afraid of sitting in the zone for as long as they need to, because these games, Monster, they haven't typically been going to heal off. A lot of the resources get used throughout the course of the end game, so there's almost nothing left.
Good,
so
sorry,
I realized
I was just
that,
looking for my mouse. That's why it took me a minute.
As long as we want, we can fish, we can loot the scraps, and then we can rotate late and get that perfect position while every other team is fighting just for the edge.
Talking about edge fights here. Pollo, Aegis, and Acorn are not safe just yet. They're going to be one of the few Void Oni masking in, which is going to put them right on that edge there. Fresh builds coming out should make them a target, but no. Everyone else is still trying to get situated here. This is the first we've seen the pump power kind of taking its toll here for an end game right now. So a very interesting end game. And oh, look at this. It's going up towards the magic mosses. All right. So we are getting some brand new end games in zone here today. Agers, Pollo, Acorn though, 198
Peterbot got Oreo.
Starting to pursue through the build. This is a quick highlight though from Peterbot and how they were playing the high ground there, just tagging players, finding their eliminations right now.
They're just max on everything.
Storm Surge shut off from 500 damage to 900 damage above the Storm
and
Surge
like
threashold. With only 2 eliminations,
they're just outside his zone.
They have many different
and
they
got beat. That's not what you like to see.
Peterbot peeks through. He's the only one that gets beamed in that moment. Ritual and Cold kind of thanking that opportunity, and you can see that the zone just a few meters away before they find their safety, so they're in no rush at this point in time to try to make it in. They're going to focus on interrupting this fight, especially if they saw in the feed Coopers was one of the guys that went down. They're just trying to
this is a really crazy edit, I'm not gonna lie. Sphinx down, the deal, Sphinx down, Cooper down, the deal's super low though. They're trying to get that.
2 victory royales yesterday, but a slow start today.
There's so much match there too, dude.
Very rarely would a team have all those edits just open.
They could just easily have Peterbot go for that loot,
shooting back at them,
secure it, and then everyone else went for it.
Control right now, and it really is starting to show. That refresh right there is going to go a long way as well here as we're starting to get towards
they're already doing really good on mats. Good on mats. Peterbot's almost maxed on AR. Maxed on shotgun ammo.
Like they might just be looking to do that.
Really depending on where these next couple of zones pull. That's why they're playing so patient, not necessarily just trying to beeline it into the zone. They know the chances of a couple more teams making that late rotation is going to be real. But instead of a full team, it's just going to be Sandman that gets spotted out. Great damage there. Unfortunately, whether he orbed or not, they know that he's weak, almost in shambles. As Fadil's running around trying to save the game. Only 85 above the damage threshold. With a couple of
I figured, like, dude, I kind of figured, I was like, ooh, you did, like, not you didn't sound good, but, you know, you sounded sick a little bit.
Oh, I didn't sound good, bro.
I was trying to be nice.
I'm still a little sick, but I'm eating sourdough bread and ramen and orange juice.
That's definitely a combination. I feel like you give me that at like 12, I could probably eat that. Now, I feel like my stomach would just...
potentially clutch up some serious points
It's only
here
4 p.m. here.
and keep his team in the
No,
competition.
like I mean like 12 at like 12 years old. Sorry.
And the run to the top
Oh,
here.
Yeah.
But I'm also
Sorry.
thinking that Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual couldn't have asked for a better zone right now.
No, my guy, it's like 12-year-old. Who won game 7?
Peterbot, Poyo, no, Peterbot, Poyo. Peterbot, Rituals, and whatever his Peterbot, Rituals, and Cold. I don't know why that was so.
I believe it, bro. Are they first place now?
Huh? No, they're in second place, but only by 40, because Poyo and his trio were up by 90 points at the end of day 1.
Sees an open wall on the rapid, but there's no angle there for him to land any successful shots. Agers, Poyo, Acorn, they're the ones that have.
Honestly, at this point, it's like a race for third place because it's really only between Peterbot and Poyo.
They're below though. They have to.
Oh, and Booga, right?
Booga's in 6th place. So Poyo, Poyo, it has 584 points. Booga has 422.
I'm calling it. Booga has 3 victory royales by the time the event's over.
3 victory royales, back to back, or like alternating? Oh, like okay, I thought you meant like 3 today.
Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Chase?
Hello? Oh no, did my audio go out? Hello? 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 Hello?
Chase?
I can hear you. Hello? Yeah, I can hear you.
Decisions have to be made either way.
I can hear you. Hello?
Teams will have to rotate. Yamzo clicks in Batman Booga now.
Oh no.
Active though in the low ground. No Elans as of just yet, but seems like they have a team on their wall.
Wait, hello? Can you hear me?
Clutching up big, 3rd place in that last game, trying to have a repeat performance, but Video still by himself from above the threshold to below 31. But shots like that is going to make it where he could smoothly move just 28 above, but it's not a feeling of confidence for him. He sees 2 teams fighting. He's immediately with the hollow twister trying to pressure.
Chase, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Even more damage, but no successful
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, my thing, either I think it might have been you. No, it's probably me.
Maybe. I had to check to see like if it was in red.
Crazy, Vidil's still standing, by the way.
What stream are you watching on? Oh, never mind.
The Twitch stream, yeah.
But hey, you give someone like Vidil all that material.
Yeah.
I mean, it's.
I'm also watching your YouTube stream on my other tab.
Oh, thanks, man.
Here. But the real battle starts now as the zone is starting to slowly make its way. Cold touches.
I think I saw C's. He's still up, but I think it's just him. I'm not 100% though.
And then, who's in 3rd place right now? Is it Ninja or Roofs 2K and Tfue?
Yeah, man, that's a trio. And tomorrow I have Algebra 1.
Oh, sick,
yeah,
dude.
man.
Nice. Hey, wait, is the cube in Cowboy Land, is that like a thing still?
No, that's next season. They already teased it.
It's typically the solo
yeah.
ones that are low on resource and materials.
Yeah, I think, what is it? C-Day and Dr. Disrespect, they have a collab dropping tomorrow.
Oh my god. Yeah, man.
Dude, you're welcome. I'm keeping it PG. I've caught myself 4 times.
Yeah, I know. Thank you. I was like, wow, that went surprisingly smooth. Bro, I was driving back from church earlier. For some reason, Matt called me. I'm like, what does he want? And I checked when I got home. He wasn't playing Fortnite. He just called me. I was like, okay.
No, he wanted to play Fortnite.
Oh, okay.
He woke me up at 11 o'clock. He said play Fortnite, and I said no. He's like, I have a squad. And I'm like, really? Who's your squad? And he's like, bro, just get on. He's looking for a squad to tell me he has a squad, so I get on.
Dude,
I went back to bed.
Oh, that's fair. I just wasn't at home. I was also. Sorry?
Wait, are you Catholic?
Huh, yeah.
That's what's up, bro. I'm Methodist.
Oh, okay.
They see the wood. They know it's a weakness. Clicks Yamzo, Batman Booga, try not to bite off more than they chew. You talk
dude, did you see Mr. Savage Mongrel Panzer got 8?
No, I actually didn't watch EU. I thought about it, but like I was just like, I wasn't home whenever.
It was some insane games, bro.
Really? I might have to go back to it. It'll be like a bad VOD review or something like that, but.
Making sure things are safe here.
I was still editing whenever EU was going on.
You can have all this control.
Dude, I saw your YouTube short. I was like, dang, dude, that's high quality.
Thank you, man.
Look really bad here. They start turning their focus.
Oh, Kanata on high ground.
Yep. Soccer to absolutely nobody.
It just seems like teams that
they go Booga on mid ground.
But no, that's Batman Booga. Oh, I see you. Yeah, I see Booga.
The early plays
Oh, Cold went down. So
yeah, it's just Peterbot, and he has the Invis medal though. That's his win condition.
Bro, it's like him every single game is by himself.
Yeah. Well, no, last game he had one, just like I think one other person on him with him.
In the first half, he was alive last like 3 hours.
Oh yeah.
They should just give him all his maps.
100%.
Like every time.
Once it gets to these like serious moving zones, to split like almost all their mats. Go frag and let Peterbot do his Peterbot things.
Oh, Booga's dead.
Oh yeah. Wait, Booga? Oh, he died to zone.
So everyone's cooking now. What can Peterbot do here? He's got Virgo in his sights, and down he puts
and Bucky's there too.
Big elimination there. He could use the mats.
The Maz is Noxy.
Bucky's not gonna do anything, bro.
Bucky's team on the other side.
Hey man, you could always stream. Oh, never mind. Clicks went down too. That's entire trio down. Peterbot trying to get in. Invis medal.
Even though he's moving so quick, he's taking his time. He's being precise about every single one of his moves. Staggers himself.
He probably just needs like one or two more.
He won that last game, and he's ready for a repeat.
Yeah, refreshes.
And again, he's smoothly moving to the front side of zone.
Oh no, not that team. Nope.
Yeah, no. Whoa! Apparently, they're all low HP. He just holds them in zone. That's an easy 3K. Oh, what?
Oh, that's Booga's trio that just died.
Yeah. Well, no, Aviv, this Agers, right?
No, Aviv died. That was Booga's buddy.
Oh, yeah.
To go on and slip back to the edge there, play the storm for a second, ride it out,
Agers
and then ditch the boss
Yep,
here. More mats for him.
Like, he has Siphon mats now. Seek G money down. He has to get that thirst. Oh, no.
He puts one down,
It's unlucky.
couldn't convert there, and now
Kanata.
it's a 3v3.
Kanata could get it, yeah.
Kanata's game to win.
Oh, they put the God Mask back in the game.
Oh, the 50. Yeah, I didn't know that they took it out until earlier today.
Yeah, I know. It was unlucky.
Dude, Kanata has the worst luck with drops. Because wasn't it a couple seasons ago? The yacht, apparently, he landed there and they took it out mid-season. And they found a whole new drop spot for FNCS.
It's only hope, but they continue to fall back. They have that strength in numbers.
Kanata wins this, dude. There's no way he dies to the trash can on
Kanata's
high
not
ground.
even looking to
Has
take
to.
any risks. He's like, hey, look, Rapid, take this shield.
But it's like
heal
9
up right
builds.
now. We need every advantage we've got, and now let's turn
It doesn't even
the
matter, bro.
high ground.
That guy
There
out
it
there
is,
is not gonna
tracking the zone
outdo him. He doesn't
perfectly,
have heals.
finding those
Now you
big
die.
gaps there,
Oh.
taking their time back and forth. It's just a matter of time here. There's no way Kanata's going to drop this opportunity. He should find it, but no.
Oh, I do where he went,
to the
though.
zone. Kanata's now ticking away here. He's lost sight. Osid's gone.
No
And he
way.
will
Wow.
win the game. What just happened?
Yeah, dude, that
How did
Invis.
they manage to fumble that?
From what we thought was a smart play.
Did that guy get the kill on Kanata's teammate?
I actually don't know. I don't know where his Kanata's teammates went. I saw Kanata, and then it was a 1v1 apparently.
I'll be looking, Monster. I'll be looking for a replay of exactly how he pulled that off.
We're gonna have to run that one back. I was surely counting them out, but I shouldn't have. After Olsen takes down Peterbot, he might have just had the clutch of his career.
Yeah, dude, that Invis medal. Oh, he had a small fries. That's how, yeah.
Down goes Rapid, and then he had Fish to work with. There it is, and that's how he wins the game in the end. A victory royale for Seek, J-Monster, and Olsen. Zeke, what do you have after seeing that one?
All right. Listen, this is giving me Donnie
Win's a win, bro.
vibes, okay?
Yep,
Like,
doesn't matter how you get it.
In what world should Osid get that victory royale? In what world should Osid solo clutch, take out Peterbot, get that medallion, and take that directly to a victory royale? This world, that's what world. What is going on?
That endgame was absolutely
I'm not gonna lie.
wild. I for
I need
sure thought that
whatever
it was
Zeke
going
is
to be
on.
Kanata's trio that absolutely
Dude,
controlled
he's trying to
that
be happy
endgame,
so
and it
hard,
kind
dude.
of was.
Yeah.
I don't blame him, dude.
Honestly,
I
we
appreciate
have
the
to give
energy,
credit
but
to
I like him
Peterbot.
better.
How is
Who?
he
Vivid,
able
yeah.
to do it time and time again? Get Elam after Elam, Vivid. Someone has to stop him.
I think I said this yesterday, but it's just like, how do you follow up after him talking? Because like, he's so high energy that anytime you say something after him, you just sound like you're like low beat.
To win that right there, I'm not gonna lie. Like I was like wise in it, and you know it was like a 2v1, and I kind of stopped looking. You know what I mean? I was like, oh, this is done.
Oh,
You know,
yeah,
let me
had
just stop
Siphon,
watching.
okay.
And then I look back, and it's like, oh,
Well,
Rapid's
also
down.
that Siphon
Okay, you know,
lasted.
1v1.
Yeah, it didn't.
Oh, Osid's gonna win this. Like, I have no idea what just happened on the high ground. I mean, Kanata, Rapid, and Bolts, they seem like they were in such control of that game. allowed way too much time for Osid to kind of find, regain on the higher ground right there, steal it from them. Osid with an incredible clutch.
The single fish, the coin, being able to just drop off radar, run into zone, and you're like, where is he? What does he have heals? Unbelievable stuff. So many things, little interactions here and there are changing the FNCS moment to moment. We will break that down so much more when we return after this short break, so don't go anywhere. There's a lot to talk about.
There's no
All right, wait,
way.
we're gonna replay.
Yeah.
Dude, imagine they drop Ritual for Polio.
No, I think they tried. That was the original. Actually, never mind. I was gonna say, I think that was what the original plan was. Peter, Polio, and Ritual. I don't remember who it actually was.
What about if Mr. Savage and Mongrel drop Panzer for Benji Fishy?
If Benji actually plays the game, dude, I honestly think that Benji would probably be better off sticking with Val.
No, yeah. Well, dude, his team usually makes it to events. Did they get second in champs last year?
Yeah, like 2 back-to-back seconds. And then does even qualify for Bangkok. That's insane. I'm so sorry. Vitality was a good team, though, so, like, I'm not surprised.
Well, safe. Who else is on that team? Trex is pretty good.
What, on Vitality?
Yeah. Dirk is safe.
Yeah, Dirk is safe, Trex. Not... Let me check. Events, Masters, Bangkok, Vitality. Safe, Trex, Dirka, Kicks, Less. Yeah.
Oh, Less.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there you go. That makes sense.
Like, it's just... You don't know what to do. Less is
nuts.
It's just, dude, the 2-0 on Heretics, and then from both Liquid and Vitality. Right? It was both Liquid 3-0'd them. Yeah. That's still insane to think about.
I think Benji Fishy went like -20.
Did he? Maybe.
Unfortunately. You know Kanada's mad he didn't get that win.
Oh, 100%, yeah. I don't think he's streaming. I'm gonna check it out. The first clip will be Kanada crashed out.
No. Dude, that's why I like watching EU. Mr. Savage and Mongrel both stream.
Yeah.
Fucking get the shit. Already did it.
But no, I think so I can't hear with the music. I think it's also just because like they have a delay probably. That's my best guess.
Oh, they do. They have like a 5-minute delay.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. No, I know some NA Pro stream. It's just not all of them.
I like watching Aussie Antics. He's pretty good at what he does.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
He's like probably the second best watch partier after ChaseEC HD.
Thank you, man. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, of course, bro. I got you.
ChaseEC
HD just brings on some really great talent onto his broadcast. There's X Valorant, Fortnite, Rocket League, Minecraft Pro in the call on his stream right now, dude. He's insane.
Thank you. Yeah, I really do have an eye for talent. Really do have an eye for picking out the best of the best. Which is why everyone on my stream is the best of the best. But yeah,
that's right.
You know, I feel like Fortnite really fumbles the bag when it comes to like keeping good commentators. Like Courage, Lupo, Bala, Ozzy, because Ozzy used to be a commentator too. They also be really good commentators, but just like they speak out about Fortnite, and like I know the Mech season, they all spoke out about it. Maybe not Ozzy, but they all spoke out about it, and they all got fired. I'm just like, but Tarek, like if you look at Valorant, Tarek just constantly talks about how bad Abyss was on the live broadcast, and they still keep bringing him back. And I feel like that's where the
Booga's in fourth.
Winnable.
He's coming, bro.
Dude, Clicks has just been. He's in like.
Dude, Booga's tied for third now too.
Yeah.
No, I didn't mean to cut you off. What were you gonna say?
No, good. I was gonna say Clicks has just been like passing sixth and fourth back and forth. Like he's just been like stuck in between those 3 places. I don't think he's been higher than Fort.
Oh, did you know I got in a Twitter argument with Courage in like 2020?
No, how?
He was responding to me.
How?
I'm not gonna talk about it on stream.
Okay, got you. I will talk to you about it after.
No, he actually like he was tweeting back at me. This is on like my little burner account. I'm like 15 followers on it, bro.
Yeah.
This is when I was 14 too. He was arguing with a 14-year-old.
Was it like Fortnite related or just like personal related?
No, not Fortnite.
Okay, got you. Dude. I can't imagine. I'm too quick with the block button. I'm not gonna lie. Like, if someone annoys me, block.
I was shocked you responded.
Yeah.
My profile picture was the countryside of Italy.
The what? Oh, countryside of Italy. Okay. Sorry, I had to take a minute to process that. Yeah.
That's crazy. Right before we came back, Jacob PR whispered in my ear, Osid eliminated Peterbot and then absorbed his power.
Did you see
which almost made me break,
did he
Jacob.
tell you about like the Val session
we turn attention
yesterday?
back to the standings, obviously right now still in first place, Agers, Acorn, and Pollo.
So at least for me, right? I queued.
I mean,
we were
saw
on
that moment out of Peterbot, right?
Bind. I'm playing Brim. We have a chamber.
I'm
going like by this point I'm like 6 and 6. Why does my entire team like, hey, Brim, take bomb? Even though our chamber's like 1 and 7 at this point, I think. I'm like, dude, just take it. And it just ended up being the entire like attacking half. That whole issue. Chamber just ends up selling, or not selling, but like throwing by second half. Goes like 2 and 3 and 20 something. And then me and Gatish play.
They did not even want to
Sell that somehow. Try to play chamber. I tried to play chamber. I don't remember how that game actually ended. I'm not gonna lie. I just could not hear.
And just kind of terrorize the bottom part.
But it didn't go well.
No.
I mean, Peterbot just
well, Gatish, if you're watching this, bro, you're absolutely washed at Valorant, and I'm way better.
So all the chaos happens in trios.
No, I'm washed. I know that for a fact. I know that for a fact. Dude, I just can't play that game like I used to.
That can happen from some of these trios happen so fast.
Cause like I used to be able to play Val from like 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. and not get bored.
So much chaos down there.
And like want to queue in at her, but like after a game of Valorant, I'm just like, get me out.
Agers, Acorn, and Pollo on top right now. Third place, 7 elims in that last game. Guys, I don't know what it is, but this. They just can't be stopped, right? They can't be tripped up. They only had one game yesterday where they had a 13th with 1 elim. But ever since then, I mean, most of their games have been within that top 6. I mean, can we stop this freight train?
I mean, yeah, besides the 13th place game that they
had
yesterday.
Yeah, let me talk about the standings real
game,
quickly.
Which was their second one.
Because this is just about... Sorry, hold on. I think a team can... It's a battle for second place after game number 2 for day 2. First place, Acorn and Pollo, 660 points. For like 39, is that the math? 39 points behind? I think so. Yeah, 39 points behind is Ritual, Colt, and Peterbots. And then almost, it looks like 200 points, or like 100 something points behind is Vidal, Cooper, and Spinks. Aviv and Bugha tied for third place. Clicks, Batman, Bugha, and Yamzo down by, that's 12-ish points. After that, Muzz, Yapko, and Rise actually taking a nosedive today to fourth place with 458 points. Rabbit, Kanata, and Bolts somehow selling. That would have been their second win. They somehow sold that, so that puts them at 7th place for 432 points. Noxy, Virgo, Curly, 385 points. Bucky, Okus, and Craze somehow not getting able to get anything going at 284 points. And Visuals, Braids, and Amish at 246 points. So at this point, it's quite literally... Yeah, I'm too good at this. I keep saying that it's only a competition for 7th place and up. And even 7th place, they're just fighting for 3rd. The only people who have a chance at 1st place are 1st and 2nd place.
Wait, and then 11th place is what? Kitty Plays, Dr. Lupo, and Liquid Chap?
Yeah.
Too soon.
Alright, dude, everyone on
dude, it's actually insane. I didn't even think they would be able to do it, but somehow they
real quick because
they're really an
they're
exciting trio to watch.
Who's gonna go down
Dude, Kitty Place is insane.
We're talking about it's just one game, one mistake that kind of gives up the lead that you have. Now both of these teams are playing at such a high pace and a high skill level right now.
Dude, they're taking so much
in
land.
terms of placements and eliminations. This can go down to a photo finish in game 12, and I think myself and all of Fortnite.
I don't think it'll be a photo. Actually, yeah, first and second place will be a photo finish.
Far, game number 1 and game number 8 have
Me and
been
Robert
my
had an end game
favorites as
there.
far as the end
Really?
games
This guy
here
landed,
at
yeah.
the FNCS.
How did it end?
American Central
Oof.
region. It's been
Oh, nice.
absolutely incredible.
We had 10 kills.
Jumping back in, DC.
Nice. Wait, like scrim or like ranked or?
Contest here on the western side of the
Oh, okay.
Things are not going in their favor at the moment.
An unlucky start right there.
Trades, anything can still unfold here, but
My end games always end up like
no
near
clutches in the end.
water or like near night shift.
Proving to be worth it in the end, and there was a big switch up on that side of the map. We've seen a lot more presence from teams, especially a lot more third parties. So if they can continue to win these fights, they can go ahead.
Especially because it's like not the water that you can like build one down and then you'll be chilling. You can't build the floors. You have to use cones constantly. You can't particularly like attach yourself securely to the floor so your builds are easy to chop.
You gotta think about it, right? They're all flying in. They're like, oh,
you're right.
It's weird. There's a couple extra parachutes over that way. And all of a sudden now they turn their focus in and they're moving pretty quickly. Aaron's got the outside angle. He's just cutting them off right now. There it is. Decision to open up.
Nice.
Noah's hurt badly here, Jacob.
Now, what'd you like to see if you know a W?
All around him.
Huh?
And luckily for them, Noah's teammate just kind of disengaged. He's trying to get out. At least the solo's trying to survive. And Noah's job here, even if he goes down, is just buy as much time as possible. So that way he can create as much distance as possible. And so far, I think he's succeeding in that regard.
Yeah, no Oni mask in hand either.
Oh, that's just unlucky.
Should be okay. There's the finish for Aaron.
Not much you can do there besides not die.
But just like that, I mean, you gotta give them credit for winning the early fight on the surprise contest, but you never see it come in when the other teams are paying just as much attention.
I feel like Bird got nerfed in terms of like its metal.
Wait a minute. Curve, Shadow, and Tyler are just trying to hide, cutting off a loot path towards the Bird. They left all the chests, the floor loot, everything. Hoping that Aoxy, Jojo Fishing, their trio can take the bait. This is one of those situations where it's like, I should have seen that coming, but it's something you don't expect either.
I love this. I love when we see teams really pull out their dirty strategies.
Oh,
the big shotgun.
AR's pretty good. Oh.
Shing, shing, shing.
Shing, shing. Love the sword swing in the game. It's so much fun.
NT, bro.
Dude, you go next. See you in 20 minutes.
Could only hit one person. He's like, you know what? Let me at least make the effort. Try to Typhoon Blade. Ooh.
Wait, who did you just kill?
Oh, Polo. On the outskirts.
Yeah, see, that's who we thought was Polo yesterday.
I was about to say, yeah.
Demons Dojo, and this is something that team that lands there needs to start to really think about how they're going to get their loot and move out quick, because this is so isolated on this side of the map. Almost every single game, Rapid, Kanata, and Bolts have the option.
Wait, did Bryce make it into the
eliminations
finals?
Or just put pressure to get their Storm Surge? It's their choice, especially if the zone is too far away from their actual POI.
Yeah, like he used to do it with Bolts.
It's the second time they've kept playing this outside as well, right? Just looking for that action here. Last time they did get into a bit of a skirmish, but
no, not that I could see.
All in all, on a double back. Let's jump in with Peterbot.
Falcon Peterbot flying through the air.
Really putting up the
super
numbers.
good loadout.
Yep.
It's one thing to do it, you know, online from the
just waiting for his one condition to spawn in.
But we have seen him perform in person. We've seen it firsthand. This global championship that just passed, I mean, exceptional work from him and Boyo. So there's nothing they can't do, right? And then they're fighting for the medallion.
It's just these transitions. I have no idea how.
That advantage over the lobby. Clearly, it goes a long way in the hands of someone like Peterbot.
Freon got beamed.
And you kind of like noticing.
Look at Chap's aim coming in
Peterbot
flush right there.
Frogs all the way to the west. relatively clear.
Bro, I'm sorry. I want to see the OG people compete so bad.
No, you're good. I actually, that wouldn't even be a bad idea.
Dude, like imagine Zayt, Saf, and Stretch, bro.
Yeah. Well, was it Zayt or one of them, or Zayt or Saf? I think they had to retire because like some type of like carpal tunnel or something like that, right?
Well, Zayt had a stroke.
Oh.
He's alive, but he
yeah, no, yeah. I did not know that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Our previous game winners now under pressure here from Skittles, Victor, and Chimp.
Yeah.
Saw on the highlight reel.
Zayt has like the biggest brain in the entire game.
Really
oh yeah.
And his aim is pretty good too.
100%. I used to like use his. Huh?
Behind Skittles.
He's the one who like
Shot his arm.
Yeah.
Like, what's going on?
I was gonna say I used his Kovacs playlist all the time back in chapter 22.
That magic Moss's fight right out of the
Dude,
game.
I'm trying to go back and find an output
because that contested fight just a little bit too risky.
I just wish I actually like played more in chapter 2. So I just took a huge break
I like this different approach
for like a long time.
Just all a matter of those teams around them rotate towards the south, give them the opportunity right now for G money.
They made the
sit and seek. Both teams looking to kind of stay around this location.
Well,
just kind of looting up the scraps. You see at least half of their material missing as well. So they start thinking, where am I going to get the medal? Where am I going to get
the initial flooding? I didn't like. But I'm pretty sure that was also like the Deadpool season. Deadpool season was actually pretty good. The yacht was really nice.
Falling right into Peterbot's hands, and we're highlighting how dynamic they've been for their team to go ahead and go back to playing the west side, right? It just continues to play into their favor right now. Every single game, a little bit different. Shout out to visuals with the camera on right here. We love to see our competitors really participate and give us that behind the scenes.
You probably got like 1,000 V-Bucks from that.
It's definitely a nice little treat, and this is what you need to do right here. Get your farm.
Which I think is hilarious. Like, Fortnite doesn't pay like the pros and like actual money. They just play them in V-Bucks.
They have the surge. They're definitely in the game. As we check, look at.
Wait, do they actually not?
No, like media days, you just get. I'm pretty sure you get V-Bucks just for doing media days, doing those interviews. You get V-Bucks. I don't think they actually like pay you.
Win tournaments, they pay you money.
Yeah, of course they pay you. Yeah, they pay you money for like, you know, winning. But like for like all the content stuff, they just give you V-Bucks for it.
They end up finding DC and trying to backtrack and get those reboot cards, and that's where that first of 2 eliminations was able to get picked up. And as soon as they do, you see them rotating all the way back towards the east. It's almost like a copy and paste for the most part of their game plan early on.
That's right. Everything's starting to piece together. I want to see what is it about Acorn, Agers, and Colds, or Boyer's early game there that
dude, this is a fight that's not the best.
Because clearly we've seen emphasis on how Peterbot really forces
like in
almost the engagements at times, right, in the kind of their early game.
But this is now a second trio, so.
Like who's opening up? Who's the one kind of getting that first shield?
Yeah, there's 3 different trios. Batman Booga, Yamzo,
Clicks. At least got good damage on the
sails. I guess he just went back with this trio.
Because he was trying to void orb away.
Yeah.
As they all kind of reunite in that same structure over across. It's a little bit too risky for Clicks, Batman Booga, and Yamzo, considering how consistent they've been playing so far today.
Yeah.
Oof. They're going to just continue to follow each other. The zone moves over, so they haven't really
Panzer was the second most, he had the second most surge like damage in the entire tournament.
Really?
No players are going to rotate
Who
to
had
zone,
first?
Set up, try to get that damage early, and maybe send one person down below the fish.
Okay.
That's exactly what I wanted to see.
Yeah.
What is this team doing right now to find their activity, to remain so consistent? Boyo, Agers, and Acorn seemingly have found themselves just ahead of the rest right now, and Boyo's playing a huge Storm Surge tower here. They seemingly have just split up, just full control of almost the center area here. Foxy Floodgate's still in sight as well, so they've got full visuals here on any teams rotating out, even outside of the Night Shift Forest.
That's good,
you see how spread out they are. They're covering as much ground as possible. Let to know exactly where so many other teams are. It's Vidil, Cooper, Sphinx. They typically do stay in and around Mass Meadows for quite some time. That's how they're usually getting surge on the whole eastern side
You know
of the
what
map.
bothers me sometimes though?
Olaf, Maxi,
like
Smiley that are slowly but surely
whenever
moving
I'm
towards
playing
Max.
Endgame,
That's a team
right?
that we
Like
saw
it's like
kinda
not even
struggling
Endgame, but
for
just
surge,
in zone.
fighting on the
I can't
outskirts,
see
a little bit more
anything to
south
save
from
my
Mass
life.
Meadows. Now they
But
move north. They're
on
still
these
trying
like
to take that same
broadcasts,
approach in order to get
I
their
didn't even
surge,
know
but
that
gotta
this
be
wasn't
careful.
this
It's
wasn't
against Feats,
in
Video, and
zone.
Cooper. We saw how
That's how clear it
massive
is.
Video went in that last game.
Oh yeah, no for sure.
Yeah,
They make it quality's really high.
Literally
Yeah.
staying alive.
And I feel like there's a way to do that without having to turn your settings all the way up, like they do on the broadcast.
Really putting up the numbers for this trio here.
Right. Do you know what storm sickness, like how long it be? Is it 10 minutes?
Where did that even put them after such a great performance from him? Just kept them
I think
in
it's
third,
less time and more
tied, by the
ticks
way,
a storm.
474.
Actually, let me search
As
up.
Avid's moving in threats,
I feel like I
their way
should
up as
know,
well
but
with a near mirror performance. So yeah, just all around, it was a critical game for them. Curve, Tyler, and Shadow, though, what just happened here? Picking up already their third elimination in the game. Keep eyes on them there, as they're just being the disruptors of the lobby here. But Sphinx, Video, and Cooper have a long way to go before they get outside the zone, and there seems to be a lot of teams enjoying their time in the storm here.
Yeah, this is kind of one of those things when you look at a team just like this, they have about like 3,000 storm damage taken. So it's not necessarily the worst, but they're doing this so that they can rotate with a lot of these teams towards the outside, knowing they can't necessarily box up and play safe. And that's how they're accumulating their surge, especially on these northern pools. And it's kind of working out for the most part. They've only taken 17 storage hits throughout these
about
9
7
games so
to
far.
8 minutes in storm, and you get storm sickness.
Not bad at all.
I see, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Zeus, Tony, and Creo, though. Eyes on Chimp, Skittles, and Victor V right here on the outside of the zone. Things seem to be coming back towards the Flooded Frogs right now.
Glad to see they were able to get Zeus back. Every member matters. At least it gives them a fighting chance. Even if it's kind of scraps that you got to search for. You can kind of worry about that later. Pooga getting a knock onto Curly in the feed. I gotta imagine, was that probably just south of Warriors, where they're able to probably get that elimination, but there's so much action going down around the map.
Okay. So after 500 damage, storm sick, you get the storm sickness warning. Then 600 damage, you get the storm sickness actual effect, and then after 1,000 damage, you instantly die.
You want to move up that leaderboard.
Yeah, it's insane work. There's 5 teams in the pocket right here, and then 2 rotating on the outside. So just a messy situation going down right now, but this is what happens when teams rotate in a little late. And you know,
500 picks.
just from studying, there's other trios that are definitely playing these zones.
Like 12 minutes.
Oh, there goes the fight. Shogun's Arena.
Depending on the zone, yeah.
They're already up above. They isolated Batman Booga for just a little bit. He tries to orb away, but he ends up getting glided upward. Good damage for Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold. Unfortunately enough, they were unable to clean out that elimination. But you can see what that's done to their damage. 319 above the damage threshold. Which is surprising because I feel like every single game so far,
100%, especially for a trio like Peterbot that like is consistently above like 1,000 damage by this point.
Every single game so far.
The real question is, do we think they took down the boss yet? Clicks, Batman Boogie Yamzo. Clicks has saw a lot of success with that medallion too, right? So they're definitely here to fight for it. I don't think any of these trios want to give it away easily.
Oh, Clicks Peterbot.
Oh, he's got to be careful.
Got out.
He had
Clicks is like, no thank you.
I know who you are. Ooh, whoa, Peterbot gets beamed.
Tricks out the hat. Let's see.
Definitely not what Rituals and Cold want.
Crucial shield fish here. He's only got 3 left now. He's probably going to be looking for a med kit here. There should be plenty given that all the chests.
Yeah, over 1,000 storm search in 6 out of the
Yamzo
8
playing
games.
a sneaky bush off to the side too.
Wow.
I have a feeling both of these teams know exactly who that is across from them on the map, because more times than not, Batman Booga, Clicks, Yamzo, they got Peterbot down to 25 HP. They didn't even throw an orb over there to act like they were going to go ahead and push, because they realized you still have Cold, you still have Ritual, and Peterbot is still alive. That would have been too risky of a play, so they're just going to
If they
take
got
their
Peterbot
damage,
down, they'd
not
100%
get too
push that
greedy,
though.
and continue on with the rest of their game.
Sure.
They
Dude, I would
cannot
push that,
throw it
bro.
away
Yeah.
all for one moment.
Dude, Cold and Ritual, that's an easy 1v2 for me, dude.
Who is wild enough?
Yeah, 100%.
Game 9 to
That's light work. That's like trying to 1v1 a 9-year-old.
Stuff like that. Like,
that's facts, bro. Like Peterbot's like almost on my level, so he'd scare me a little bit, but
yeah.
Even take that level of risk.
No, I'm joking.
Now Peterbot make me like put up a sweat.
What's going on here?
Yeah, a little bit, bro. I'd have to like crank 190.
Yeah.
Muzz and Rise right now. Once again, play these.
I was just saying. I wish they just did like what Val does and just interrupt the broadcast to do a sponsorship read instead of.
That'd be funny, bro.
This gameplay brought to you by Blacklight Chairs. Comfort for both your butt and your back. Blacklight Chairs.
Bro,
Fortnite code.
what's the Ace Clutch name? I buy Power Ace.
I buy Power Ace. MasterCard, Game Start, Samsung, or what's the Drifty?
Every single game so far. It almost
like imagine I buy Power 200 pump out of Twist Cold.
That goes to shift of the lobby. Teams aren't wanting to be there.
And Peterbot gets your Asus ROG Victory Royale.
The awareness over 9,000 right now. Sees Nut, Liam, and Fred moving up. He gets a little bit more damage, trying to alleviate the pressure of Storm Surge, but it's still
not this is a bad fight, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, you ideally don't want to fight that boss with someone else on the island. Definitely a choice by them.
Likely, this fight is to discontinue if Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold get.
He only has 40 builds, bro.
And now with the boss being threatened here, they have to make this decision.
The boss gets over to them too.
Actually try to secure this or possibly even give it up. Look, their material counts.
3 trios is nuts.
Yeah. All while the NPCs indiscriminately bullying all of them.
That there are 6 players here.
Good reposition out of Peterbot though.
Yeah.
Surely they have to know now.
Clicks is no
seems to be
shield.
super damage on the other side of this entire exchange right now.
What about look for all of them?
On here.
Only 58 above from Peterbot. This is actually uncharacteristically like him.
The destructive explosion, there it is.
Look at the awareness though from Cold and Ritual. And Peterbot, they immediately disengage. You know what? You guys want the high ground, take it.
Yep, and Fredbot, they're all below, like
yes,
almost 200.
191 or 99 below the damage threshold. This is not a situation you want to out heal. You want to be proactive.
Yeah, especially if Peterbot's across me, you might have. You have to have something happen beforehand.
Well, the clock is ticking. They have plenty of heals. Into the box they go. Yamzo's waiting.
That was a terrible plan.
Yeah.
As well. You can just see the silhouettes. The shotguns are ready for war right now. Liam, Fred, Nut though failed the attempt to break in the first time.
Oof.
And Batman Booga's there with a huge shot. Wonderfully played there for them.
That's a crazy refresh for Clicks in history, yo.
And you know, you really have to think about it. Cold and his team were counting on potentially refreshing up off of Clicks, Batman, Booga, and Yamzo here. And now that's almost spoiled, so hopefully they use this distraction to secure
Ritual has no shield.
Look at what's going on,
and he's
though,
W key.
I don't quite get it either, to be honest. Oh,
maybe they have other stuff for
him.
Yeah. Okay, he got 50. Yeah.
And Cole are jumping right back.
I was gonna be like, that was a interesting play. Oh wait, Peterbot.
This elimination here.
Yeah, but Peterbot just gets tagged up. That's going to slow him down just a little bit from helping the rest of the team. You see shield missing from Ritual as well. All that fighting for just 48.
W4th man.
Even though
the
you're
NPC.
above Storm Surge on that threshold, it's not a feeling of confidence.
They should go kill that Liam guy.
Yeah, they did.
Spotted out on the other side.
Got revenge on that one.
But he was so weak. There's still barely 80
Like
above the threshold.
It's a 4 tick.
Yeah, he had enough of that. Just a tag. I mean, they know that they need to finish this fight here, and the commitment's already been through.
At this point, I feel like you'd back out.
I'm very concerned now.
This is
That wasn't so much before, but after
they're getting surge tagged.
Jumping away now,
yeah.
They're losing the trades here for damage. They're not finding the.
They're gonna die, bro.
Yeah, Peterbot's almost dead, and Cold too. Oh, they're getting hit for. Oh, what are they? Oh, it's just the NPC.
No, it's surge.
They're another above.
Taking them out at this point.
Yeah, they have to leave, bro.
Yeah, but even this is like scuffed.
They took some damage. You can see how
they can't really take the one thing because it's gonna make them free beamable.
They orb over and they force Peterbot and Cold and Ritual off of the island.
In the end, it looks like the boss will be secured to Clicks, Batman, Booga, and Yamzo.
16 builds though, dude. Is that worth?
Almost the kings of the hill.
I mean, yeah, especially in the end game, you don't have to really build that much with the Invis Medal.
Someone looks like they've come back.
Next edition, Clicks would probably just drop all his builds and just go frag.
But no, Cold's gone. He had to get out. And this could be Clicks.
Can't be that much health left.
Game now. And honestly, this could
be
a moment where Acorn and
that just takes forever to kill, though.
Yeah, right now they're only down 12 points. Clicks, Batman, Booga in 5th. Aviv, Booga, and Threats in 4th place. And already with 2 eliminations, that's an 8-point swing.
Oh, Cold is down.
Peterbot's
trying to make something happen.
You're seeing exactly what happens. Peterbot's trying to play defensive, hold multiple.
How is he still? I feel like he's done so much damage. Somehow he's still below Storm Surge.
Well, he doesn't have. They do have 3 kills. I don't know.
They're not only battling that trio, they're battling the damage as well.
Yeah, the thing is that they need eliminations and they need material badly.
Oh, it's Clicks' team again.
Yeah.
The high ground. They've obviously
definitely
tabs on what's happening down below. This is
Scarce below him too. It's not really the situation that you want to be in right now.
The save is going to go off, but at what cost right now? They do not have HP.
I don't think it's worth it. Oh, they're below. Doesn't matter. And they have no spare health.
No, the Surge is now online, and they are just barely holding on.
Cold isn't gonna get knocked.
Dude, this is crazy.
Yeah.
Cold is gonna straight get eliminated, just a sliver of HP. But
they get one, they get all of them.
Between the Titans, Clicks,
that was just Cold.
So score a few eliminations and take 2nd place off the map.
Oh, and Peterbot down too.
What an elimination right there.
Yeah.
What an entire trade of events here in game number 9. The pressure.
Booga with a kill on Edgy, dude.
Peterbot fans to come together
wow,
and see if
so
they're
dude, this lobby's kind of dead.
Through.
Yeah.
What
yeah.
trade of events right there.
And I can see it right now. Poyo,
yeah, it probably is.
They're lacing up their kicks right now because with 2nd place down,
they're gonna run away with this.
Team that's really within reach. They're ready to run away with this. They just need to continue the blueprint, the consistent games. It doesn't even have to be high elimination heavy. It's just all about surviving, and they're doing just that. Immediately orb to the center of the zone.
Thanks a lot, YT. That's good, man. I haven't seen you in a while, dude.
Yeah, this is crazy because now they already had 40 points. They're about to, earn that gap back that Peterbot and team just had started to build for themselves after that last game 8 win.
It's really just
and this is also
Peterbot and Poyo, and Peterbot's down, so Poyo's gonna get like at least another 10-20 points.
You can't fall in the end game.
Oh, Canado on height.
Yeah. Before the placement points really get to start reward.
But I feel like they took height too early.
Kanata, Rapid, and Bolts, they'll see themselves once again back on the high ground here.
Because at least it's like from Kanata's POV, he only has 46 builds left. There's 3 more zones.
They must have some ones.
Yeah. Oh, they could have if they had forecast, maybe that might make this valid. And then know that it pulls fast.
If they all have 750 mats, they could probably make it work.
Yeah. They can score a couple more with a big win. I think they'll give themselves a chance going into the last half of the day. Yapko's doing that, getting elimination onto Seos. Whole nother trio on the other side, and he's kind of picking and choosing wisely. He's on the front side of the zone, waiting for the rest of the team to catch up. Muzz, he's the one that's kind of peeking through the cone along with Rise.
I'm not really looking for mods right now, but I probably will put something out whenever I do need mods. But right now, I just don't have a situation where I have something where I can't mod, or I don't have someone in chat who can mod. But yeah.
As opposed to using more Oni.
No, you're good, man.
High ground's got their eyes on him. Gotta turn on.
Red's moving with the height.
Yep.
Are tackling high
well, they're
right now.
Are they on height? Yeah, they are on height. Oh my god.
And yes, it actually all
and when Kanata just gets it. Oh, that's not good.
Must be livid right now as they fall to the damage there. And now Bolts, Rapid, Kanata take advantage of this. They go for high ground, but another team has got
Poyo on height. It's just like, okay. Rapid Struts. Last part of that duo left.
This game 9 is
Cooper 2 HP. Ian is down. Someone's zone. Who's in zone? Muzz and okay. Muzz and History are trying to get back to the zone.
Acorn and Agers could be looking to take things away right now, and if they do, it will be
and there's Bolts.
For the books here. Another elimination
Rapids
right now falls there.
Down. So Knaz Trio's out right now.
Is Clicks up still?
Cannot see actually. Muzz is still up. We're in game 9 right now. Threats is still alive, so Biggest Trio is still alive. Clicks is still alive, yeah, Yamzo. All of them. Muzz is on height. This is interesting. Not the best idea though. They only have 8 builds.
Jabco, Muzz, and Rise looking to be one of the
Boy, they probably have like a whole body behind them.
Victory Royale here on the FNCS final stage. Agers, though, is still holding on every point.
Hold on, I'll say who I think is gonna win at the end.
Gonna set himself
oh, okay.
further and further
yeah, Clicks has the Invis medal. That's what I was thinking.
Keep in mind about that. Still has to jump down. No, find some heals here. Potential to save his teammate. No, there's just no time to work with here. He will have to just play this one out by himself. Is the last hope for this trio. And luckily, those knocks are giving him the scan for information here.
So they go down, and then first and second place aren't going to be stagnant.
Really allow this to kind of settle in here. Meanwhile, Clicks is still alive. That medallion in hand, 28 HP though. It's not looking good. Where's the Yamzo? Where's his teammate?
Doesn't have time to heal too.
Opportunity though. Clicks has a chance to go clutch. He has the medallion of Peterbot as performance, and it comes down to this, but he gets knocked. The Yamto's now the last one.
Can Agers solo clutch this?
Maybe he's medallion now, doesn't he?
Yeah.
This is crazy right now. Agers is
almost 100 HP. Never mind.
Now. He can't be tracked with the visuals. Give him away. 12 HP now. Back against the wall. A top 3 for Agers. Who would have thought it'd go this far?
What?
And in the end, he still gets to knock. It allows.
Was it Muzz? Yeah, Muzz up there. Muzz on height. That's 3. They're the most winningest trio, I think, this whole major among both games.
They have to have third now, right? Surely.
Yeah, they for sure have third.
So they can smooth sail across that finish line and take that first place in this game.
I'm gonna let them talk, and I'm gonna tell you what the score is looking like right now.
Not only us here on the
this is actually disgusting, dude.
Community as Peterbot's team falls.
Wait, what, by 100?
Yep.
Runs away with it. Agers finding the critical impact eliminations.
Okay, honestly, I'm just gonna. This is just actually insane. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so this is what the score is looking like. Refreshing it. Agers and Acorn and Pollo up by almost 100 points. Even though him and Peterbot and Pollo were neck and neck at 40 points difference, that's now 100 points. And third place within reach for Muzz, Yapko, and Rise being about that's actually also another 80 points behind second place. Clicks, Batman, Buga, Yamzo, I think they stayed the same, I'm pretty sure. 30 points behind third, fifth place, Aviv, Buga, Threats. That's actually very close for them. Like, that's actually so doable for them to make a comeback. Vidil, Cooper, and Spinks, also another doable trio. 6th place, Noxy, Virgo, Curly, 7th place, Rapid, Kanata, Bolts, 8th place, Bucky, Ocus, Craze, 9th place, Shadow, Curve, and I actually don't know who that is. This is a new trio entering the top 10 at 291 points. Actually, 8th place still has a chance. I think 8th place still has a chance. They're going to have to...
Bro, 9th is 200 points behind 8th.
Yeah, it's... at this point, you're over at this point. You really are over at this point, but... It actually dropped down to 8th place now that, has a chance. 8th place and above, but it's really just between maybe these 3 trios. But there's no multiplier, so it's going to be interesting to see how each team is going to play this out now.
Who's last?
Dead last place. I can actually check that out right now. Kicks level 1 and level 1 Crook and Swampy.exe with 27 points in 9 games.
Dang, dude.
Noah W right above him. Noah W, Chaos, and DC Awesome, 32 points in 9 games. So, wow. But do you get? I wonder if you get actually paid.
End up on time because,
it's
like Kelly mentioned, the most basic trio out of all of the ones that actually wanted it, that was them.
I was gonna say, what stops a trio just from after game 1 and they're just so low, last place?
Not good. Wait,
especially after seeing how some of these trios have been playing.
You're gonna be just as shocked as I am.
I'll be back in 2 minutes.
We'll break all of that down and so much more.
All right, chat. You're asking who I think is going to win. I said it before. My 3 trios. I don't have a horse in this race. I don't really care who wins. But Acorn, Pollo, Agers, I think they'd be crazy for the storyline because everyone thought that the only reason why Pollo won against one FNCS was because of Peterbot. So him winning FNCS without Peterbot and a whole new trio would probably be crazy for the narrative. Pollo, Peterbot, Cold, and Rituals be crazy because that'd be a 4P. Makes him one of the most winningest persons in Fortnite history. And on top of that, it would probably put him in one of the, like, calling him to go to Fortnite. He already, like, everyone's like, already he is, but like at that point, who else can come close? Muzz, Yapko, and Rise. That's my other trio who I'm interested in, because Muzz is, I don't know how many people know this, Muzz is an EU pro, won FNCS. Everyone said that OCE is a Mickey Mouse region, so he came to NA to try to win an FNCS. So it'd be crazy if he was able to do it on FNCS. Those are my 3 teams who I'm watching, and they are all in not first place. They're all in podium position places, and it'll be crazy. Also, Booga, Aviv, and Threats would also be an interesting trio, simply just because we've seen Booga win World Cup. We saw him pretty sure he won like maybe 1 or 2 other FNCS, but he hasn't really made that much noise recently. So seeing him win an FNCS would be pretty interesting. But yeah, those are my trios that I'm looking at. All of them are in the top 5 right now, so I'm pretty happy. I don't care who wins, but those are trios who I'm watching out for. So yeah, that's my spiel on it. Okay. But these have been some good games. These have actually been some good games. I'm not gonna lie, I feel like the games from yesterday were a little bit more competitive. Also, is this always a fight that happens, or do they just keep replaying the same clips? I'm just realizing, because I've seen that D-Gen fight like way too many times to count. But wait, what was I saying? Oh yeah, the fights from yesterday, I feel like those end games were like a lot more hype, and like you just did not know what happened. I also was very caffeinated yesterday, so that could also be why I remember it so much more differently. But yeah, I don't know. But we've also seen that this medallion, the Invis medallion, is like win condition, or like a high placement condition for a lot of these teams. So I'm interested to see if, like, going into these like second half of the games, if a lot more teams are going to try to go for that Invis medallion after seeing how successful it's been for the teammates, or for the teams who have had the Invis medallion. But yeah, overall, can't wait to find out who's gonna win. Dude, I like, Fortnite is one of the games where, like, I feel like every single time I watch it, I have to go play it now. And after watching this, dude, I'm itching to play. I'm probably gonna do like a stream, because I'm also 30% off of Unreal, so I'm probably gonna do a stream before the end of the season, to see if I can make it to Unreal. Probably like set a time limit or something like that. But yeah, let's get back to the stream.
Are you ready to see the standings? Are you ready to see what transpired this last game?
But
because I'm going to tell you right
if
now,
game 2 or if game 1 made
this last game,
like placements so much less competitive, game what game are we on today actually?
Points ahead of Ritual,
I actually forgot what game we're on today.
All off the back of Ager's solo.
So if game 1 and 2
guys, I don't know
made
what it is about this season in particular, but it feels like just across
if game
the board,
1 and 2 made the game less competitive, game 3 made it so much more competitive.
And it's not just like, oh, yeah, you know, like I made like top 25 or I made top 15. Like, no. He made 3rd place and walked away with 6 elims.
Yeah, if you look at all of the solo clutches, half of them are Agers. I actually looked back on my notes from yesterday and today, and Agers got a solo clutch in game 2, game 3, game 4, game 5, game 7, and game 9 now. It is absolutely insane. I don't know what he had for breakfast today, but please let me know so that I can have some myself. He is absolutely carrying his team. And I say carrying, but he's also playing with Poyo and Acorn, who are playing out of their minds as well. But just when it comes down to these rough situations, Agers is able to come out and survive time and time again.
And honestly, you know, coming into the weekend, I expected Video, Cooper, and Sphinx to kind of be the team that was going to be finding eliminations throughout the moving zones, right? Keeping that momentum-based play style up that I kept kind of playing, but it seems like, you know, Acorn, Agers, and Poyo have almost taken on that identity. They keep playing in the middle of the,
this is no longer competitive.
Game right there.
I'm not gonna lie. 100-point difference between first and second place,
that they're getting
and then like
these games, and then I mean,
almost another 100-point difference between second and third.
Just establishing a lead on the leaderboard like, for them right now. I don't know. It's close. We still got 3 more games left. But
let me be right back. I'm gonna
get to the stream. I don't know.
I don't know. All right, Fortnite's taught me a lot. All right, we gotta wait to see what the last 3 games hold for us. But what happened, right? Why did this lead develop? Well, remind ourselves back in that fight over Rift Island, right? Peterbot's up there, he's chilling, and you're thinking, okay, here we go again. But what happens, right? Clixiamzo, Batman Booga, they look to take this fight, and then what ends up happening, they get left in a shambles situation where Storm Surge is now their problem, and it is enough to just...
Sorry, I took off my headphones to go get a drink, that's why. What's up?
I think this all happened because Clixiamzo and Batman Booga decided to take this fight to Rift Island. And then on top of that, Kelly, I mean, Fredbot, Liam, and Nut joining in on the action as well. It got out of control way too quick.
Oh, and we actually get to watch that right now. We can actually see that Peterbot.
Yeah, I think that spawn out that fight at Island really did mess up Peterbot.
Success Peterbot was having with that medallion.
Yeah, dude. Well, they were like shambles.
Yeah.
Clicks got that refresh from the other team.
Yeah, it was just about over, especially because they had no health down with Storm Surge.
That were kind of able to hold them off, and then as you say, Liam's trio jumps up as well. They are below Storm Surge. They need to go on the aggression, and so they think by kind of third-partying this fight happening, they might be able to get some tags that they need. Speaking of tags being needed, this might be the first time, Vivid, that we've seen Peterbot so close to Storm Surge.
Yeah, I mean, even dropping below it, right? They were taking some damage from it a little bit throughout that game. Definitely did not get the fights that they were looking for in the early game. But I mean, we have to shout out Clix, Batman, Booga, and Yamza, right? They were kind of in the same situation there. They were up on that island. They had the third party kind of come in. They were taking shots. The boss was flying around up there. They got 4th place, 8 eliminations that game, right? They still made it
would be hilarious
and did very, very well. That
game if Clix breaks the 4th place curse by placing 5th?
Clix, Batman, Booga, and Yamza. It's like almost every
Dude,
single game that we tune into, there's like something that looks
like
it's going wrong.
I feel like it'd be more ironic than sad.
They still clutch up. They find a game plan.
I think Booga can make a run
in some
for
way,
it.
shape, or form. That's why they're towards the top of the leaderboard right now.
You mean?
And to think, right, like in that moment where they fight or the island, Peterbot
it took a little bit more work.
Aggressive, right? He goes to try and
back-to-back wins incoming for Booga.
And then
back-to-back 10-kill wins.
His whole trio claps back onto Peterbot, and now he's sent recoil.
Only way to do it.
There is so much fight in all of these trios, right? And even if we're looking at okay, like Boyo 732 points, like we're not aiming for first, there's still a ton of prize money on the line, right? So even just a single change in placement means so much to all of these trios. And I think we have 3 more games. I don't even know. I may not make it. Okay. All right. If I don't make it, just make a little statue of Frog for me and my favorite POI. You know the one. But that being said, though, we are getting dangerously close.
I was
saying,
I mentioned it earlier. They finally are using a background from this season.
Left to go.
Because yesterday it was from Mount Olympus from Chapter 5.
We're gonna send it back over to our casters. Monster D-Face, Jacob PR, take it away. Take me away, please.
Zeke, don't worry. I'll put you on the back. We will cross that finish line no matter what happens at the end of the day. But Monster, 3 games left. That puts a lot of pressure, not only on Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, but every team down below them that wants to have that
I think just as long as they keep playing consistent and start doing well.
I was looking at the standings and just trying to see who today is performing the best. You got to give credit to Noxy, Virgo, and Curly, who have had a tremendous day 2 performance so far. If the multiplier, it only makes you wonder, if the multiplier was at play, we would have a much different standing. However, it's just down to consistency, so let's see it.
If we had a multiplier in this game right now, it'd
be nuts.
Yeah,
it'd be more competitive.
All it takes now is one mistake, like that last game from Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot, and we will have a race for 2nd place. Agers, Acorn, and Poyo, they might need a few more hiccups in their game plan, but with 3 games left, Monster, I feel like anything, and I mean anything, can still happen.
Yeah, Agers, Acorn, and Boyo are playing comparatively the same as Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot, because today they've earned 220 points, and Ritual's team has earned 216 points. So they're very much neck and neck as far as like how their games are going on average. However, Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot obviously needed to.
I get why they use like the biggest name of the trio, but like sometimes I feel like it would suck. Like I saw a tweet where they're talking about like, oh, Peterbot's trio, Poyo's trio, Clix's trio, Booga's trio, and like it would kind of hurt just like not being mentioned in it.
but we can't see a mistake come out of them.
I mean, I guess.
You
Yeah,
already see
I
a
get what you're
drop spot
saying.
switch up.
Oh,
Visual
Bucky.
Yeah.
finish, moving back on over to Foxy Floodgate.
Dude, Bucky should just con Peter Bot, bro.
Just cause.
This was a potential contested fight.
You're not gonna win anyway.
See. Bucky, Ocus Craze
Yeah,
said, you know what? I don't care.
no.
I've been contested almost all my life.
I thought
Bring
they
the
were
fight to us.
pretty below.
Visual Braids and Diminish. They
He's
take
in
the slow
ninth.
approach. They went
Oh,
to
he's towing it down, but
Rainbow
yeah.
Field. They try to take advantage of a team that wasn't as experienced, but with everything on the line here, it looks like they're going back to what they know best, and with 2 eliminations, looking like they're gonna hound onto Craze here for the 3rd and the wipe.
And you can tell they know the drop. Like the fact that he knew that you could throw a wall through the, you know, the sewer.
Yeah, I didn't even know you could
right
do that.
there. Like, come on, it's the little things. They've been here. They know how to play it out. At this point, if you got to get the points. Well, there you go. Take down another team.
Dude, look at all that loot that's being
for them
unconned.
and really
Yeah, man.
flexing their
Get Bucky
knowledge
in
of
there,
the
bro.
drop. Peterbot,
Would not be a bad. That's the thing, dude. Some of these trios have like an entire biome basically for free. Acorn, Poison, Agers. Their drop spot I think has like 160 something chests, and they don't get contested. They don't get auto contested.
Switching up their rotations.
Like people rotate inwards, but
did not go in their favor last game.
Yeah, I wouldn't contest him either.
They
I
didn't
get
get the
it.
activity they needed. Back to hopeful heights
nuts.
though. What's going on here? Okay, so Noah's team is just the thorn in everyone's side right now, contesting, mixing things up, finding their drops, and this time they somehow take down Oliver OG pretty quickly. I guess the confidence is up.
Yeah, not as many third parties this time around. Last game, different POI, of course, but that third party almost came in immediately, even though they did win that off-spawn exchange. Wasn't able to kind of make nothing as DC was chased down as a solo. Now this time around, I feel like they're catching a couple players off guard at their actual drop spots.
So they almost have
for the early game, and it's kind
a
of
guaranteed purple for all of them.
First place,
2 guaranteed purples for all of them.
But if you go down to 5th place, 28,000, 20,000, 20,000, all the way down, even $10,000 for 11th place.
It's a cool biome, dude. I like it. I heard it's getting changed though for season 2.
Was there?
Definitely big amounts of
I heard the
cash on
biome's
the
getting
line
changed
right now.
for season 2.
Oh yeah.
That Blade of Champions.
I actually
and
haven't
your trip
looked
to
too much
the
into
globals. I mean,
the new
there's so
season.
much to
Probably
play
should, though.
for right here. And it is all
I just know that's,
going
like,
down
pickle
here
themed.
and now. I mean, we're late into the tournament series right now. If you're just tuning in, game 10 of 12. This is it. Couple rounds left here. Oh, take a look at this. Clicks, Batman, Booga, Yamzo find themselves up against Liam and team. It's a team that's had a lot of notable early game fights. They actually were one of the trios to join in on the island fight just last round. So Clicks, Batman, Booga, Yamzo could be finding some
Not the best loot from this trio.
But you're going to take a little bit of damage.
No,
It seems like they
that's
want
an
to back out.
understatement.
I'm just trying to be nice.
Move forward.
No,
It's
yeah.
like the early right now, but you see where the zone is at. It has potential to pull towards the south, maybe even center.
You would
up.
think
They
they're
know
doing
it's
some
not
sort of,
gonna
like,
pull
YouTube
all the way
challenge.
towards the north, like some of the
Grays
other
only.
zones before,
Or like
so
my
they
pickaxe
immediately
decides what
continuously trying to rotate on down.
weapon I
And
use.
it almost makes me believe the lobby switching
yeah.
up here is
Where do
really
they drop
dictating some
clicks
of
in
our
them?
top
Power?
teams, because last game when I was watching
sorry.
Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, they were rotating towards Whiffy. But in that game, one team landed Whiffy and
No,
already
they
went
land
south, so they weren't
at,
able to
like,
get their early surge.
there's
So it's
no
not
drop
only
spot.
up
It's just
to
like
you.
this little
A lot of these
area,
other teams adapting, changing
between
things up,
Whiffy,
are really
Night
making sure to
Shift,
keep us on our toes.
Flooded, and Lost
That's
Lake.
exactly what it is.
Oh, I see.
Back to the
Yeah.
Shatter Span.
It's like
though.
in between all
Who
of those
would've thought
places.
Muzz,
That's
Rise
where
and
they
Jab
land.
could be taking multiple victory royales this weekend. That's a huge
Crazy that they're in
surprise,
like
I'd say,
4th
for
without a
myself
POI.
here.
Yeah. Well, it's not even
But
that bad.
nonetheless, great to see. Now they're
about-
riding the heels of Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot. I mean, we've been getting all the credit to
alone.
Peterbot's trio as a team that could tackle first.
Probably
At
like
this pace, Muzz, Jabco, and Rise could be one of the
50-ish
teams.
chest
But still, though,
with.
Aegis, Acorn,
Oh, they
and
killed
Poya
they
have
killed
been
that team
playing
that Clicks was
flawlessly.
W keying.
Oh really?
The way they're
Well, they're
dropped
killing them right now. They already
also
killed one.
maps out. I mean, we saw a glimpse of it. They split those triple towers. They got
That's why
wide
Clicks
spread
left,
to
bro.
the center of
Yeah.
the general area, and
He just sends
we haven't
Spearbot's
had the same
presence.
issues for Surge. Not
He's like, nah, dude, I got lucky last game, bro. I'm getting out of here.
Almost the riskiest of the options.
At least he knows not
Bro,
to
that guy
practice
really
luck.
tried to
Fight,
aim.
right?
That guy really tried to
Playing
aim
those
duel
surge
for all
bases,
three of them at the same
not
time.
getting
Yep.
to zone early. They're taking fights in the storm.
I wonder
Yeah, I
max
kinda feel
ammo
for-
too. What?
Nut, Liam, and Fredbot, and this is how
Oh,
they got
wow.
that first elimination. Is just either Clicks, Yamto, Batman, Booga, or Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold. Those have been the two primary teams that not only been fighting, but rotating throughout the majority of this entire tournament. And that's saying something, because that's a lot of pressure that you're going to have to go up against. But Brutal Boxcars, contested most of this time. Even though it's not exactly the two teams, it's OSID, G Money, and Seek that are down there rotating from Magic.
I just don't think the spots work. All the heading you have to go through to get it.
Dude, I agree. There's not anything here.
Yeah, it's only the train that's good.
Teammates are pressuring down below.
OCG Monster Seek doing an excellent job playing
Because
defensively.
like I think by the time you land, the train's already in the train station.
And they're forced to back on now.
These guys won game 7, right, or 8?
This could be.
Yeah, they won the game today. I have to
let
me figure out which one.
Whom I still stand to say have had the craziest clutch of the weekend so far.
They won
Definitely
game 2.
An exciting one from OCID's side.
Okay.
Kind of scares me a little bit because you know what 2 teams are north of them. And if they hear this, the potential for the third party is going to be there for Seek. OCID and G Money choosing to take this fight instead of the contested one. They want to make sure they have enough loot to fight it off. And already it's seemingly working out. G Money's going to get that first elimination onto Creon, giving them a 3v2 advantage.
Ideally, you want to get this fight like finished. You don't really want to rotate.
Tony onto OCID, backing him down. G Money's going to
go
down as well. Everything falling apart right before our very eyes. OCID's
wow, 2 of them are dead.
as well. That's
2 of them are dead,
pressure
dude.
on one person, but Tony loses his teammate as well. 1v1 from 3v3.
Seek goes for it again, and Tony
having those guns
gets
reloaded.
shut down. And Seek
unlucky.
with the 3.
Oh, they're gonna get both of them up too. Wow.
Right
Yeah.
there. Ends up
Well,
winning it all,
yeah,
and
that's
CG
G
Monster
I thought that was
right
he was
there.
resing OCID. I'm like, well, maybe not.
That's a huge,
Might take a while to get there.
letdown, though, for Seek, G Money, and OCID, who were nearing the top
Boyos,
10
30 health.
overall cumulative points on the leaderboards there.
This man a med kit.
Man, that's got to be tough.
Yikes.
Kind of see Agers, Poyo position at the top of their surge base. Kind of see on the side that little blue arrow kind of fishing.
I get like surge bases in these situations,
sure that all this
but like
that they do take on top of the
in
tower
my solo
can
catch
easily
cup
be
games, I
replenished
don't want to see surge bases.
by any sort of shield fish if they can grab
Like,
them.
I'm so sorry.
Down below,
We're
you
in
see a lot of other
opens,
teams positioned
top
high up,
1,000.
trying
I
to
don't
do the
get
same thing,
why
but if they don't have that
we're
little bit of
building
water,
surge bases.
they're the ones that are gonna be feeling most of the pain. Bolts, Rapid, Kanata finally
I see 'em
rotating
too.
south from
Yeah.
Demon's
That's annoying,
Dojo.
though.
They have a lot of time and space.
Even in ranked, it's like, what's
to
the
take as much
point?
time as they need, but this time around they're just trying to beat the zone on the other end.
See how it's going to play out, though. Onimass starting to come out, so they have their escape plan here. Have to be careful. Team behind the mountain, but Cold lurking. Looking for the opening shot here. Shot from behind and doesn't even flinch. That's how dedicated he was to hopefully getting the ambush right there.
Dude, I was watching this fight. I didn't even notice that that was Cold, Peterbot and Cold.
Say, who is that? That was Oreo and his tree on top of the Boxcar's mountain. It's almost like revenge, because last game we saw Peterbot take down Oreo and he had elevation on top of the island. Just a little bit of revenge. They have all that space over the mountain. They can continue to spread out. They know exactly where this team below them is rotating. There's only one way into that tunnel and only one good way out. So they can kind of mirror them all across the top of that mountain.
Back where Curly knocks in Virgo right now. Early game fight here up against Noah W Plays. So
from
one battle into the next,
what, like
Hopeful Heights continues to bring
top
trouble here
20
for Noah W
versus
trio.
last place
Power
right here.
Listen, it's Virgo, Noxie, and Curly who have had the best overall day today.
This guy's
When it
hairline's
comes down to
cooked
your
just like
average
me.
eliminations, place and points earned. They have been trending.
Well, at least
their
like
way
whenever he pulls
straight
his
up
hair
the
back, you know, it's not.
And now
it's at least
that puts
front
them
facing.
right in the conversation here for
Sorry, that was
entering
me,
into
sorry.
the top 10.
All right, Chase, you're banned.
All right, GG's. It's been nice, Bren. Talk to you guys
Or I
later.
should say the top 5, as they're in 7th right now. Right behind Vidil, Cooper, and Sphinx.
Dude, I wonder what happened in EU for Vidil, because I think there's for sure like a trio that probably would have wanted him on EU.
More. They get inside of the top one.
He might have just thought NA was
15,000
easier.
more.
Probably.
And even more after that
I mean,
for every
yeah, a lot of
placing
pros did it
above.
last season too, or last
So even
chapter.
if it's a long shot, almost
Before,
have to play
the
perfect in order to take that
LAN,
#1 spot.
like every
It's
pro and
still-
their mom
there's
moved
still a
to
goal for
NA.
them to meet and everywhere across the map.
But too bad they didn't win globals
Trying to
or the year
replicate
before.
that success from yesterday. kind of flying under the radar, holding their spot toward the top side of the leaderboard, and finishing strong in Game 6 with a huge victory royale, being able to build that confidence and momentum going into today, day 2.
Dude, my biggest regret was not qualifying for World Cup.
Right? Seats to the
Because I'm like 97% sure if you qualify for World Cup, you at least got like either $10,000 or $50,000 if you place dead last.
Heights,
for season 9
going down right now.
Yeah, season 9.
Like, yeah, dude. It
secure himself the finish for Donnie.
Did you play back then?
I played, just not at least not seriously competitively, but I played back then. Yeah.
The World Cup was hard to qualify. I tried with my buddy Kyle.
Really? Dude, I wasn't like I hated competitive. I'm like competitive players are so cringe. Oh my god, that's disgusting.
Typhoon Blade's going crazy. They haven't really achieved any big damage.
Anyways,
but this is
but yeah, no,
I at the north side of the map with Noah, Chaos, and DC.
Played a couple competitive events, but like I wasn't super into competitive that time.
Just like Noxy, Curly, and Virgo, they realize they're the third party. And this is their opportunity to just try to sneak up on any one of these teams, try to catch somebody out of position. But they need to be careful because there's another team to the south down below them slowly moving in.
To be fair, if you allow 3 professional players to get onto your wall, they deserve to pull out the Typhoon Blades and all 3 swing at them. That was crazy. That could have ended so badly. I was actually hoping to see something happen there, but nonetheless, Chance, Mason, and Donnie continue to see another day. Now, though, surrounded by Noxy's trio here. They're looking in, continuing to kind of search for the action, search for the opportunity.
Doesn't even look like Noxy, Virgo, and Curly are on the same page right now, scattered around, potentially looking for Noah, even though he's not a solo overall in this game. He's a solo in the position of Oakville Heights. His teammate far away from him on those turtles, just trying to stay alive. If you go down, I got you. And Noah's like, no. If you go down, I got you. It's kind of the hope for the situation that they're in. We got a new team
trying to go for the,
on top of the island, trying to claim that medallion. Kanata, Rapid, and Bolton. We know the damage they can do in a lobby like this if they're able to possess that medallion.
Yeah, this is a big pick right now for Kanata, Rapid, and Bolton.
They have Godmask and
I mean, they're
medallion.
in 8th place right now. They had a 2nd place
like
game
if
just a couple rounds
if they
ago,
actually like
so
get
far
good positioning
today,
in zone, I think they win
finding
this
their
game.
chances to kind of break away here. However, just coming up short.
No, I think Booga wins this one.
In the
You think
conversation.
Booga wins this one?
And the next one.
Clicks Batman, Booga, and Yamzo back on over to them. They've now exited their way from the storm.
He gets 5th place game 12 though.
Kind of this foxy flood
Do you think that helps or hurts him? Do you think he has like a chance at? Oh wow, there. Okay, I thought they're 300 below.
Storm Surge gonna activate.
That helps or hurts
Not too many worries from Batman Booga and his trio. 649 above the damage threshold.
I mean, sorry, not global.
Still
He
finding
wins.
opportunities for
like
more.
wins FNCS.
This is at the edge of zone, the edge that's pulling down towards the south.
I think he's
they
gonna
kind of
get
give themselves options. Wait at the edge.
Maybe
find
4th if it's a rough go, but third
or just quickly find their position. Very, very similar to Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual.
Like,
not
look at this,
wasting
like,
any time on the edge this
taught
time
myself.
around.
Look at this great guy
In the early game, and they got the flexibility to rotate.
Right now,
and that's exactly what they did.
Now they're looking to get some tags here onto Booga, if even threats who have a
Dude, they're search trading Banamall
set up here at the Seaport City.
I saw them pickaxing. One of them
maintain
pickaxe.
this position time and time again. The zone's here. This is the way they played out. They build a huge base. The only time we've actually seen them abandon that is when they had to full collapse on a trio that was invading their area, which just so happened to be Chimp, Skittles, and Victor V. No easy pickup, but they ended up sweeping the floor with them really quickly.
Yapko, yeah, how you say his name? And Muzz. Just being on this like extreme dead side of zone is hilarious.
Yapko. This is exactly what Vivid kind of broke down yesterday to start the day.
Why?
Their game plan.
Like if they go pull up the map, all of these teams are just fighting for their lives on one edge of zone, and then there's like Muzz looking to get some more mats.
You kind of see it at the edge of the zone. They don't have too far to rotate. And they're going to be one of those teams to kind of position themselves.
Oh, Seaport would be
at the
awesome
edge
at
of
zone.
that hill, right outside of Seaport City. Look towards the south and try to hold as many teams out as possible. They're 250 above the damage threshold, but you know that can change in the blink of an eye.
Like the buildings.
Saw a little hit marker there. I thought Muzz found that long range connectivity. Not just yet though.
Down, Victor V.
Speaking about Chimp and team though, seems like they're
our skills.
A bit of a skirmish here against Power Polis and Listen.
Poor Edgy dude, he's so washed.
Two new trios. relatively hungry, going head-to-head right now. Minis starting to be shared about here,
Oh,
so the
Agers,
damage is
Acorn,
being
Boyo.
done. Meanwhile, Acorn,
In zone.
Boyo, and Agers looking a little worse
It's
for
Joji
wear.
done.
The
Nerf
worst we've
is
seen them come
low
in mid-game,
HP.
but they have all the
Aaron.
damage. They're just on the hunt right now for a little
there's a
bit
whole
more.
different
They could
trio
use the
around here,
material
too.
count. There it is. Securing
Bro,
this
keep going, that guy's
elimination.
low.
The timing couldn't be better for Agers
No,
here now.
he TP'd away.
Oh, the other one was 12.
I know he TP'd away.
More damage.
I don't think they know where he
Easier
went.
time handling that storm
The
surge.
one Agers picked up is only 6
There's
shots. The other
one
one was
team
12.
Oh,
just
yeah,
outside
yeah.
of where the actual zone
Oh,
is
the
at
Oni
now,
mask, yeah.
trying to look
That's
back.
my
They
thing.
heard
I feel
all
like,
this
I was talking
noise
about
going
it,
down.
if you were to do
I
a
don't think they've been
drinking
given
game
an
for every single
opportunity
time
of
they just
sight. You can
don't
kinda
get
see
a
they're
refresh on
very,
their
very
Oni
parallel
mask,
to
you'd
one
be
another.
blacked
That's
out by
Scare,
like game
Soneto
2.
and Veer.
Oh, I know.
And they have the option right now. Wait, take damage from Storm, try to hold them out, or simply try to rotate in, worry about the damage that they need later.
In order for Ritual Cold and Peterbot to have the space
This game
that
brought
they
to you
need
by
just jump up with a single game, it's going to take
Blacklight
Agers,
Gaming
Acorn, and
Chairs.
Boyo to
Get
play
your Blacklight Gaming Chair
terribly.
using Fortnite
And
for
that
10%
something
off.
go really wrong. If that doesn't happen, I mean, this is going to be a close race all the way to the top.
That
here.
shotgun shot. Brought to you by MasterCard.
Standing strong.
MasterCard, helping
so
you
far,
get your V-Bucks.
499 points earned
Oh, that's crazy.
over the 2 days of competition. They've also been one of the few teams to
I don't think
secure
they
those
could
victory
advertise the credit card
royales.
company, no?
Probably not. 'cause
So
he's
far
minors,
has
so
been
play the game.
relatively,
Yeah.
Maybe,
I
don't
would say
know.
consistent. We
Oh,
haven't seen them have too much
Booga-
troubles
oh,
just yet.
Fighting on Island?
Yeah, no, Noxy. It's gonna be struggle for them. They're low HP.
From
They're getting
Island
hit by Surge.
to down
Yeah.
below,
Oh, they already died.
they have a lot
They died to
of
Storm
different
Surge.
resources here at their
Is
disposal.
Muzz getting hit, too?
Yeah. Oh, they're 100 below.
Zone, but on the other side, Muzz rise.
Also a rare
not
person
only
to
down
see below,
the threshold, Storm Surge is
Storm Surge.
active every couple of
Wow.
seconds. That'll be 25 damage. And they're stuck kind of in Seaport City. There's not really too many players they can fight. And the only ones
Besides
they can
Peterbot.
actually pounce on is Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual right down below.
They really just have
And
to
I feel
hope
like
that
that's gonna
someone
be
else-
their only option as soon as they realize
Oh.
they're there.
Yeah,
I thought they were just gonna wait it out.
They get to choose from. Like Booga's team's already gone. Now it's up to Peterbot's team to fight this one off, and the Storm Surge is doing the damage. They're already gone. Muzz, Rise, and Japco might have been too late to the punch.
You can see there's a lot of empty inventory slots. They don't have a ton of heals. They're now going into the reserves. 156. Not only Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual rotating around, but the majority of the players on
That's
that side of
one.
the zone. They got to start getting desperate, but it works. Yapko
Only
finds
40?
that big elimination onto one.
Oh, he's
Not
whipping
enough
his
damage.
shots.
Still
Yeah.
looking for more. That's Skittles. That's Victor V right down below him as well, along with Chimp. And it's all or nothing
Last
right now
shot
for
chance.
Muzz in a 2-tick zone
Oh,
without any heals.
wow.
It comes down to this moment, and it's Storm Surge that takes him down. Yapko, even though he gets some damage,
That
it's
is
Storm
just
itself
unlucky.
that takes him down, leaving
Wait, Rise
to
got 10.
abandon
Oh,
the
never
play
mind.
And try to finish this one out as
That's
a
just
solo, but
unlucky.
no! Rise goes down as well. Storm Surge
So
taking
Poyo,
down
Acorn,
another one of our
Peterbot,
premier
or Poyo,
teams.
Acorn,
What
Agers.
a situation.
Building
to
a
unfold
mansion.
You got
here,
enough
Jacob.
pyramids? Yeah, I was
On-
going to say.
It just doesn't
I think
get
they could add a
worse
couple
than
more.
this for them. It was
But
looking so good until
Sitting
it wasn't,
basically
and
dead
now
side, Clicks,
the
Biga,
podium
Yamzo
starts
taking a
to
fight
open up and space is being
with Veer.
made. Can
I
Clicks
think that's
Batman moving down to
crazy.
take
No,
advantage of
that's
this is the
I
question
don't
at
even know
this
whose
point.
trio is.
I mean, it's all
They're
up to
barely
everyone else
above.
now.
Yeah, they started this game roughly like 13 points down from second
Yeah,
place,
never
which
mind.
is Muzz, Yapko, and
Cool.
Rise. Placement points
Gotta
haven't even
refresh
been
and Storm
given
Surge.
yet, and they find even more eliminations. That's their 8th one. Now I feel like they've overtaken them on the leaderboard. Down 13 to
There's
start the
Diego.
game. 4
Cold's
eliminations at
down.
16
Yeah.
points. Depending on how many Yapko, Muzz, and Rise were able to grab before they went down.
Cold is down,
Cold
but
has
they're
been
trying to.
dropped.
Yeah, they can get him up.
Ritual. Now it's just Peterbot. I believe Ritual just went down, fully
Bro.
eliminated, and they're quickly
And
on the
Peterbot doesn't have
offensive.
this win
That's
condition.
Pikes, that's Aoxy, that's Jojo Fishy on the other side, and this could
Oh, they
be
get the
a
res
big
off, but they're gonna be
confidence-boosting win for
below.
them.
Definitely
not
love
really
to
good
see it
looks.
right now. Peterbot has to pick up Cold here. Can they bounce back? Man, disaster happening everywhere.
Oh,
right
Biga's still
now.
up.
So unfortunate
Ooh, Rapid gets
for
speed.
everyone
Sorry.
that's a fan of Peterbot. Was hoping for them to go ahead and take the lead, and just like that, Jacob, looks like everything is crumbling. But if you're Agers, if you're Acorn, if you're Poyo, you're so excited about how
This is
this is
actually
all
not
played
even
out
bad
so
looks.
far.
They get broken?
Now you can kind of see him right now, 75, a couple of good shots, 107. Storm Surge is going to be a worry for them as this game does continue. Rapids down. We saw him take a damage a few moments ago, but they full boxed up. The double revive, that's going to take no trouble to get them back up as a trio.
Kanata's medallion.
And immediately see them going for work hunting, trying to figure out
wait, is he dead or did he just give it to him? Yeah, Kanata's still up. They just gave Bolts
close attention to that damage threshold right now that's starting to lurk and creep up on everyone in our competition right here.
Where's Cease is on? He's there.
95 above. Pressure looming. Full trio in front of him. Can Peterbot and
I see Cease now, yeah.
once again here? Can they continue?
Kanata backside his zone. Bolts and Rapids gets shut down.
Back into it. Of course they can. You can't count them out.
Just looking to hold them in zone.
Extremely dangerous.
I mean, that
definitely put a smile on my face, I'll tell you that.
Clicks is still up.
They didn't even see
Visual still up. Cease, but like their entire trio still up. That's nice to see.
Too quick to let that one fly. You see the top of the mountain, Clicks, Batman, Booga, Yamso, one of them, Curve, Tyler, Shadow, another team. Quick to rotate, trying to grab that positioning.
I thought you later,
Jared. More of that mountain to open up. Both teams have their eyes on that prize, but down below, Agers, Poyo, Acorn trying to go through unnoticed. And this is what they've been doing. They haven't been necessarily taking high ground early on. They're not putting themselves in a position to get contested on the congested side of the zone. It's just pure brain power coming out of Acorn.
Like what I'm watching right now from Agers, Poyo,
is Acorn the IGL?
Still moving, getting high ground, positioning themselves perfectly, and although they don't have the most damage, they have still managed to secure themselves a decent position here overall.
I'd probably imagine, yeah.
Meanwhile, 32 below now, and there still is a fair amount of players that will have to fall here. Peterbot, Cold will have to get active. They're on the low ground as well. Focus starts to come in from the lobby. They know that they need to get out, and they got to get out quick. Peterbot goes first.
This is not lucky for Peterbot. He got a refresh though. 30 builds.
He gets to play with.
Still not great.
Considering the situation that they're in.
Surge run away, right?
Storm Surge still going to activate at least one more time, but Poyo, Acorn, Agers, elimination was found throughout the past couple of seconds.
That was Poyo
and Agers
battling it out one more time.
Tearing him apart. And you can see they desperately needed those resources.
Got the Diego trying to get his teammates loot.
Might not be possible
gets
for them
punished for it.
Definitely not right now. But look at
Storm
this.
Here.
Threats going in. Greeting for the loot. Saw the wall was open there and decides to double back now. Booga, if even Threats could use the pickup here.
Blake and all of them are sitting pretty
might be Cease,
nice
Blake,
right
and
now.
Jack will pick up the Elim there. Meanwhile, Cold and Peterbot still in the game here. Saw for a brief moment there though, eyeing up Agers on the other side of the wall. Sphinx, Vidal, and Cooper.
We got 20
just to the
builds.
right side here.
Gets
Peterbot goes in onto Booga, but no.
That's just Storm Surge, I think, right now.
Misses the shot that he needed to keep him up.
No, I know.
A nice cheeky little attempt for him. It's not every day.
Kanata's used 37 or 27 mask shots out of his
Acorn, Agers, 385, more than enough. And you see them looking
I feel like it's actually very impressive someone's able to use the entire Mythic mask.
With only 6 builds, if they want that to be a possibility, they got to get a refresh first. And
Boyo in 6 builds
total. It's a duo, and they're forcing him down below.
Wait, they got Peterbot down.
So much damage right before he falls. Now leaving Cold
as
a solo.
And this is going off the mountain. I mean, anything can happen.
Peterbot probably drops down to 3rd after this one. No man. Clicks might take 2nd or 3rd.
But Boyo, Acorn, and Agers
they're still up.
Just running away with the points now.
Dude, don't forget about Booga. The fuck?
This is where they really get to solidify their lead.
Booga, my man.
Yeah, I know. Oh, Cease went down.
Acorn does fall here.
Boyo gets in as Jack.
Boyo follows up. He's trying to secure the points here. He gets one. Can he get the second? The Siphon starts to keep him in the game here.
Being targeted down below, Clicks, Batman, Booga,
Agers, solar flushing coming.
And you got to remember, second place
basically.
Out, 3rd place.
Doesn't have Invisible though, so he is relying on that Typhoon Blade. Gets damage on Rapids though. Low HP, that wall cut him.
Trying to hang on to what he can. 8 builds left, but with the Typhoon Blade, he's making it look easy, gliding his way to the front side of the zone, giving himself a fighting chance to get into the top 5 and even more after that. But he runs into trouble. Vidal on the other side.
There goes Blake.
Class that he has. He takes down Blake, but he gets taken down. That Sphinx. Agers gets the elimination. The Siphon.
Res, Oxyon, Height, Clicks, and dude, really, if this is if there's any game that Clicks is gonna win, it's gonna be this one. His entire trio's 100 HP on low. This is their best chance.
Vidal and Cooper are the only ones alive. Got out of position though, and this is a new opportunity, a new chance for someone to potentially win this game here.
Fourth
Oh my god, refresh on mask.
Sixth place still alive. This is a game that is definitely gonna send Crakes down.
There's
that
us Cooper.
And they target upward. Cooper's gonna
there goes Rapid.
One of the few trios left in the game because Rapid gets taken down. Curve is on high ground. He's trying to survive unnoticed as what I think is a solo because everybody is scared of this trio down below. Bolts is trying to survive. Everybody's
You think for how many kills they have,
know
they'd have more
that it's
builds.
just
Clix only has
dangerous to drop
13
down
builds.
low.
This is great for Clix, Iamzo, Batman Booger, the only
think they had early
strong
game
team
kills.
alive, the full team up as well.
There goes
Curve is
Vidil.
just here. Vidil's gonna
So it's just
fall,
Bolts,
and now the map
Clix
is
trio,
starting to
and
make
I
sense for
Rebels
Iamzo,
on
Clix,
height.
and Batman Booger.
And Curve
Remember,
on height.
with every drop, with every elim they get that scan to go off too, so they have the information.
1v1 on
I
height
think
is
they
crazy.
recognize what's
Yeah.
happening.
I think you have bigger problems, buddy. Actually,
Maybe
it
a
makes
whole
sense 'cause you
trio?
need second place
Curve
points.
gets chopped out. It's a three-man fire show here. Iamzo, Clix, and Batman Booger are getting to work, and they're looking to add their
The only way they
to
lose
a
is if
potential
they
top three
sell.
now.
Big game.
Bolts probably
Bolts
low on
is
max.
Bolts, he does have that medallion, does have the potential to make a play. He is an FNCS champion, and down he goes.
No build on
Trying to
that,
go the
yeah.
offensive. Out of builds is going to be Clix, but 3v1.
Finally.
7
The
kill win.
numbers speak for themselves. A big win for Clix, Batman Booga, and Iamzo, and they set their eyes at the top of the leaderboard.
Very nicely done. You couldn't count them
Alright, bro, I
out.
think I gotta go and start my
Give them their
homework.
flowers.
Thanks
They
for letting
get
me
a
be on the
dub.
stream.
Of course.
Again here on the big
Let me know
stage,
if you're
and that's
joining,
the
alright?
best they've done so far.
Alright, I will.
From
Alright, man.
5th
Peace.
place now, they will surely be up in a top 3 conversation here, given that all that close competition is starting to come falling down. That was a game for the books for them, and you know what? A pivotal moment here in the tournament standings. I think we have a fight for who's going to be going to Global Championship here, and I can't wait to see how it's going to go down. Take a look, though, from the other side. It was just easy street at this point.
Yeah, both do
I'll let them talk,
Bolts
and I'm going to
try
talk
to
about
drop
it.
his way down, but 3v1, too much to overcome, and that is match number 10 done and dusted. Monster, there's only 2 games left, and 3 people I trust to break down the action. Zeke, Kelly, and Vivid, take it away.
Absolutely not. Okay, chat. Let us talk about it. This used to be a competitive game. I would like to say this was a competitive game. If you look at yesterday, you open up yesterday, you look at solos, this was a competitive game. 90 points doable. Excuse me. 30 points, 20 points, 20 points, 10 or 5 points, 30 points. It was a competitive game if you were 7th and above. Not anymore. Not anymore. Not anymore. 796 points goes the way of Aegis, Acorn, and Poyo. Rituals and Cold almost a little over 100 points behind. And with 669 points, Clix and Batman Booga have, if they continue this momentum and nobody comes in between them, they are now, they have the chance to break Clix's 3rd place curse. Or 4th place curse by helping him get a 3rd place placement. This would not send them to globals, but it would be a crazy milestone for Clix. Rapid, Bolts, and Kanata in 570 points. Vidil, Cooper, and Spinks 563 points. Muzz, Yapko, Rise 559 points. Aviv, Vika, Threats 549 points. Noxy, Virgo, Curly 499 points. Shadow, Curve, and Night Tyler 375 points. Visuals, Braids, and Amish finishing the top 10 at 297 points. It is competitive 8 and above. I agree. Competitive 8 and above, but you're fighting for 3rd place. You're no longer fighting for you're not fighting for 1st place. I'm not gonna lie, I don't even think top 2 are fighting for 3rd place. I think they're fighting to stay above the water. But I don't quite know how Peterbot and Cold can recover. Peterbot, Rituals, and Cold can recover from this. They really do have to somehow win these next 2 games in order for them to somehow have a chance at getting 1st place. And they need for Poyo and Acorn to have what has seemed to be very uncharacteristically poor performances out of them. So we will see. Teams like C's, Jack, and Blake have came back into 14th place. Bucky, Okus, and Craze have stayed the same at 12th place. Oliver, OG, Det, and Skater have dropped down to 17th place. Actually, where did Booga go? Wait, chat, where did Booga go? Oh, he was in 7th. Okay, I guess I completely tuned him out. But yeah, But yeah, we're really fighting. We're really seeing the fight for who's gonna get second place, because they have played a phenomenal game. I went in doubting Poyo. I was like, I don't know, chat. Poyo, he did have a lot of those FNCS wins with Peterbot, and we've already seen how dominant Peterbot can be. Him winning solo cash cups, him winning these FNCS weekly challenges. But that did not matter. They were strat saving. They did what they needed to do to get into Grands. And now that they are in Grands, we're seeing the full extent of their playbook. And wow, they are absolutely dominant. These are a scary trio to look at going into globals, which we don't have to worry about for a while. Excuse me, we don't have to worry about for a while. About, I want to say 7 more months into globals. But oh my god, if this trio keeps playing how they have been playing, we might. We already know who wins. I'm just saying. But we have about 3 more minutes until the next game starts. So let's just check back into the stream.
Welcome back to the FNCS. That's it for the FNCS. See you guys in Major 2. All right, bye. Okay, so we obviously had an unbelievable game, right? Iamzo clicks Batman Booga. They give themselves a victory royale in game number 10. Going into this game, there was a very clear, defined lead, and with that game, suddenly this trio are now looking to contend with Peterbot. We are only 30 points behind Peterbot. Kelly, are you seeing the beauty of my script? I write it so that it clicks beats Peterbot. Are you seeing the beauty of my script?
You know, I complimented you yesterday on it, but today this really is your magnum opus, a beautiful cinema if there ever was one. And it's still not over yet, right? We're jumping the gun a little bit here. There is still 2 more games to go, but I mean, Vivid, for me, the story is, it's a little bit of a 2-parter where it's not just what is Clicks, Batman Booga, and Iamzo doing right, but also where is Ritual Cold and Peterbot falling short?
Yeah, I mean, right now we're kind of talking about this, right? Like the lead between first and second place. I mean, Agers, Acorn, and Poyo, they just look untouchable. I mean, nothing is faulting them. They were low on mats that game. They did not go down at all. I think it was like 7th or 6th zone, where it was like, yeah, they got like 60 bills. Like, this rotate looks nearly impossible. And then like a zone later, you tune back with them, and it's like, yeah, they're still the same mats, and they're just fishing. Like, everything's completely fine. All 3 of them were just fishing. I don't know what it is. This trio just has everything kind of figured out. It doesn't matter what position they're in. They're just going to go for it. They've got some plan. Honestly, it's just got to be the Elims, right? They're just so cohesive as a trio. Obviously, Agers just somehow continues to find himself alive as a solo and continue to put up some points. They look untouchable. With only 2 games left, yet 130-point lead, there would have to be something dramatic to happen for this trio to fall out of first place.
I mean, honestly, Vivid, I think what you talked about at the start of the show really hit the nail on the head right here. How they're able to kind of just, you know, have so much control over on the west side of the map, being able to farm up while Agers and Poyo are able to get these tags just allows them such an ease into the middle and late game. And although we haven't seen a win from this trio, it doesn't really matter, especially when they're able to make it to the end game time and time again and get those eliminations as well. I mean, but Zeke, this isn't just a story of who's getting first, although obviously that is where the prestige is. This is who is going to the global championships.
I mean, look, we're fighting for it, right? I mean, to have this come down to this 2 games left to go, and now Clicks jumps up. But I also want to turn attention there to 4th place, right? Rapid, Kanata, Bolts, they jump up 4 placements. Now, they are still, what is that, like 61 points behind 3rd place. But anything can still happen, right? We can still see that gap be closed within a single game, right? And to see like Kanata and his trio just firing on all cylinders, like how many times in these like now 10 games have we been like, oh, time to cut to the wide shot, let's see where everyone's located. You just look up, you're like, yep, there they are on height once again. Like, I'm happy to see them performing so well right now, and to know they're only 61 points behind. They could look to make a strike.
100%. And honestly, to see them go from 7th after day 1 to now in 4th place, just 30 points away, or I'm sorry, just a handful of points away from our 1st and 2nd place. I love to see it. Bolt's here doing a good job, as you could in a 1v3. Obviously, there's only so much you can do in that situation, but I mean, like you said, they're constantly in the high ground there. I think maybe they need to just wait a little bit longer, be a little bit more patient, like what we've seen from Muzz's trio. But still, they're clearly climbing up the leaderboard right now, and that's all you can really ask for.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing well. And speaking about the leaderboard, I think the one thing that we're going to have to focus on, Zeke, of course, game number 11. It's going to be Peterbot, Cold and Ritual versus Clicks, Batman, Booga, and Niamzo, right? There's going to be a lot of pressure being put on the Peterbot's trio. Those last couple of games, those early fights were not being found. The Storm Surge, for the first time, probably all of this season, they were below Storm Surge. Right now, Clicks, Batman, Booga, and Niamzo, it looks like they have a serious, real chance to go ahead and take that 2nd place spot.
And I love that Kelly called this out, right? This started in game 9. This started when Clicks took the fight to Peterbot on that island.
Yeah.
And it proved gods can bleed. What does that mean for these last 2 games? Will Clicks do it again? If he can look to push Peterbot off, he could qualify to the Global Championships. That is crazy with 2 games left to go. My stress levels are through the roof. With that being said, though, it's okay. You're fine. You find your seat on the bus. Monster D-Face, Jacob PR, they'll talk us through the action. I'll be right back. Have fun. Good luck. Good luck.
Zeke always with the fadeaway as well. Game number 11 is here. I mean, I'm looking forward to it, Jacob.
More game.
They said it correctly.
Until
one little engagement can change the entire course for a trio, and it
we are looking to crown
on that island.
a new FNCS
downhill fast
champion.
Leading into some of these other games.
How are we feeling,
Zeke saying he
How are
can't
we
take it.
feeling?
My heart
I'm
can't
hyped.
handle this.
I'm really
There's
interested
only 2 more games
to see
left. This is where it comes down to
I had to open up
as
the accidentally
perfect
closed
as
tab.
possible. And
Interesting to see who's gonna win
with this next opportunity, because the battle bus
But
is ready, Monster. Let's get into it.
there's only one way to find out, and that's to get into game. So let's get into game.
Major 1 finals, game 11 is here, and we get to take to the storm, or to the world, I should say, first. Once again, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be cutting up the upper half, so teams like Peterbot, of course, will be able to touch down first at the Flooded Frogs. Will we see DC, Noah, and their team kind of mix it up once again here? All of these conversations will start to play out here shortly as we jump in, but we do have to ask that question. What will Cold, Ritual, and Peterbot do? How are they going to adjust their gameplay? What can they adjust in order to kind of complete the strategy and get back on the right side of the damage in the early game?
Just kind of be a little bit more proactive and not necessarily, I feel like, have a one-sided game plan. A lot of their early game surge comes down to those box-to-box fights, and right now they're either not necessarily getting as much damage as they want, even if they pick up the eliminations, or they're not getting those exchanges at all due to so many other teams switching up their drop spots altogether. But Pollo, Agers, Acorn, business
all of Night just to themselves. Bucky, Amish down already.
The last game, and we see the end again.
Sorry, Bucky
Braids,
down.
and Diminish
Visuals
have come out in the second half of the day looking for revenge.
Wow, Ender emoting.
You can see on Visuals face that smug smile creeping through as he dances at the Foxy, just knowing like, yup, we did that twice in a row. It's our drop now.
Got to be feeling good. It almost makes you wonder, like, if he would have stuck to his original game plan landing over here. It's a good spot. Foxy Floodgates, a lot of material resources and positioning center of the map as we move on over to Hopeful Heights. Something that we've seen through at least maybe 10 of these games so far, because I know some of these people switched up their drops. The Skater with a flank onto Chaos. He's trying to get out, but Dash is there on the other side as well, and he gets taken down. Great move by Chaos Gaming, causing that amount of chaos in such a
live. So Ronnie Dash is down, trying to get the fight with Noah W.
Definitely the story of this trio right here, right? They've kind of mixed things up.
This fight is always ugly every single time they take it.
We could beat the team
DC Awesome last. I'm pretty sure he's last place. No, not last place. Second to last place.
Noah's team is
97% sure.
and it has been working out well so far.
Well, and Oliver OG's down. Noah W. Getting the insta thirst. And there goes Skater. Noah W's trio is down. See you again in 20 minutes, Oliver.
Once again here at the Hopeful Heights. What they did last time was they immediately.
This is unlucky. This trio, I feel like. Sorry, I'm saying this trio. What really sucks about them is I feel like them splitting this drop is not helping any of their cases because it just always ends up scuffing them. I think Oliver OG has done better. Like long term, I'll talk about the off spawns fights, simply just because he's placing higher. But it's just not looking good for both of them. I'm not gonna lie. I guess this map is there's not enough places for them to land at that they won't be contested, but this kind of how it works. Goes Prez gets damage on Joji. Aaron down. Joji down.
Aaron's down. Joji's following. Drewbot, Clixie, and Prez are making good work.
Just looking for that last person in that trio.
Good for them.
Get the trio wipe.
Bad for others in the area that have been depending on kind of rotating in and finding these battles ongoing.
Yamzo clicks Batman Buga.
Like Peterbot and team have been doing when they've gone to the west side. So we'll see how these little things start to affect the overall scheme of things.
Leaving that Lost Lake area.
The Lost Lake.
Decent loot.
It's already
Oni shotgun.
Pretty decent loadout, but
Hollow Twister.
They have to get to the action here as well.
Yeah, you see him all the way going towards the west.
Oh, you see DC Awesome and Chaos looking to get out of this fight, getting pushed by a whole different team. This, I think it's Nut and Fredbot. Yeah, it's Nut and Fredbot. They make quick work of them. It's not what you like to see. If you're Noah W or DC Awesome and this right, that's not what you want to see. You really want to maximize all these games, especially we're coming into these end the wire, coming to the end of the wire here. Rituals, Cold, Peterbot, taking their time, getting on these fights. Their main goal right now is just to play consistent. They can book their trip to land with this FNCS. Trying to keep this fight away from Clix and Yamzo.
Kind of engaged for a bit.
Realistically here, any of these trios die,
it's funny because remember when
the other trio pulls away with it.
And Clix,
Yamzo, and Batman Buga kill Peterbot. They pull away with it. They could easily lock down that second place spot. Vice versa, Peterbot and his trio, they kill this Clix trio. They for sure lock in their spot.
Depending on where the zone pulls, and that's why you see them more times than not
getting damage from Cold.
They've already fought a few times throughout the course.
It's not what you want to see.
And now they're getting
regardless of what team you support.
Once in a 3v3 fight, now they realize, hey, maybe this is a team. We can
getting these storm surge tags,
get some surge on, and weaken their game plan. That way we
trying their best.
On the leaderboard.
Definitely playing with fire right now, though.
Peterbot looking really nice.
As they've
this brought to you by Blacklight Gaming Chairs. Blacklight Gaming Chairs, chairs of champions. Sit like royalty. Use code 4 for 10% off.
Here. They'll probably be building a little storm tower here shortly.
Sphinx video and Cooper.
Sphinx and video.
Noxy, this is a really gross like area to look at, honestly.
Lots of teams engaging here on the southern portion of the zone right now. They seem like they've had their fair
just trying to get out of that. That's a bad play.
So off they go.
You get your a little bit of storm surge damage out. Take your time, take your wins, take your losses. The only issue that comes is that with these tags, a lot more people are going to have a lot more damage. That storm surge is going to be pretty high. Kanata, Rapid, and Bolts
on this one,
taking height, using the surge base to try to see if they can get something.
Kanata, Rapid, Bolts, quick to rotate to the brutal
decent amount of match though.
This is one
on Kanata, Bolts was a little bit struggling.
One tower, one person across the map, cover more ground, because then you get the whole western side of the map and you get the whole eastern side of the map as possibilities for storm surge.
Yeah, definitely. All this canvas to work
not
with
even
here
that bad.
Clearly has been working very well for Kanata, Rapid, and Bolts right now.
Just able to get to his space.
What fight is this?
You see a little bit of a fight going on. Liam, Nut, Fredbot, Virgo, all of them fighting in zone.
This time against Curly.
Decent pull. Decently far zone. Not what you like to see. Not what you like to see.
Have their work cut out for them right now.
Trying to get these storm surge tags without taking too much damage. 2 medkits, they can afford to stay inside zone for a little bit longer.
You see them moving deeper and deeper into the zone.
No, now that I think about it.
That was their weak
Curly and Nox are low. Rise. This is Rise and Muzz, our 4th place team.
The only team nearby was
Peterbot. Low actually in Storm.
So they had to kind of disperse into 3 different directions, and they all
see what this team's fighting at. Oh, this Oxy team.
Peterbot back to what they do best, trying to fight for Surge. They end up so far on the west side, just left the night shifts for us. That's where Aoxy.
Nothing wrong with these fights. It's just you don't want for these fights to take too long. You want to make sure you get these kills, or else you're just setting yourself even worse for Storm Surge.
Widespread towers, so
Peterbot Rituals and Cole on high Oxy JoJo. Pinks on low.
Super important on what they decide to do.
Cold looking for a shot.
For the sake of taking down this team, I mean, surely they have the advantage right now. They definitely have
go for a right hand. Doesn't get it. Gets the floor though. Doesn't get the floor.
Already playing different angles. Have the bit
wide peak.
Here too.
Bit risky.
I like them taking a little bit more of a slower approach. Just trying to take for piece control, like we were saying.
Yep.
A lot of their
they have one more water spirit.
Just one shot really making the difference. Peterbot.
One less water spirit. Hopefully, they can make something happen with it. It's really struggling at the wall. Finally gets the wall. Cold. Attacking from a different angle. Peaks pushing. Rituals. Peterbot down by Oxy. This is not what you want to see. Cold. Low. 120. 60. 160 HP.
Could it just be tilt?
Choosing to disengage.
What could it be that's kind of holding them back
not
right
a
now?
bad idea.
We've seen so much near perfect play.
You wonder if they got Peterbot's card.
His clutches with how far he's taken this team, but just seems like things are not looking too great for them right now.
Just a reminder about this.
Be forced to retreat
about the way that this leaderboard is looking. Peterbot's in 2nd place, but not by a lot.
And this is just a setback, right? If nothing else.
This is how he was able to get it.
Gotta wonder what Peterbot's thinking right now.
Just a little distracted on Aoxy's teammate.
Possibly a little bit frustrated.
Play to go in on the side, catch him off guard.
Agers.
Force the whole team back.
Yapko gets someone.
The worst thing in the world, considering where they're rotating to. The zone is pulling in that direction as Yapko gets the elimination.
Got Maxi.
Smiley. Maxi follows.
Half the trio. One more person on that trio still here.
He's just
unknown though.
He's got to do what he got to do to stay alive.
The water spirit.
Look
and see if they're gonna use it.
Give them a chance. But their chance is really highly dependent on where the zone continues to pull.
Switching out that kinetic blade for.
This is it.
That void mask.
Talking game number 11 of the 12. Last chances now for
teams
to
kick some damage.
Make it or break it.
Not sure where it came from.
Acorn
I actually have no idea where that came from.
Not what we expected them to. Actually, I thought they'd be on that west side, maybe a little bit more north, but instead they're kind of sweeping around into the activity right now towards the south here.
I like quantity. I'm thinking that's Edgy's team.
No surge most
Ritual Speedbots and Cold trying to get into zone. They got Peterbot back up, so I thought, yeah, they could get his card. I believe I saw team to my left, but I'm not 100% sure on that one.
North back towards flooded frogs.
Unsure about Peterbot's mobility.
Left on the ground. Try to pick it back up.
Just looking for scraps at this point.
Rotate towards the zone.
Hoping for shock in the AR, maybe some type of mobility. Typhoon blade or kinetic blade might be what he might be looking for. Oh, we see Poyo in a fight. Gets one.
Looking good, looking clean, and now in a scuffle.
Swappy down. Last place 350.
Kicks and Kuza.
Yes,
the only
375.
two possible left on that trio, and it looks like they're not necessarily running away just yet.
Literally just called it.
Kicks and Cook running away.
Here for a fight. They definitely found one, and look at that. They have fully scared off the duo, what was left of them at least. They backed off. Kicks and Crook don't want anything to do with Poyo, Acorn, and Agers. They saw the feed. They saw who took him down. They end up dipping out.
They're taking damage.
I'm not sure if they know that that team rotated off.
That's kind of where I was going with that. Is that stat? They have not taken a single tick of surge throughout 10 games so far, and there's been moments where we have seen a barely
Bolts Rapids across two mountains, trying to maximize the amount of storm surge they got.
Before it happened, on the hunt for storm surge.
Good on shields. Very good on shield.
Adjustment to go south instead of east. Find the elimination.
Yamzo
they're so far in
gets one on Oreo.
Take a look at how that plays out for Yamzo. Quick 2-tap.
Naders gets Acorn up.
But as we jump in,
Wish we still had that one came about. We see Curve try to get in.
As well. Something must have gone wrong when they were rotating across here out of the zone.
Force into his box, trying to expand, making sure that they're not too locked in.
Go the distance right now. Surely Tyler's team has to recognize that.
Okay.
Oh, the fact that
there goes Tyler. Curve rotating out.
Quickly here.
Not planning on getting his teammates card.
The points are just racking up now for Adrius Pollo and Acorn's lead.
It's just massive right now. The way Pollo is playing is absolutely insane. It doesn't even look like he can be stopped at this stage in the game.
You ought to wonder.
Immediately going in, getting that elimination, backing up his teammate, but on the other side of the map, the top two teams.
Peterbot gets lots of damage.
Peterbot Cold Ritual have a deficit to overcome, but with shots like that, you see them landing, helping their surge game. But that team, they're not going down. They're going to be able to disengage.
Peterbot gets beamed from behind, no idea where.
And they immediately put.
Jeez, it tries to return to fire, doesn't manage to get it. 16
just south
shield left.
Frogs. This is where it is going to start to get congested on this eastern side.
Yep.
Here they go.
Refresh on the Oni mask.
Peterbot back in the mix right now. Already.
Oh, that's how Peterbot got here. Oh, wow.
Nice little find there onto Sinetto.
Peterbot toggles?
Highlights, okay. Give them the points that they need. A little bit of much needed damage. But their focus, they can never stop looking back in the zone. They find another trio in here. It seems like they want to take this battle.
Peterbot's already up, fighting it by himself. Essentially in a 1v3 situation.
1v3, getting out.
Catch up. He gets dropped
avoiding
down to
getting
76 HP, shield gone just like that. With a moment to breathe, Mini's going to come out.
I'm sure about who's fighting. Nerfface.
As well, depending on what other resources the teammates have. That's Nerfface.
And Joji.
That's Aaron and Joji right above. And this isn't a team you want to rotate parallel next, especially with how their games have been going down on Surge. As they continue to put the pressure down on Aaron, him trying to reunite with Nerfface, Joji as well. This is where it's going to begin to start getting scary for these teams.
Looking down, like standing there, so it's all low.
Desperation, I feel like. Really looking to pick up the points here, pick up the pace, and not find themselves in the same situation as the last two rounds where they needed damage.
Aaron's just simply just trying to get away. Doesn't necessarily have a mask. That makes it that much harder for him to try to create distance, especially with Peterbot.
There goes Aaron.
Continuously on his tail. Finally, the knock is going to come in along with the elimination. That one's going to get cleaned up. And it
Joji behind. Cold.
They were rotating already in the direction of zone as they get the knock on to Joji as well.
Not what you like to see, that trio.
Joji down and out.
You wonder what left there is for you to do.
By himself in game 11 to have a clutch opportunity.
Have one last opportunity to make a final push.
Some extra shields to take for the road here, so this is a huge recovery opportunity for them. They get the mats that they most definitely needed. Deal Sphinx and Cooper now, though, on the move amongst the chaos of the other teams as well here. Plenty of trios on the move here in the southwestern portion of this map here, just outside the Magic Mosses. Booga threats in Aviv. On the eastern side of the Demon's Dojo, though, not looking too hot here. What's going on with them?
Do you expect to see this trio a little bit more
trying to get Surge? You see just
500, 600 above, though.
At least 3, maybe even 4 teams.
So it's not like they're doing terribly.
Likely what they were fighting against as they continue to try to rotate.
Probably not what
you'd
expect.
Tony, Creon, and Zeus are the ones on top of that mountain already, and threats. Booga, they're going to feel a little bit of that pain. Quick shots coming on over. For Tony, Creon, and Zeus, it's just a little bit more for their Surge game because they're focused on trying to rotate in, especially since you don't want to get cut off on that rotation. Muzz, Rise, Yapko, they're the ones to do it.
We're just hopping back and forth to teams that matter. The teams that are up at the top here, giving us all the activity that we need to be paying attention to right now. 1,000 above the damage threshold puts Sphinx and Cooper, the Deals team, surely at the top as one of the teams to be contending for a smooth game.
Our new EU player, Vidil.
What's going on the other side?
Bringing in some of that EU magic.
Bolts. Rapid
over
eyes on
1,000 above
Booga
Storm
and
Surge.
Threats here of Vive as well.
Bolts Kanata Rapid trying to make some group rotates. Gonna land right next to Pollo. Azers, like I said,
you can see the surge already active.
edgy.
It's a lot happening here. This
I
storm's
lost
flowing
Smiley.
back south towards the Magic
Looks to be
right
the
now.
next focus.
For now, I'm
Of
not too
Kanata and
worried
his
about
trio.
the zone. It's good
Trying to
even
hold
ground.
some of
There
those
might be
force
some
bleed
trees in
through.
the way, but if it continues to pull towards the south,
You know that they're gonna hit someone over there is gonna
that's
hit
where
with
we
Storm
gotta start
Surge.
to buckle up for a wild ride as Kanata Rapid both
Almost
looking in the
get-
distance,
doesn't
feed
get it,
two
though.
Full trios fighting it out, and they're just trying to get surge.
Try to see if they can
Eliminations
get
are
some
not-
of that, but
that's
it's not
what they have
worth
their
it
primary focus on.
in the end.
Then Pollo
Peter
Agers,
bot.
they're just kind of smooth sailing down
Just
below,
getting
just
focused.
fishing, trying to get as much shield
900
fish
above.
before they can take the end game. Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold. The amount of
Poor
fighting
Elam's paying
in this
off.
game
Poyo.
has proven
Acorn,
to be worth it at the end
Aegis.
of the day. Almost 8,000
Not
above
even
the
playing the
damage
same
threshold,
game as some of these
really
players.
improving after those last 2 game performances.
Playing Fishing Simulator and
huge, right?
Fortnite.
Like,
FNCS
being able
Grand
to
Finals.
Take your time, fish it out while you have
I mean, what
zone
else is
length,
there to say?
While you have the damage, while
Maybe
everyone
this is
else
why they're doing so good. Maybe this is why they're doing so
struggling for their
good.
Tournament life. Like, look at Cold Acorn or Cold Ritual and Peterbot here, still fighting their way to this safety. They're not quite there just yet. Still have a little bit of a ways to go. Maybe now they get some time. They do have
Finally
a fishing
Cold.
rod, so this
Peterbot
could be the
looking
recovery
to
point
get
for them, Jacob.
some type of
Yeah,
fishing
exactly. Now
going.
that they have the surge, this is something
Clicks.
similar that we did see in the previous games where they were well above
Playing
that
like
threshold.
me,
Get themselves
doing my
not
solo
necessarily
catch
the most
cups,
highest point on the map,
playing around in
but
this
just
bush.
so they can kind of go through uncontested
Have the most
through these
day 2
next
points
couple
with
of zones,
294.
depending on where
Nice.
it's going to pull. You can see Clicks, Batman, Boo, and Yamzo the most points so far, passing Virgo, Noxy, and their trio, who has been performing phenomenally well throughout the day as well.
Gotta keep it interesting though. 725 damage above the thresh. So they've definitely done enough. Wasn't pretty, but they got the job done. Boyo, Agers, and Acorn starting to feel the pressure starting to loom on top of them now, but look at this zone. They pulled that as well, so less worry for them about positioning, more now about just focusing in on the damage.
Get enough
Kanata,
focus.
Bolts and Rapid do have this little bit of high ground here.
And
Oh, look at this.
Two.
Aviv as well. It's positioned up
That
for some
surge
high
tower.
ground.
see him trying to see if there's anyone in
They're
it.
just trying to break it out. They ain't trusting it.
Yeah, I feel like that
Right
is
on,
where the
Curly.
zone is kind of heading. So
Noxy's
they know
used, that's
they
all.
don't have the opportunity
Mind him just
to
being a
one-hop
really
it with the
big
Void
fight.
just yet,
Bolts,
so they're trying
Rapids.
to drop it down, so
They're not
no
trying to get
other
into it.
teams can take it either. They're content with their positioning, probably waiting for the next zone as they look for
Sphinx,
more
Cooper
damage.
video looking.
Leo, Cooper Sphinx, 800 above.
Jack
Much
on low,
different
Blake.
performance for them as
Trying to
well
get to
for
C's.
some of the games that we've seen so far.
Storm Surge
Dio having the
active.
clutches of solo, the whole team being down on Storm Surge. Great opportunity. And speak of that, Cold Ritual
And
Peterbot
there goes
sneaking up
Braids.
on
That's
Braids.
unlucky. And there goes Visuals too.
Visuals, no!
And there's
He didn't
Amos
even see
running
it.
around.
Finish. He's trying to
Can't
escape
seem to
as
get
a
him.
solo. Luckily for
But you
him, they're
hate
not
to
getting
see that.
too greedy,
Hate to see
'cause
it.
they got the elimination, the
Let that be a
resources,
lesson.
and the spot
Cover your back.
zone that they were looking for.
I mean, they are just getting served the championship dub on a platter right now at this rate. These pickups are incredible. Let's see it. These are a lot of points. This is exactly what Peterbot,
Yep.
Ritual, and Cold need right here, and the mats.
It's not what you want
Could
to
it
see if you're
be the
Peterbot,
turning point
but
in the tournament here in the late half to
you're
keep it
Poyo.
interesting.
You love
We'll
to
just
see
have
it.
find out, but Kanata, Rapid,
And
Bolts
Curve goes down.
keeping their story alive right now. We talked about how the zone was likely to position
Clicks.
its way
Trying to
toward
get some
the
damage on
north. They had
Ayatsi.
feeling of it. It's true. It's going that way. Everyone has to dip now. Click Siamzo, Batman, Booga on the way there as well.
Almost frontside
This is
zone.
where things are gonna start
Trying to use
getting
that Dallas
interesting
Fing.
as we're
Gets one in
into
the box.
endgame
Misses
here.
it. Can't get him.
Clicks is so
To stay in the
quick at setting
box.
up those pre-edits for the team, even though they didn't get the elimination. You can see the damage onto JoJo Fishy, so he's feeling the pain. Donnie Chance.
Cold. Peterbot just
also
looking
trying
to get
move
some
into the
type of
mix, but
damage
they don't
going.
know how hard it's
900
gonna be to
above.
try
It's
to
not
steal
the
any
damage.
of that loot.
They're trying to
On
get
the
these
other
kills. They're not
side,
playing for
they
second.
were
They're playing for
the
first.
closest team to the zone, and they're quickly
A
moving
little bit
to make it
harder.
known. They get to the front side, not quite in
When
just
Poyo,
yet. They're
Agers,
using
and
this
Acorn getting
opportunity to
gifted
look
some of these
back,
kills.
try to punish any of
Sees
these
G-Money
teams
and
that are slow
Seek.
to rotate their way into zone.
Norzak goes for
Yeah,
Curly.
like what I'm seeing here from Agers, Acorn, and Boyo as well.
Can't seem to get it.
They are
Osid
only
goes down in that
60
fight.
above, so
G-Money
they are
knocks
feeling
he.
the pressure right now.
G-Money
Couple
gets
more
beamed.
players have to fall
Gets
here
knocked.
before things kind of settle down.
Noxy trying to get the thirst on him.
Critical to their damage and their success.
That's Storm and getting held by this trio. This absolutely dominant trio is not what you like to see, though.
To rotate here and look at this.
Focusing on trying to get us deep into Storm.
Bugha threats of Eve, not making it easy for their move just yet.
Teams like Edgy and Bila.
And if anybody's gonna have a chance,
Bugha, Big Bugha,
Bugha,
Threats.
They need to go
Cold.
down now as placement points
Peter
just
bot.
getting in. 8 zone, Bugha, Aviv, Threats. They're going to be the ones
All
on the high
teams
ground. But
still
judging by the materials, this could get a little difficult for them to hold.
Of course, Poyo, our first place player, Bolts and Rapid. Bolts, Rapid, and Kanata still up.
Cold in his trio, looking for more opportunities to round down below.
Some of these fights you don't want to see. Oh, we see Peterbot does have the Invis medallion. That's his one condition. Just a little bit more health, a little bit more builds. They go for height. In these next couple zones, we could see another Peterbot win.
There's no way they need to play this aggressively otherwise. They want the points and they want to do it here and now. And they only have these 2 chances left. This is game 11.
Clicks on low.
Putting it all on the line right now.
60 builds.
So Batman Bugha are starting to
Not enough to make so much work with.
There's still second place, just as important, arguably, as first, right?
Ajers.
Literally so close.
Poyo and Cole on low, or Poyo and Acorn on low.
Below the threshold yet again. Poyo, Acorn,
below threshold, no builds. We could see our first place fall. There goes Cold, or Rituals. Cold trying to get out. Peterbot unknown. You probably think he's making good use of that Invis medallion. Gets up to 100. Trying to get in. Peterbot gets some. Or Poyo gets some. No match, though. Poyo gets beamed. Cannot take any Storm sticks. Gets the fish. 140 HP. No match. Sees Batman Bugha clicks. We could see a big fight. This fight is beneficial for both. Peterbot goes for height. Can't get it. Attaches the height. Reconnects the height. Goes to zone. Focus zone. Gets on height. Just focusing on taking some damage. 40 builds. Could focus on getting some type of help. There goes Muzz. Really still competitively stacked endgame. Clicks on height. We see Muzz also on low. Clicks gets beamed by Kanata. And Yamzo tries to revenge his teammate. Can't even get it. Drops down. 6 builds. There goes Poyo. That's our first place down. Peterbot gets another one. A missed. Peterbot gets it. If Peterbot can get clicks, if Peterbot can clicks his trio, Batman Bugha and Yamzo. Wait, that's Yamzo. Kanata goes down. Peterbot trying to get the refresh on it. Uses the Invis medallion. He's abusing it at this point. Muzz, Badil, trying to go for high, using his Indils to try to make Badil not know where he is. Gets the damage. Focuses, gets more damage. Has the wall, sprays, gets Badil. Can take. Could he take? Oh my god. Gets the siphon, gets Sphinx. That's a whole trio down. 16 builds. Rise tries to make something happen. Gets chopped. 1 HP. Dead. Oh my god. And there's oh wait, well, I can't even commentate this. I can't even commentate. My brain is not processing what's going on. Wow. Wow. Never mind. Yeah, it's competitive. It's competitive. Never mind, it's competitive. It is competitive. Let's talk.
What a game
Oh my god.
I can't believe what we're watching right now.
Okay.
Cold and Ritual really
Well,
fighting for it all. I mean, at this rate,
I'll let him talk. I'll let him talk and I'll get to it. I'll let him talk and I'll get to it.
My eyes were blinded by the lights here, Jacob.
It's just Peterbot doing Peterbot things. I don't know what else to say. I don't know what else to say. It's just Peterbot doing Peterbot things.
weak. That was a perfect opportunity for Peterbot to do Peterbot things, but you can see they
what did I
win.
just watch, bro?
Down below. This was his only opportunity, but 3v1, 4 eliminations. Quanti, Edgy, and Bila win match 11, but there's only one game left. And I gotta throw it to our analyst because Monster, I need to catch my breath.
Okay. Chat. 7 whole hours have led to this exact moment. In 10 minutes, we will queue into the final game. Let me stand up for this one. In 10 minutes, we will queue up for the final game of the I forgot what chapter in. Of the Chapter 6, Season 1 FNCS, and we will name a new champion. They will be the first person to get their hands on the brand new Blade of Champions. Now, some people may think this is competitive. It is not. It is not competitive anymore. Let me elaborate. Let me bring you to Exhibit A. Let me refresh the screen so you don't think I'm doing your favorite Pro 30. Aegis, Acorn, and Poyo, 838 points. Peterbot, Rituals, and Cold, 779 points in second place. Everyone thought that Clix had the chance to bring this back, put himself in second place, and even secure himself his spot to LAN. 683 points. Muzz, Yapko, Rise, 635 points. There's a tie going on for 4th place. Also, Vidil, Cooper, Spinks also tying for that 4th place. Rapid, Kanata, Bolt, 630 points. Aviv, Booga, Threats, 572 points. Noxy, Virgo, Curly, 556 points. And Shadow Curve and Tyler, 391 points. It's only competitive for 8 and above. 8th place and above is the only people who it's competitive for. After that, you are just playing for earnings and PR. You're only playing for earnings and PR. Let me talk about it. We have 5 minutes. Let me get into every single thing that the top 5 have to do to secure their chance to go to LAN off of this FNCS. If you were Aegis, Acorn, and Poyo, you do absolutely nothing. You play your game, you get high placement, a couple of kills, you don't have to do anything. I am just about, that's what, 30 points plus 60 points? That is 60 points that Peterbot and Poyo, Peterbot and Cold and Rituals have to make up on top of whatever points that you get this game. You play for Endgame, you get your Storm Surge, you get a couple of kills, and you try to be as insignificant as possible. Peterbot, Cold, and Rituals. You have to win. You just have to win. You have to win. You have to get maybe even like you have to get 2 squad wipes. You have to get 2 squad wipes. That's all you have to do. 2 squad wipes and a win. Peterbot, Cold, and Rituals somehow are able to go from 3rd place to 1st place. Clix, Batman, Booga, Yamzo. You're playing for 2nd place. You just have to hope that Aegis, Acorn, and Poyo crash out like never before seen. You have to play the game of your life. You also will probably have to win to be able to secure that 2nd place spot. Muzz, Yapko, and Rice, you are also playing for 2nd place. Same thing. You were Muzz, Yapko, and Rise, and Vidil, Cooper, and Spinks. Y'all are all playing for the same thing. Y'all have to hope that 1st place crashes and burn, and you have to play the game of your life. You probably will need about three squad wipes. So that's what, 9 elims at minimum. Chat, I'm excited. This is gonna be interesting for sure. It's really anyone's game still. It is anyone's game still, and that's what's crazy to me. But let's take it back to the desk as we queue into what will be the last game of FNCS. And we will get to see who is crowned FNCS champion. Oh my god, dude. These are actually kind of fun. I'm not gonna lie. Like, some of these games are pretty fun. Dude, you have to imagine the nerfs that are going on. Especially if this is competitive for you, like you have a chance at first place, you just have to like wonder.
Yeah, here we are again. Peterbot doing what Peterbot does. We just gotta roll this footage. Oh my god. Like,
you don't quite know how.
What do I say? What do we say here, man?
I mean, honestly, when I saw that it was game 11 and it was a Peterbot solo, I started having flashbacks to global championships. I started getting sweaty. What Peterbot can do when given all the right tools is just remarkable, Vivid. There is no stopping him, especially with the medallion in his hand.
Sometimes I didn't even recognize that it was Peterbot that I was watching.
To be reckoned
like,
with.
oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, hours ago, Resub hit the socials, right? He was like, name a better duo. And Peterbot and the medallion. I mean, it just proves it time and time again.
Peterbot and any medallion.
With this trio? I mean, Peterbot, insane. Solo performances have been nuts. Keeping them in the competition right now. They were so healthy going into this end game, like 100+ builds on each of them in the moving zones. This should have been an easy win. Where are they faltering? It makes me want to kind of like freak out that we have to watch Peterbot solo clutch up when they were such a healthy trio. But yeah, I mean, Peterbot just putting on a clinic. I mean, this FNCS finals for him alone has just been a highlight montage.
They have been second place the entire day, and that lead has grown and shrunk, and now it is just 60 points that separate Agers, Acorn, Pollo, and Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot.
Yep.
What a story that has developed through these 2 days of competition.
Who would have imagined?
I got something for you. I'm gonna throw some numbers your way, Zeke.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hit me.
Okay. Going into game number 11. Okay. The difference between first and second place was 127 points. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Now they're 59 points behind. They closed the gap, Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. They closed the gap by 68 points with that game 11 right there.
Wow.
If we were to copy and paste game 11 results, Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual would win this FNCS. That's all I'm saying.
I just imagine, right? Peterbot's down all day. Pollo's celebrating, thinking he finally won. Peterbot takes first place.
Okay, like if you,
that'd be insane. That'd be cruel, honestly.
That gameplay, that stat. I mean, he's just
everyone in the lobby has to hope Peterbot does not get that medal again. Cause dude, he's showing time. That's his win condition. That is his win condition. He has that. He's chilling.
Go super well,
and you're gonna tell me that let's just give Peterbot that medallion every single time.
Which is only the second game.
If Peterbot wins and he has the medallion in this last game, I never want to hear a pro complain like Peterbot always gets the best POI.
Considering like
it's not a POI, it's medallion. Everyone had an equal chance at getting a medallion. I'm so sorry.
You know, they're just fishing in 6th, but didn't have a ton of elims, so like something didn't quite click that game, Kelly.
I don't think it's as detrimental as we think. Although yes, that was their second worst game of the entire competition. It still was 8th place with a handful of eliminations. They still played the strategy that we have seen them play time and time again. You can just only hope that Agers can solo clutch so many times before, you know, he starts getting tired and can't do it anymore. But no, there's so much that can happen in this final game. Vivid, I cannot wait to see what happens in game 12.
I'd be a little nervous, honestly, if I was Acorn, Pollo, and Asia. I mean, I know.
Yeah, 100%.
I kind of closed the door.
You kind of have to watch your back, because it's just one good game.
Like, oh yeah, I mean,
one good
that last
game.
It's got me believing again.
And
it's really got me believing in the comeback again. And like,
might
maybe
have
Adrian's
to
just
say
tired
second
of
place.
These solo clutches, and
oh my god,
he's gotta keep the gas pedal down. You know what I mean? He's got to bring out one more solo performance, maybe, or whatever this trio needs. They got to have one more decent game, one better or equal to that of the Peterbot, Pollo, and Cold performance.
Okay, as Level would say, I'm moved. What if we see Peterbot land on Pollo for game 12?
Okay,
absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Just asking questions.
You are delusional if you think that's gonna happen.
Pulling out Invitational, huh? I don't think that's gonna happen.
Okay, well, it's fine. Okay, we're getting word
It is about that time, okay?
Last
start game 12 for
game
all the marbles, okay?
of FNCS.
To go in, obviously we're fighting for first, but still, first 2 spots will make it to the global championships. This could be Pollo, this could be Peterbot. For all the other duos, we're still playing for crazy money. So cheer to the very end, okay? For the last time, make sure number 1, Monster D-Face, Jacob PR, take it away.
This is literally absolute cinema, Monster. Who would have ever thought this would be that close? One fight, one mistake, turning the tide.
Thought it was going to be over. I'm not going to lie.
First and second, but the possibility of who goes to the global championship overall.
Yeah, and it really just shows you. I mean, we keep talking about Agers gets tired of clutching, but Peterbot is the one clutching too. Here we go. Game 12 is ready.
It all comes down to this, the last and final game from Major 1. And I was hoping that it would not be a runaway train with how well Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual have been playing all season long, not dropping a singular divisional cup final throughout the course of the season. And where it matters most, they're finally being tested.
Yeah, this is insane. I mean, we really have a two-way race for a finals win right here, right now. I mean, clearly Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual from the early instances of the game recognized that they needed much more eliminations, and they played like they needed it.
What is this?
And even now, look at this. What's going on here? Power.
He's getting conned?
Somewhat decided.
How much did Pollo pay? How much did Pollo pay?
This could be a blessing for Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. That's all I'm saying. This is their drop. They know how it is. Now imagine dropping at your drop, spawning in with Storm Surge, the #1 thing that's been ailing them throughout this tournament.
Dang, he just dropped Peterbot.
A lot of
You
flexibility,
hate to see it.
They can win it. Power, Polis, Listen on the other side, starting to split the drop, forcing Ritual to actually land in the POI.
So, Jet, this is important because this trio, Polis, Listen, and Power, land, where is that exactly? They land Canyon Crossing. So them changing their drop spot to Flooded Frogs could be good or bad for Peterbot and Cold and Rituals. It just depends.
What is going to go down here? This is a crazy potential turn of events here.
It's not what you want to see, though. It's not what you want to see.
Talk about the turn around the line. Peterbot already taking some early damage. They weren't able to go into that cave and get a lot of those barrels.
You wonder, though, if this trio has actually practiced this drop being conned.
Cold just trying to hunker down. See if somebody that runs past this position that he can catch off guard, especially with Peterbot taking damage.
It's peaked out a bit.
He wants to make any quick moves, but in the feed, Minish is able to get 2, even with Okus getting 1. Fight over at Foxy Floodgate. Still going the way of visual. Braids and a Minish.
Rotating out.
Just slowing down so much.
Rituals. Speeding. Trying to get something happen. 1. Gets 2. Gets 1.
Much more to gain now.
Gets the thirst.
Right there, and the full finish.
Full finish. He's holding this wall.
Cole goes for this line peek before
making sure
potentially popping his shields there.
That was a 600 IQ.
Peterbot knowing exactly where the porta potty exit is going to be.
Taking him down. That was perfect by them. That's
there goes another
drop spot down to the T. Ritual gets the second one. That's Polis going down. Now Power.
I wonder if you can
He's trapped. There's one way in this side of the map. The only other way out is through the porta potty, and already they know exactly where that's at.
I wonder if you can slide into it, like cone. I haven't landed here, to be honest.
The only way they can get him though is if Power literally over peaks. So I think they're recognizing it's going to be a bit of a standoff. Not too concerned about it.
I probably just have someone. Oh wait, there's someone flanking.
However, we already know
looking to see if they can get in this fight.
To go around on the outskirts, so they're just going to play their game right now. Take the 2
offering up this water sprite.
Count them as a dub, count them as free points. Likely, I wouldn't even be surprised they let him reboot him and just do it again, to be honest.
Would not be a bad shout.
That wouldn't be the worst situation to kind of have happen here, but
observers,
you kind of said it yourself. Acorn,
Agers,
because of how much respect they actually command over
our first place team, not by a lot. I think it's by 50 or 60 points. One good game, and this team falls. early
All
on.
the way from night shift,
We have a
they're just trying to
new
go to Warriors Watch,
first
grab
place
one of these mountains. They know
for
a
the
lot of
first
teams that
time
rotate
in 12
from the
days.
south. Shoguns, Solitude, Canyons Crossing do like to rotate in and around this mountain to try to position themselves. So they're just trying to beat all these other teams to the punch. And for them, first place, they just need to play as clean as possible.
Yeah, but the crazy part is, like, with how much of an outlier Peterbot has been with his performances, when he gets his hands on the medallion, I don't even think they got it from actually battling
on
the
to
boss.
Ireland,
I'm pretty sure he just found elimination. That refresh gave him the medallion, and then it was just
you really can't afford to get
Peterbot from
Peterbot
there uphill from
medallion
there. So
at this point.
it's just crazy how like all of that kind of pieced together, and the puzzle
Looking
started
at
to
Quanti, Blah, Bylaw, and Edgy
there.
right now. Seeing if they can get some shots.
I feel bad. On the other side, the team that they're shooting at towards Shogun Solitude.
What am I saying?
Quanti,
Best
Edgy,
commentator.
and Bylaw. Even coming after
And Booga clicks Yamzo.
Trying to figure out how
They're
to
sitting in this
replicate
area,
that,
getting
but
some
a
storm
team
surge.
like them just kind of hounding your rotational path, your way out. They're gonna have to think
think they're
outside of the
fishing
box.
somewhere.
But clicks
Or
Batman Booga to Yamzo.
Have some good fishing
They
ability.
rotated northeast a little bit from their drop spot of Lost Lakes, almost in the path of Flooded Frogs. But this is something that they've been doing almost all
Surge fire.
tournament long. Go to the west, try to get your surge there, because otherwise.
I think collectively they're going to try to pop that. Yeah.
A lot of these other teams, and that's something that they want to save into a last resort until they're desperate for surge.
Yeah, definitely. There's some teams that thrive in the box fight scenario. However, it's always going to raise your risk. Meanwhile, back to the other side of the map here. Peterbot continue to work on his loot route outside the Flooded Frogs here alongside Cold and Ritual, who are well on their way.
Probably going to get rituals to get that.
And they're going to be looking for eliminations here soon.
I
do think
that
they're
never mind.
trying to set themselves
Going
up
for that reboot.
10+ elimination game, to be honest.
That's what they need. 10+ eliminations.
At least they do have time
I forget
on
the
their side.
exact.
The
There goes our last place.
Curly, Noxy, Virgo.
Last place sat down.
So far, trying to climb
Clicks,
up the
Yamza,
leaderboard.
Batman
They find a
Vega.
quick and
Trying to get this
early
Donnie Mason
elimination,
press team.
helping their surge game. We're just seeing everybody towards this western part of the map try to rotate around each other. Some fighting.
Poyo looking to fight.
That's Prez. He might even be by himself. The Acorn, Agers, Poyo.
Trying
they
to
saw
get
that
this
team
edgy
solo
Quanti
at Shogun
Bylock.
Solitude. They continue to push over in that direction, and now they're in a fight against Quanti, NG, and Bylock.
This is very nice so far. But remember, some teams play well off of momentum. This could be really bad for Boyo, Ages, and Acorn, given that Quanti's team just took a Victor Royale. That's all you need to know, that you can win amongst the best of the best. So this is, in my opinion, one of the scarier teams you can fight, given the circumstances right now in this game. I would not recommend it. But what's done is done. Here comes the storm now to kind of put the damage, put the pressure, put the clock against the team here. Great tags continue to fold for Agers, Acorn.
Hello.
Here.
I didn't even hear you join. I just heard you talk. I was like, wait, what?
And even though Quanti,
all good.
see the point
Hello, chat. How's it going?
It's still
Going pretty good, honestly. It's actually really interesting at this point.
As long as they continue
Who's winning right now?
Is
it? Oh, Poyo.
Poyo, but not by a lot, by 60.
Practice
Well, 12th place. I was looking at 12th place. I was like, damn, we're 500 up, but no.
It's a team that usually spends a lot of time in the zone, rotating around, getting their surge.
And now Poyo's up
just trying to play
by
that safe plan instead
50
of just
points.
directly
Next up
going
is
in and be
Peterbot.
susceptible to somebody that might be below
We
the
might see
threshold.
Clicks break his 4th place curse with a
So
3rd
they do make that
place.
smart decision, just disengage overall.
Peterbot's trying to get this kill.
Called it. They were going to give them just enough time to get that pickup, and then look.
I'm listening.
They're already coming back for a Peterbot.
Is it the Oni mask? I think that's what it is. That's what causes the observer bug.
Obviously trying to challenge this team,
Peterbot
but
trying to
still,
make something happen.
ultimately
It's a
you
crack.
have to
It's
perform
not.
It would
to
make
the standard,
sense.
and
Yeah, it would
this
make
team is
sense.
just not
I thought
there,
so, yeah.
not yet,
I
not
don't know. I
quite
feel like
yet.
that's always happening
For
with the
Peterbot,
Oni
Golden
mask.
Ritual,
Yeah,
they find a
yeah.
third. And that elimination there, they could even double back now and continue to work for more.
I mean, he was just
This place
trying
a
to
lot
get
of
loot.
shields
That
if
was
they
one of
wanted
the
to actually
rebooted
loot that up.
players on that team. He thought they were
Jesus
gone.
Christ.
He said, why
What-
would they
what
still
zone
be
are they
rotating
in?
around here?
Second.
Because this is their drop.
Oh,
command
why
all
are
the
both
space
of them?
for a
Why are
reason.
both of them sitting in
Every
storm
single
fighting?
piece of loot on
They
them is
went
gonna
in.
be
At least
tracked.
the
As they
Listen
continue to
Kid
rotate
probably
to the
went in
east
zone
side
to
of the
get
map
rezzed,
overall. You can see
and then
Peterbot done
Peterbot pushed that to get the
3,003
Elim.
damage in game 11, the most
Yeah.
of any other player so far, and just goes to show how bad he
Sure.
wants that first place spot, how bad he wants the 4P
Holding.
for P.
All they have to do is play a decent game. They don't have to play phenomenal games. They have to play a decent game.
Is this last game?
Yes,
last game.
Between Sphinx, Fadil, Cooper's trio here off to the side. They've kind of moved away from.
Like literally, the motto has to be leave nothing.
They've gone further and further south, seeming
Yeah,
like
Poyo just
they
needs
want to take these contested.
I feel like it would be nice to be able to see someone else other than Peter Bot.
Yeah.
Kind of seen them do this type of strategy,
Yeah.
So
But they did the math, and if Peterbot gets as many kills as he did last game, and Poyo gets no points, which is probably unlikely, Peterbot could still win first place.
That's insane.
And considering the
Being
switch
down
from day
60.
1 to day 2,
And he's trying. It's like just like
always above that damage
3-4
threshold.
kills
Really
right
not
now.
too many worries, and we
25
saw them
points
already
on the
today,
team.
Trying to
going
get
down,
first place.
losing
Well,
that
I don't
top
blame him.
spot on
That's
the
what fucking
leaderboard because
60
the
grand
lack
for both of them,
or
or
the
for all
lack of
three of them.
ability to get surge
Yeah,
in
60
just
grand.
one of those games really making the difference and putting the pressure on them.
Oh,
Especially
speaking of
since the
60
12th
grand,
and final
did you see
game of
that
Major One,
I think the person who
Sphinx
won
Video
Beast Games
Cooper,
got like half
of
their money
business
taxed,
as
like
usual for
over
them,
like I think
spread apart.
over half of their earnings
The duo is
taxed.
going to be positioned
So it's
right
like they went
below
from
by that
10,000 to
late
like
one
5 million,
fishing,
10
one
million
in
to
a
5
tower,
million.
and then Sphinx
Which
the
makes
IG
sense.
of the
Still a
squad.
lot, but like
Kind of
holy,
position inside of the zone.
That makes
Looking
sense.
back though
Yeah.
with the rest of the team.
It'd also probably be like they
Definitely
probably
guys
just
on
called the
Flixion's
taxes
on
because it could be
Batman
just
Booger right
debt
now.
that
They
that
just took
person
down
was in
Polis
if they were in
from
debt.
that
yeah.
trio that
Well,
looked to surprise contest.
no, like with taxes, like if you make it over like a certain
All
amount.
the teams up here, Ian,
Yeah.
Yeah.
pretty good right now.
Well, that's not uncommon.
See, that's what
I know.
Remember he was talking
Like
about how
Booga.
people are like, yeah,
zone there.
Booga, for example, he only had like
Power.
1
Did he just
million
pick
out of
his
his 3
teammate up
million.
again?
There
It
you go.
seems like it.
But
They might go down as a team that was eliminated the most in any
Most
single
previous
FNCS.
in the FNCS.
At this point, in a single game with the reboots that
but
keep coming out here.
I remember Mr. Beast was talking
What's
about it
Quincy
like on a
Batman Booga
podcast and he was
thinking?
addressing the issue
Yeah,
where
they
like,
just
people are
wanna
like,
get to
oh
the
yeah,
zone,
Mr.
play
Beast is
slow, play
scamming
steady.
people.
No
He's
need to go
ruining
into the
people's
storm and
lives
chase
because of
the
the fact that
elimination here just
you
yet.
know they have to pay all those taxes and they don't want to get anything
96 points
and
down.
whatnot. Right, and I
Out of
asked
second
him, he's
place.
like, well, I can give him the option to either,
10 eliminations
like, it's
and
like
a win would
the
definitely overcome
jets
that
and
gap,
stuff.
but you
Yeah,
gotta
yeah.
take into consideration
Last one will leave their hand
would
on
have to be
jet,
called
gets it and
Peter
stuff
Bot
like
ritual
that.
going
He was
down
like, oh
before
yeah,
the
we could
game.
just sell, give
Too
you the
many more
money
points for
that
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 situation to be
cost,
realistic.
Oh, look at this.
or we
So-
can pay a
They just
hanger for
continue going
you.
deeper and deeper in zone. They were at Mass
you
Meadows
can
and
keep
now
the
they're going
jet. It's
behind.
like,
They're
yeah.
trying to take advantage of Snakes, Oreo, and Wigs, a
Or
team
you can sell it.
that
Either
lacks
way.
just a little bit experience in this lobby.
So
This
you
is
make
their
sure
first
everybody's
FNCS
alright.
final
Yeah.
appearance, going
I'm
up
pretty
against
sure
a
like
team that
I
has
forgot
the most
what there's
FNCS
one I remember
titles.
that they
This is what I
actively
was
like
talking about.
gave
Oreo,
him
Aegis,
the amount
and
that
Acorn
taxes
kind
would
of
be
mixing up their
along with like
strategy,
the
going south. Now they're going back. Like they're kind
Oh,
of doing something
I
totally
thought
different.
Acorn was
curious of whether or
not part of
it was gonna be
Adrian's and Poyo's team.
successful
No,
so
yeah.
I just
far.
thought, oh,
If they can get these
Poyo's about to get out.
streak
Oh, you
eliminations,
should have
Damn,
seen
why
what
is
happened with Brady and Amos.
definitely be worth the
Peterbot
troubles.
snuck up behind them
However,
and
are they
one
working off
they
intuition,
hit him
or
his
did they
trio
catch some visuals? I see
3,
Poyo
2, 1
knows there's
Brady
one there.
and then
They
or
don't
Braids
exactly know
and
where
then
Snakes is.
quickly made
Timing's
quick
gotta
work
be
of
good.
Amos. I'm pretty sure.
He's got to be patient because
Yeah.
even if he heals a little bit, they're gonna know he's there. But
Why are they
might have
sitting
saw
in storm? This
somebody
is a weird
separate as
game.
a solo, trying to go into that
Sometimes
bamboo forest,
it's
hide himself. That snake, but they're
just-
hot on his
I actually
heels.
don't
The
know.
void
Maybe
mask
trying-
can only take
I'm
you
not
so
that side.
far, especially when it's 3v1.
I think they're just going
Two
for
can
them,
push
like,
up, one could put
Elam's.
shots into the distance. This is not going to be an easy escape plan if he's looking to make it happen.
Yeah.
It's not
Going further and
ideal.
further. Now
Not ideal to
Snakes is kind of
fight
on
in
the
storm like
outskirts, on the
this,
edge
but
here,
hey, you know what? 3
trying to
points
keep
is
a
3
low
points.
profile.
Yeah. 4 points
There
per
goes the
Elam.
Oni mask. They know where he's
Only
going. They're
thing
looking
you don't
cut
like
him
to
off.
see
They finally get the
is-
knock now.
Man, I wish we got that in Cash Cups. Jesus
Cycle can
Christ.
only be
Yeah,
granted to
that'd be
one.
amazing.
Cash Cups is literally fucking 1 point for 1 kill.
They did
Yep.
get a little bit of
I think even
damage
in
here, and
solos
that's
it's
what
2 points per
matters.
kill.
Oh.
Acorn
Trio's
is
probably gonna
actually
look
at the
to have to
elimination.
pop some type
Siphon's
of
gonna heal him up
heals.
just a little bit, but like you said, the
Peterbot
damage is what
cold.
they were really after.
Understand our win
Points
condition.
are a bonus as we got
Trying
two teams at top,
to
two
get
of our
this
premier teams, one of them Peterbot Cold and
mask,
Ritual, something that they done most
this
of the day
Invis
against
medallion. We've
Rapid,
seen
Bolts, and
Peterbot
Kanata.
make
We have
amazing
seen them
plays
up
with
here
it.
a few times throughout this major, but
Kanata's trying to make sure he's also the one that gets it though.
They're not
It's an RCX skin, what the hell?
They came here for it. They seem to be poised up for the pounce attack here shortly.
Whoever team gets this.
Oh, that's kind of cool. That's such a cool skin.
And meet the trio here in just a
It's a
couple
COD
moments.
skin.
Okay.
Oh my god. Yeah.
But do remember, whoever takes down this boss here will immediately gain the advantage of being able to pick up that medallion. Here comes the pressure from the other teams, and now look, confusion kind of setting in place here as the boss sprints around as well. You have to kind of track him, track the other team. Are they pushing you yet, right?
You wonder if you want to fight this right now, though.
Just destroying all those builds. Those are the little seconds right there.
Leaderbot seems to be closer.
But the other trio
If that
across from them
spawns,
look to take it with all that damage.
They pulled it at the very end.
To steal it away.
Smart, so smart. They got on the radar right at the very end there to get it while it was low, to pull it towards them and then try to secure the quick elimination onto the boss here.
Back over
make sure that they're the one that holds it.
Just a second.
Bolt's Kanata is the one that ends up getting it.
Too late.
You wonder
almost all that loot
how does Ferris repeat about the trio?
They had to box it up to prevent that from happening. Bolts is the one that we're really going to have to watch out for, because now he has the medallion in hand. And you kind of think, where did they start this
looking
game?
for this fight on Virgo.
They are literally
Yapko gets hit for a lot. Has to get this
because they're tied.
refresh up. It's refresh.
Clutch
75
elimination
health
here
taking.
Virgo, though, to keep him in the game right now. Here
Needs
comes the
this.
fastest finally. His
Only a
team
little
is
bit
there
till he
to
gets his
support
own.
him. Definitely a close one. Look at this, doubling back towards the Kappa of the factory.
Broken, absolutely beamed by
And they
Yapko.
actually get the knock.
That's
a quick
disgusting.
one at
That's
that.
cheating.
Before the pickup happens, he was kind of hovering around the reboot van. What is going on here?
At his best.
And look at this loot
Don't know if they know 20 is
now
also here.
for Rise, Muzz, and Japko.
Looking
They
to
could
fish.
be running their way up towards third place right now. Clicks Batman Booga Yamzo. For Clicks, that would be his best overall FNCS performance if he can get third or better at this point. So it still means something to him, even if it's sentimental.
What would it be like
Career
if Clicks went from
here.
third place to
it's only
fifth place
44
to break his
points, so
fourth
that means
place
going
curse?
down outside of the top
Yeah, Yamzo Clicks. Batman
gives them an
Booga.
opportunity,
Above
assuming they're able to
390.
close it out and get points, whether through
These
victory
lobbies, you
royale
kind of
or
wonder.
elimination.
A little bit more.
We're gonna see so many different possibilities. Train rolling through momentarily.
This
Clicks Yamzo, Batman Booga
seems
trying
to
to
be
take
the
advantage of that
focus.
the best that they
Creon
can.
gets
Creon,
picked
Zeus,
up
and
and
Tony, they're the ones that are struggling to make
gets
by. They
picked
have
up
no
and moved
choice
by the
but try to
train.
end up in that tunnel. But Tony has to be careful. He's the solo. He stayed outside of the tunnel, and now he's becoming the focus.
Tony's focusing on trying to get to his trio. Zone pulls.
It almost looked like the whole team was trying to catch the train, but they missed it. And off they go down the tunnel.
This team is trying to
Yamzo,
deal,
Batman
making
Booga
sure
still
that
sitting on that
they're
single elimination. Surge
as
is now
shielded as
officially
possible.
active in this lobby. The first time we're getting a true glance
This
of it.
FNO team is actually insane. They're
Peterbot
still
Golden
up.
Ritual
Peterbot
remain the
Ritual
last team
hold
standing
on
the island
height
here, but
using this island.
at what cost?
Making as
They
much
were here for the
time
medallion. The
as they
team that
could.
took it got away, and it's in the hands of a very, very strong
They're
trio
not
as
looking
well
too good on one
of
heels.
Kanata and team.
I think they're just learning. They're realizing
Hoyo
this stage in the game
gets
we did at least
knocked.
500 damage.
This is not what you want to see if you're this championship team. Agers is down too. It's just it left to Agers.
Is down as well. First place under pressure. He gets the eliminations. I think it's down to
Trying.
1v1. He's trying to get the
We go for the
revive onto
gets
Agers.
Maxi.
Down the other side, that's Maxi.
Cracks him.
First-time finalist.
Low
He takes a big
HP,
shot.
trying to get
Acorn,
this
the ITL of
refresh.
the squad. This is a big
Revive
moment for them,
on
trying
his
to stay
teammates.
alive. Quickly
Knows he's on
reinforces,
height.
building even more.
Can
But
easily
Maxi
edit.
returns
Doesn't
to the
edit.
scene. He's not
Focuses
wanting to
on
let
the
this
res.
opportunity go.
Understands that this is
There's another
important
team
for him.
on the
Gets
south gonna
Maxi.
be
Maxi,
Muzz,
what are you
Japko
doing, buddy?
potentially inching their way
What are you
forward from
doing?
the outskirts. We'll see. But
Able
the
to get
elimination
his
Acorn
teammates up
was able to
and
pick up
is able to
just
get
in the
them.
nick of
Sorry,
time
what?
and save his
That's
teammates.
crazy.
Yeah.
It's actually Liam.
Definitely a
They've
choice right
been
there.
Watching this go down the
Definitely a
entire
choice, Maxi.
time, and they decided
Gets
The
to
choice you don't
refresh.
want to make.
on it.
Yep.
Oh
Gets to
my
refresh on the
gosh.
Oni mask.
This is big. This is
some
big.
heals.
This is history in the making. Acorn, Chapter 2 victory. Chapter 3 victory. Chapter 4 victory. Yes, I'm going to say it again. Chapter 5 victory. This is his chance to win 5 different FNCS titles in 5 different chapters. And that moment there,
fight time.
Acorn was the one
The
that
fight
saved
time.
it all.
Is that across basically 5 years as well? Like, what is going
Rapid
on here?
gets hit.
What are the vets in this space still putting up the numbers? It's incredible to
He
see.
is a 5-time champ. Yeah.
5-time champion.
The 5-time champion. I don't think he wants to be the 5-time, bro. I don't think he wants to be the 5-time.
That sets them back.
What do you mean?
Remember the have to the 5-time. Oh no, it's a 2-time champ. Never mind.
2-time champ. Yeah.
Okay, 2-time. Yeah.
Acorn saving 3 straight eliminations. Peterbot Cold and Ritual. They kind of felt it in that
Look,
last
Aegis gets beamed.
Looking
to see if he can pop him. Just heals. Gonna be 150 HP. If his teammates don't have any spirit heals for him,
that was the cleanup.
it's
550
insane
above.
too.
Another shield
550 above,
moment.
looking pretty on the map. It's just a shield that might be a little bit of a question mark.
The damage
Why am I
it's
having
doing to
heart
their
pain?
resources in terms of heals.
This is my heart pain. This
Yeah,
is
I mean,
chest
they were
pain.
lucky enough to fight a team that had plenty, and I mean plenty of materials, so they're good on that
Peterbot
front.
looking. This
That's
team's
enough to
getting
bring
in.
them back into
Peterbot
this
gets
game,
sorted.
but the field definitely
Gets
looking
it.
worse for
Doesn't
wear.
matter.
Meanwhile, Peterbot
And he
Cold
makes
Ritual
quick work
continue to make up the
quick
point
work of
gap
him.
here by
Peterbot
finding
and his
elimination,
trio,
so
6 elims.
Acorn, Cold, going head to head right now for who's gonna
So good on
take
shields.
this chapter
So good on
1
mats.
finals dub home.
We could see a Peterbot return.
You'd love to see it.
47 points
Only
behind.
47
points.
is
Crazy.
the difference maker. They're just like them. I was talking about teams for 3rd, 4th. In order to get, they need to get at least inside of the top 8, while their
His
opponents
Poyo team only has
down
3
inside of the
elims.
top
3
8. That
yeah,
same
3 elims.
situation is
One
arise
more,
with Poyo
one more
Acorn.
squad
There's
wipe and a
19
win,
teams still left alive.
One more squad wipe and a win.
Another
And this
consistent
Peterbot trio
performance is almost inside
could
the
somehow
top 8
make the
before
greatest
Momo
comeback.
down.
Oh no,
The pressure
Rapids
from the other
gets
side.
beamed.
Rapid is feeling it.
Bolt
Bolt's
low,
wrapping around.
trying
He
to
has
make something.
Medallion trying to hide his position, but there's too many teams
Gets beamed
focused in
8
this
HP,
direction. It's all
running
going
away
out
as
the
much as he
window.
can,
8
trying to
HP
make
in
himself
the dream. Bolt's
elusive.
trying to survive, but he doesn't know
It's
where
just
to
up with him and
stop.
Kanata.
If
Kanata's
anything,
low.
This is
Bolt's
great
is
for the
low.
rest of the lobby right here. If this
Gonna be
medallion
using
starts
all
to
of their
change
heals.
hands, I mean, you have to think about that. Only
You don't like to
teams
see that.
like Peterbot who are looking to
Viola
try
Edgy.
to find the trio that's holding it, that
Trying to
obviously
get his teammates loot.
isn't at the caliber, right, that they are. But Bolts manages to survive
just
here,
don't want
as
that
he
situation
should,
to
given
happen.
the advantage.
No.
But
not
look
what
at
you
what
wanna
it's
see.
done to their overall standing
Excuse
here. They
me.
lost a
Peterbot
player.
looking to take his
Pressure's on him
namesake
now.
back.
Peterbot Cold
Focusing
Ritual
on
the other
Fredbot,
side of
can't
this
get any damage
kind
in.
of coin here,
391
continue to
above.
stay active.
Again, we're
Further
not
and
used to
further
seeing this
away from the
trio
rest, but look, they sort of
so
have a
low
clear grounds to the new zone. Aegis
behind
Warrior
Storm
Acorn would be the
Surge.
first
Still
to get
above,
there.
but not by a
And they
lot.
can actually be one of the teams that have
We
the
see
luxury to
Cease,
do so
2
because they
HP.
have the damage. Do not forget that.
We
This
see
is
Able to
actually
make
a
something happen.
perfect
We see
aerial view
Clicks
as well to
Muzz.
kind of show you where the big
Yamzo.
team names are right now.
Bolt's Rapid.
Yamzo's teams off to
Or
that
Bolt's
west
Kanata.
side.
I'm making stuff
Yeah,
up, I
Bolt's
guess.
and Kanata kind of on the north side looking to
All
come down.
trying to claim their name. Boltz is below, trying to get some type of damage. Using his infinite medal to his best ability. Trying to get something 62 above. All know that's not going to help. 398. Peterbot.
Low ground, Peterbot Cold and Ritual. Just trying to put pressure on teams above and maybe even drop one
Just
into their
focusing on
box.
zone. They see
But
they're
now it's
above
time to
on
rotate.
Storm Surge.
You talked about that
See his
clear
Clicks trio,
path, and they made it
270
look
above,
easy.
trying to get some more
That's very
damage.
interesting. They're
Focusing
actually
the Sandman
fighting when they
Havoc
could've
trio.
rotated a long time ago, but they are looking,
Can't
they are
seem to
hunting
sneak
for
any
eliminations
damage in.
right
Gets
now.
Cooper
They understand what
just outside
job
of his
has to
box,
be
able to
done
get
right
out.
here. They have nothing to lose. If they went down
69
now,
builds.
it doesn't matter. They want to play for first, and I love that we're seeing them try to
Bolts.
do just that.
Focusing
Bolts,
his best,
meanwhile,
trying to get
almost
above 200, 300
solo
damage.
player in his own right, just trying to keep up with Kanata, who's playing much far ahead of him.
Poyo gets one.
Yeah, Bolts is gonna be the
Gets
one trying to look
DCS
for
and gets
opportunities.
Chaos and gets Noah W. Noah W. We'll see you next season. Booga, Aviv, and Threats are trying their best to get a hold of that about that loot. Oh my god, speaking's not my first language. Apco Muzz. Rise on low. We see Blake, Cease, and Jack still up. 66. I actually can't do the math off of my head.
On that leaderboard, Peterbot Cold and Ritual.
Like what,
6
50?
eliminations,
1
still
points?
looking for more opportunities. They have to become the leaders of this lobby, and the only way
They
to
really
do that
do.
is getting
Vidil's still up.
aggressive and getting
Rise
elimination
Muzz
points.
still up.
And you know they
Booga's still up.
see the feed going up. When you see Acorn, Poyo, Aegis
C still
earn
up.
a couple more
Acorn,
eliminations,
Poyo
it
still up.
almost seems like
A lot of
they
these big name
start
trios
looking
are still up.
for more themselves,
I feel like Poyo might have
understanding that they need
prematurely
to stay
taken
ahead,
height. If they're
but
gonna
look,
keep this, they have to look for
every
some reasons.
single
They're not gonna
time.
get it.
The call
Just
here,
focusing on getting
they have
front side.
arguably more elims
Laying
now.
on
They're
top
at
of Blake and
7,
Jack
starting
and
to break
Cease.
away with the lead here, playing for the high ground
Taking
position
height.
as well. working hand in hand.
Wonder how much longer they're gonna be able to hold this height.
Playing the mid to low ground now, trying to see what they can find.
It's on the same floor as Chase and Jack.
Here it is. The end game is before us.
And the points are very limited
10 minutes,
right now.
chat. 10 minutes until we find out our next FNCS champion. Peterbot looking to get some type of damage. Focusing on his Cooper Vidal trio. Knows he needs another trio. Coil on height. Spraying down. We still see Booga. We still see threats and cold. Edgy gets knocked. Quanti gets knocked. Batman Booga Yamzo still looking for this. Muzz, Rise still up. Peterbot and Cold Ritual still up. Mason still up. Cooper Vidal still up. Booga still up. All of these big name teams still up.
Try to secure as many eliminations as possible right now. They are not
this Peterbot team has.
Right here. I just wonder when are they going to look up to high ground and realize who it is that's up top. It's now.
Peterbot's on height. Peterbot's on height.
He's got the high ground. Acorn force and low.
Agers drops. Peterbot knows he gets this first place team. He solidifies himself.
Yeah, they realized it. The only way to win
Rise
those
and
placement
Muzz.
points really there's at least 35 or more placement points, enough to close the gap. Combine that with eliminations.
Boyle looking to get some shots on threats. Booga can't seem to get any balls to stick in.
Trying to push them back. They want them off their layer.
Focusing on his clicks trio now. Off their roof.
Desperation starting to kick in for Agers as well. Notice what
Peterbot has 5 kills. Cold has 3 kills. Rituals has 3 kills. Peterbot just dropping down to try to frag out as much as possible. Booga's down.
Goes down. Peterbot finds himself a little bit more activity here, but can he track Bolts
Trying to
here?
get
Bolts
some more
got that
kills.
medallion. He's in the storm. He's gonna be
Bolts
impossible to
scream.
track.
He
There
just
it
can't
is.
seem to
Couple
get anything
tackles,
going.
not
Coil
enough.
on low.
Meanwhile, Boyo
21 builds to
is
his name. He
starting
sees threats.
to
Gets
get
threats.
dismantled here. One's gonna fall.
Down
Elimination
goes
falls.
Booga and threats.
Boyo gets to pick that
Still
one up
sees
here.
Chase and Jack,
And
and
they're
his
one
trio
of the few
still
trios
up.
alive here on the low ground.
And they have double-digit eliminations, matching the firepower of Peterbot, Cold, and
Peterbot
Ritual. But they're
still trying to get more kills with Deal. Peterbot got the medal. Okay. Okay, Peterbot got the medal. Poyo. I can't. Oh my god, I can't watch. Poyo trying his best. Agers is low. Poyo's not that much healthier. 170 HP and counting. Poyo gets 3-2-1 by Jack and Cease. Agers goes down. Cease and his teammates somehow get the deal. Peterbot just has to. What is he doing? Peterbot. What is he? Okay. He knows what he's doing. Peterbot's a pro. Peterbot's a pro. Peterbot's a pro. Blake. Holy. Blake goes down. Trying to chop. Running as much as possible. Peterbot's on height. Drops. Trying. Blake's down. Oh my god, Peterbot. Is that enough though? The question isn't. The question isn't. The question is if that's enough. Is that enough?
Was it too late? They were going
Was
blow
it
for blow against
enough?
Poyo, Acorn, and Agers.
Chat.
Up until the very last
Chat, I'm scared to refresh. I'm scared to refresh. I don't know if that was enough. I'm not gonna lie. I do not know if that was enough.
I mean, listen, you really have to think about
Wow.
it. It was tit for
That was
tat.
a nail
Every
biter.
time one team scored, the other was there to
Whenever they
answer
put
it.
Peterbot and
In the end,
Poyo
they
back to
fall
back
outside
next
of
to
the
each
top
other,
three. We know that for certain, but the
you don't
question
know.
is, how
You just
many
don't
more
know.
eliminations did they have over their counterparts?
It felt like they were just trying to one-up each other the entire time.
Weren't they teammates during one FNCS
They've been
LAN?
teammates for like the longest. They won't even land together.
From their perspective, they knew that they needed to do something.
And I'm guessing this is like one of the first couple of FNCSs that they.
This is the first
by
episode they haven't
themselves.
played together.
What a performance.
Okay, chat.
A victory out for Ritual
I'm
Golden
scared. I'm
Peterbot.
nervous to check to see who
We couldn't have
won.
asked for a better game, Jacob, here from Match 12, but we also don't know who won.
Yeah,
We
this
don't.
is just absolutely
And I'll let the
insane.
broadcasters tell
I
it.
don't
I'll let the
think anybody
broadcasters tell it,
expected
and then
this
I will
going
go and
into
give my
major
commentary
Soccer.
on every team.
Two-team race
Oh my
at the
god.
top. This has been absolutely phenomenal, Monster.
Peterbot needed to win that, and he
Listen, I
got
don't
the
have
3
anything more to
trios.
say. It's been wonderful
I think
calling the
Poyo
shots with
lived a
you here,
little bit
Jacob.
too long
From us, this is the last
for
time you're gonna
Peterbot.
see us. Now you get to see Zeke call the winners.
Oh my god. I'm like actually shocked. This is the one time that I think Zeke and me are on the same wavelength here. I don't even know what to say.
Thank you so much.
Dude, I'm not even playing and I'm shaking.
Jacob PR. Fantastic.
Holy.
This came down
to the
to a
absolute
photo
wire.
finish, as Monster D-Face called out. In the final moments of Game 12 of Major number 1, Pollo, Peterbot go head to head. Now, of course, we know Peterbot got the victory royale with 16 eliminations.
Dude. But
the difference of 14 points. Only 14 points was the difference.
It's gonna be
Congratulations to your Major 1 champions. Agers, Acorn,
what?
and Pollo.
Yeah, I knew it. I knew Pollo lived a little bit too long. 14 points. Oh, you have to, that has to suck. Oh, that has to hurt.
Few moments.
That has to hurt if you're Peterbot.
Oh my gosh. Kelly.
What, 4 kills? And you would have been first, 4 more kills?
What I just witnessed in this game of Fortnite.
Wow.
That's gotta be frustrating.
That's a battle royale.
You got, you know, that's gotta be mad. Like,
it's literally 4 kills. Any of these games, and he would have won this.
And we just watched one of the greatest
Wow.
head-to-heads this game has ever seen.
that or if Maxi actually killed Acorn.
Yeah.
At the end, yeah.
No.
Had to jump into the call to do
Wow.
this task.
What a major.
Wow.
Story starting off the season with Peterbot and
How do you feel about that one, Chase?
champions.
I'm shocked.
Having cold
It's a storyline either way. Let me mute up.
Yeah.
It's a storyline either way. Either Peterbot proves that he can make any trio, any duo, any team a competitive team by winning multiple FNCSs with a different team. Or Pollo makes finally a name for himself and says, hey, I don't want to live in the shadows of Peterbot anymore. And it was the latter.
Yes, sir.
But chat, you don't have to talk about it. You don't have to talk about it. Let me refresh it. Already know I'm not the one calling the shots here. 922 points goes the way of Pollo. That makes him the FNCS Chapter 6 Season 1 champion. 14 whole points. 4 elims behind him. Rituals, Cold, and Peterbot. Officially dethroning Peterbot and proving that anyone is human. We also saw Clicks finally break his 4th place curse with a 3rd place at 736 points.
Oh, you know he's happy about that one.
100%. He doesn't care that he won. He just broke that. Vidal Cooper Spinks, 703 points. Muzz Yapko Rice, 685 points. Rabbit Kanata Bolt, 682 points. Aviv Buga Threat, 682 points. 628 points. Nocti Vero Curly, 576 points. Shadow Curve and Tyler, 406 points. Sees Jack Blake with that 2nd place, pushing them from 14th all the way up to 350th place. Oh my god. That is insane.
Bags, I am just blown away by
that is
what
insane.
we just saw today. Let's hit these standings to just see how everything kind of plays out, because remember, yes, you know, once again, congratulations.
180 grand.
Agers, Acorn, and Pollo
split 3 ways between that 1st place trio.
But there is
20 grand,
240,
220,
and we knew going into this, and it didn't
$20,400
It was always going to be Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot, and even in those moments,
the way of
Kelly,
10th
where
place.
I thought it's over, Peterbot's alone, or
wow.
Now he just now Clicks just got to win an FNCS.
Yeah,
that's all he's got to do.
Doesn't matter.
I think he's taking his ones where he can get them.
Spot to the global championships for both of these trios to set out in Major 1 and to step forward ahead of everyone else and say, listen, we are the ones that just won globals.
That's insane.
And now both of us will be making that return. Globals is going to be insane this year.
It is going to be so crazy, and we only have a handful of teams that we know are going to be making it through. I cannot wait for Majors 2 and 3. But to just look at this leaderboard right here, I am just so proud of all of these trios. Literally every team that was on everyone's top of the list is there in our top 10. And finally, I got to see the interview for my Batman Booga, Yamzo, and Clicks, and I was asking them, are you guys going to break the 4th place curse? And they do it. They get 3rd place. You know that they wanted that 1st or 2nd, but still, they played so well today.
Well, Chase, now you're an FNCS down. Now we're gonna wait like a season or 2.
Yeah, a whole nother
2 weeks. Until the end of
well, 3 weeks. I feel like
incredible stuff.
Because this season, next season, it's like you have a week of like setting in, and then you have your 3 weeks of qualifiers.
Best FNCS placement, that being 3rd. And yeah, I mean, game number 12 also delivered on many other fronts. The difference between 4th, 5th, and 6th was just 5 points. Those same 3 teams.
Yeah, no, that was quite crazy.
That was the nail biter.
If I had to say so, dude, myself.
A lot of people regard them as the 2nd best team on the region. 4th place, though, still very, very good.
Oh.
I mean, yeah, you know, to see Muzz as well. Muzz Yapko Rise come out and be 5th. I mean, guys, this was a nail biter. Obviously, like between 1st and 2nd. But going into this game as well,
hey, where are you two
like
up
6th
to?
or 7th place.
He just got done watching FNCS. No, I'm just playing a little bit of COD before I go and do homework.
This was just such an amazing showing. And it's
not much.
Like for real.
I did look into that free escape game.
Go watch their streams. Go congratulate them on socials.
I had some free time.
Just put on
it's just one scenario.
I mean, this was.
Yeah, there is DLCs into it. Yeah.
Thank you guys so much.
But I've seen Renos and them play it.
Yeah,
but I don't remember the
and it's okay, it's fine, because at the end of the day, we watched some amazing.
Now, mind you, there's another Vanilus game that he reviewed that might be fun playing.
Stories we've ever seen.
First Class escaped the train of thought because he never finished it.
I was trying to manifest it. It didn't work, and that's okay.
What's up,
before we say goodbye,
Kelly,
Vivid,
not much, just showing.
Before we say goodbye.
I'll be right back.
Well, yeah, I forgot Chase was streaming.
Production for putting this all together and having one of the best shows.
I also don't know why the audio on my Discord's not working.
Amazing players.
Let's talk about
shout out to all the.
Wow. That was a nail biter to the end. Hopefully you all enjoyed. I know I did. I don't even know what to say. I don't think words can articulate how insane, especially those last couple of games were. Hopefully you all enjoyed. New video this week. New season stream this week. Hopefully you all are excited. Lots of ideas this season. I will catch you all later. Peace out, everyone.
Got a suppressor on this Tonto.